So far as I can tell, the issue still remains open. Catchwords critical models 2. Introduction catchwords may be considered the second part of interventions. If possible, there is here an even greater tension between so-called philosophical and currently topical subjects, if that traditional distinction still has any meaning at all. The notes on philosophical thinking offer reflection upon the procedure that can provide an introduction to the content of thought. 1. Reason and revelation form the basis for a discussion with Eugen Kagan in Munster. Its theses help to protect the author's critique of positivism from reactionary misunderstanding. Progress, with all the deficiencies of a preliminary study, belongs within the complex of negative dialectics. 2. The gloss on personality sketches a concise model of the relationship of traditional categories to their downfall. It is connected with the text on progress. Free time is a resume, comparable to that on the culture industry in Own Lightbild. 3. The 2 essays on pedagogy were freely improvised and do not try to deny it. What was said about the teaching vocation in 1965 has only now gained its full relevance. The author was unable to revise the essay on Auschwitz and had to content himself with removing the crudest deficiencies of expression. Where the text speaks of the most extreme things, of harrowing death, the form arouses shame, as though it were sinning against the suffering by unavoidably reducing it to so much available material. Many phenomena of neo-barbarism could be understood under this aspect. The invasion of inhumanity into sequestered culture transforms culture itself, which must defend its sublimations, into something brutish as soon as it takes up the defense. By remaining gentle, culture denies the real brutality. With the logic immanent to spirit, the terror that temporarily culminated in Auschwitz brings about the regression of spirit. It is impossible to write stylistically well about Auschwitz. One must renounce subtle nuances in order to remain faithful to the emotional impulses underlying them, and yet with this renunciation one in turn falls in with the universal regression. It must be strongly emphasized that education after Auschwitz can succeed only in a global situation that no longer produces the conditions and the people that bear the responsibility for Auschwitz. This global situation has not yet changed, and it is unfortunate that those who desire the transformation obstinately refuse this idea. On the question, what is German? The author attempted, to use the currently all too popular Brechtian expression, to refunction a question that was put to him. For this work should be considered together with the essay on scientific experiences in America. The latter concerns the subjective side of the author's controversy with positivism as well. The dialectical epilegomena, which directly pertain to negative dialectics, were intended for a lecture course in the summer semester of 1969, which was disrupted and had to be discontinued. 5. What is said about theory and praxis brings together, intentionally, philosophical speculation and drastic experience. The title Catchwords alludes to the encyclopedic form that, unsystematically, discontinuously, presents what the unity of experience crystallizes into a constellation. Thus the technique of a small volume with somewhat arbitrarily chosen catchwords perhaps might make conceivable a new dictionnaire philosophique. The association with polemics that the title conveys is a welcome one to the author. June 1969 Notes on Philosophical Thinking dedicated to Herbert Marcuse on his 70th birthday. 1. If one is obliged to say something about philosophical thinking, stopping in mid-stride as it were, and not wanting to slip into the arbitrary, then one should confine oneself to just a single aspect. Therefore I want only to recount a few things I believe I have observed in my own thinking, without going into the question of what thinking is in general or into the psychology of thought. In this regard it is useful to separate philosophical thinking from what is thought, from its contents. This brings me into conflict with Hegel's unsurpassed insight into philosophical thinking. According to him, the fissure between what is thought and how it is thought constitutes precisely the error, that bad abstraction it is the task of philosophy to correct by its own means too. It is ironic that philosophy so easily arouses the fury of common sense by being mistaken for the very abstractness it struggles against. It is certainly better, as in pre-philosophical knowledge so in philosophy, not to proceed without a measure of autonomy of thought in relation to its subject matter. The logical apparatus owes its immeasurable improvement beyond primitive consciousness to this autonomy. It contains, intensified, at the level of content, the force of enlightenment that marks the historical development of philosophy. 3. Yet as it became autonomous and developed into an apparatus, thinking also became the prey of reification and congealed into a high-handed method. For cybernetic machines are a crude example of this. They graphically demonstrate to people the nullity of formalized thinking abstracted from its contents insofar as such machines perform better than thinking subjects much of what used to be the proud achievement of the method of subjective reason. Should thinking subjects passionately transform themselves into the instruments of such formalization, then they virtually cease being subjects. They approach the machine in the guise of its imperfect replica. Philosophical thinking begins as soon as it ceases to content itself with cognitions that are predictable and from which nothing more emerges than what had been placed there beforehand. The humane significance of computers would be to unburden the thinking of living beings to the extent that thought would gain the freedom to attain a knowledge that is not already implicit. In Kant, thinking according to its narrow, subjective concept, that is, divorced from the objective rules of logical thought, appears under the name of spontaneity. 5. According to him, thinking is first of all an activity, such as registered by naive consciousness when it distinguishes sensory intuitions, the impressions that seem to be granted to the individual without any exertion on his part, from the experience of the strenuous activity that is involved in thinking. However, Kant's greatness, his ability to subject even his own so-called fundamental positions to a tenacious critique, proved true not least of all when, completely befitting the actual nature of thinking, he did not simply equate spontaneity, which for him is thinking, with conscious activity. The definitive, constitutive achievements of thinking were for him not the same as acts of thought within the already constituted world. Their fulfillment is hardly present to self-consciousness. The illusion of naive realism, the view that in experience one is dealing with things in themselves, is based, as one could read in Kant, also on the following: the acts through which consciousness in anticipation forms the sensible material are not yet conscious to it as acts, that is, their depth, thoroughly passive. 6. This idea is characterized system immanently by the fact that the I think, which must be able to accompany all of my representations, the formula for defining spontaneity, signifies nothing more than that there exists a unity of subjective, indeed personal, consciousness. And thus that, with all the difficulties involved, it is my representation, which can be replaced by that of no other. No one can reproduce the pain of another in one's own imagination. The transcendental apperception comes down to the same thing. 7. Defined by its mere affiliation, the I think itself becomes a passive entity, completely distinct from the active reflection upon a I. Kant thus captured the passive moment in the activity of thinking faithfully, just as even in his most precarious propositions his impressive honesty constantly attends to what presents itself in the phenomena. The critique of pure reason is already, in the sense in which Hegel later entitled his analysis of consciousness, a phenomenology of spirit. Thinking in the conventional sense of this activity is only one aspect of spontaneity and hardly the central one, and in fact is localized solely within the region of what is already constituted, correlative to the world of things. At the level Kant calls the transcendental, activity and passivity are by no means administratively separated from each other in the way suggested by the external architecture of the philosophical work. This passive moment conceals the fact, which Kant did not mention, that what is apparently independent, the originary apperception, is actually dependent upon the objective realm, however undetermined it may be, and which in the Kantian system took refuge in the doctrine of the thing in itself situated beyond experience. No objectivity of thinking as an act would be possible at all if thinking in itself, according to its own form, were not bound to what is not itself properly thinking. This is where one must seek and work out what is enigmatic in thinking. 8. Where thinking is truly productive, where it creates, it is also always a reacting. Passivity lies at the heart of the active moment. The ego models itself on the non-ego. Something of this still affects the empirical form of philosophical thinking. In order to be productive, thinking must always be determined from its subject matter. This is thinking's passivity. Its efforts coincide with its capacity for such passivity. Psychology calls this object relation or object cathexis. 9. However, it extends far beyond the psychological dimension of the thought process. Objectivity, the truth of thoughts, depends on their relation to the subject matter. From the subjective point of view, philosophical thinking is incessantly confronted with the necessity of proceeding via its own internal logical consistency and nevertheless also of accepting what is different from it and what is not a priori subject to its own lawfulness. Thinking as a subjective act must initially surrender itself to the subject matter, even when, as Kant and the idealists taught, thinking constitutes or indeed even produces its subject matter. Thinking still depends on the subject matter even when the concept of a subject matter is problematic and thinking alleges that it first establishes it, and there is hardly a stronger argument for the fragile primacy of the object and for its being conceivable only in the reciprocal mediation of subject and object than that thinking must snuggle up to an object, even when it does not yet have such an object, even intends to produce it. 11. In Kant, such factuality of method finds its expression in the content. It is true that his thought is indeed directed toward the forms of the subject, yet it seeks its goal in the definition of objectivity. Despite the Copernican turn, and thanks to it, Kant inadvertently confirms the primacy of the object. 12. The act of thinking can no more be reduced to a psychological process than to a timelessly pure, formal logic. Thinking is a mode of comportment, and its relation to the subject matter with which it comports itself is indispensable. The active moment of the thinking process is concentration. It struggles against whatever might distract it from the matter at hand. Concentration mediates the exertions of the ego through what is opposed to it. Hostile to thought is avidity, the distracted gaze out past the window that wants nothing to escape it. Theological traditions such as that of the Talmud have warned of it. The concentration of thought bestows upon productive thinking a quality the cliché denies it. Not unlike so-called artistic inspiration, it lets itself be directed, to the extent that nothing distracts it from the matter at hand. The subject matter opens up to patience, the virtue of thinking. The saying, genius is diligence, 13 has its truth not in a slavish drudgery but rather in this patience toward the subject matter. The passive connotation of the word patience expresses well the nature of this behavior, neither zealous bustling about nor stubborn obsession but rather the long and uncoercive gaze upon the object. The current scientific and scholarly discipline requires that the subject disengage itself for the sake of a naively imputed primacy of the subject matter. 14 Philosophy contradicts this. Thinking should not reduce itself to method. Truth is not the residue that remains after the subject has been eradicated. Rather, it must incorporate all innervation and experience into the contemplation of the subject matter in order, according to its ideal, to vanish within it. Mistrust of this is the current avatar of hostility toward thinking. It fastens upon reflective thinking in the narrower sense, which reveals itself to be useful not through zeal but by dint of its dimension of passivity and concentration. Its calmness retains something of that happiness the conventional notion of thinking finds unbearable. 15. The Americans have their own pejorative expression for this: armchair thinking, the behavior of one who comfortably sits in an easy chair like a friendly and superfluous grandfather enjoying his retirement. Yet the malicious resentment against the person who sits and thinks has its detestable justification. Frequently such thinking behaves as if it had no material. It plunges into itself as though into a sphere of alleged purity. Hegel denounces this sphere as empty profundity. 16. The chimera of a being that is not commandeered or defiled by anything concrete is finally nothing other than the mirror reflection of a thinking in itself, completely indeterminate and formal. It condemns thinking to the parody of the wise man gazing at his navel. It falls prey to an archaism that by undertaking to save for philosophical thinking its specific object, which should not at any price be an object, forfeits the moment of the subject matter itself, the non-identical. Wisdom today simulates a historically irretrievable agrarian form of spirit, cast from the same mold as those sculptures that mime originality by practicing a proto-historical naivete and by this ceremony hope to attain an ancient verity that never existed and that nowadays the late industrial world supplies only all too faithfully. 17. The synthetic archaism of philosophizing will fare no better than the plaster of Paris classicism of Canova and Thorwaldsen compared to the Attic classics. 18. But there is just as little ground for transforming reflective thinking into a form of indirect practical activity. That would only foster, from a societal perspective, the repression of thinking. It is characteristic that independent academic institutions were established, reactively, to offer those appointed to them the opportunity to meditate. Without a contemplative moment praxis degenerates into conceptless activity, but meditation as a carefully tended special sphere, severed from possible praxis, would hardly be better. Certainly reflective thinking has not been described accurately enough. Most likely it should be called expansive concentration. By gauging its subject matter, and it alone, thinking becomes aware of what within the matter extends beyond what was previously thought and thereby breaks open the fixed purview of the subject matter. For its part, the subject matter can also be extremely abstract and mediated. Its nature should not be prejudged by a surreptitiously introduced concept of concretion. The cliché that thinking is a purely logical and rigorous development from a single proposition fully warrants every reservation. Philosophical reflection must fracture the so-called train of thought that is unrefractedly expected from thinking. Thoughts that are true must incessantly renew themselves in the experience of the subject matter, which nonetheless first determines itself in those thoughts. The strength to do that, and not the measuring out and marking off of conclusions, is the essence of philosophical rigor. Truth is a constantly evolving constellation, not something running continuously and automatically in which the subject's role would be rendered not only easier but, indeed, dispensable. The fact that no philosophical thinking of quality allows of concise summary, that it does not accept the usual scientific distinction between process and result, Hegel, as is known, conceived truth as process and result in 119, renders this experience palpably clear. 20 Philosophical thoughts that can be reduced to their skeleton or their net profit are of no worth. The countless philosophical treatises are philistine and could not care less about being so. Is more than just an aesthetic shortcoming, it is the index of their own falsity. Where philosophical thought, even in important texts, falls behind the ideal of its constant renewal through the subject matter itself, it is defeated. To think philosophically means as much as to think intermittences, to be interrupted by that which is not the thought itself. In emphatic thinking, the analytic judgments it unavoidably must use become false. The force of thinking, not to swim with its own current, is the strength of resistance to what has been previously thought. Emphatic thinking requires the courage to stand by one's convictions. The individual who thinks must take a risk, not exchange or buy anything on faith. That is the fundamental experience of the doctrine of autonomy. Without risk, without the imminent possibility of error, there is objectively no truth. 21 Most stupidity in thinking takes shape where that courage, which is imminent to thinking and which perpetually stirs within it, is suppressed. Stupidity is nothing privative, not the simple absence of mental ability, but rather the scar of its mutilation. Nietzsche's pathos knew that. His imperialistically adventurous slogan about the dangerous life basically meant instead, to think dangerously, to spur on thought, to shrink back from nothing in the experience of the matter, not to be intimidated by any convention of received thought. 22 Autarkic logical consistency, however, from its societal perspective has not least of all the function of hindering this idea. Wherever thinking today exercises an emphatic and not an agitating influence, this is probably not to be ascribed to individual qualities like talent or intelligence. The reasons are objective. One of them, for instance, is that the thinking person, favored by biographical circumstances, did not allow his vulnerable thinking to be completely extirpated by the control mechanisms. Science needs the person who has not obeyed it. What satisfies his spirit is what defames science, the memento of obtuseness, to which science inevitably condemns itself and for which it feels a preconscious sense of shame. The mode of philosophical thinking is affected by the fact that in it the relationship between process and subject matter qualitatively diverges from that in the positive sciences. In a certain sense, philosophical thinking continually attempts to express experiences. Indeed, they are in no way adequately covered by the empirical concept of experience. Understanding philosophy means assuring oneself of this experience by reflecting on a problem autonomously and yet always remaining in the closest contact with the problem in its given configuration. With every expectation of cheap ridicule, one could say that philosophical thought is so constituted that it tends to have its results before it has thought them. 23 One may radically distrust the Heideggerian philology and yet not disavow that reflective thinking, as opposed to thinking, linguistically refers to the idea of philosophical construction as one of reconstruction. 24 In this lies at once also the worst temptation, that of apologetics, of rationalization, of the justification of blindly professed convictions and opinions. The theme of probandum is just as much the truth and untruth of thinking. It relinquishes its untruth insofar as it attempts, through negation, to follow its experience. An adequate philosophical thinking is not only critical of the status quo and its reified replica in consciousness but is equally critical of itself. It does justice to the experience animating it not through compliant codification, but rather by means of objectification. Whoever thinks philosophically hardens intellectual experience by the same logical consistency whose antithesis he wields. Otherwise intellectual experience would remain rhapsodic. Only in this way does reflective thought become more than a repetitive presentation of what is experienced. Its rationality, as a critical one, transcends rationalization. Nonetheless, to him who observes it in itself, philosophical thinking seems to make possible the knowledge of what he wants to learn and only to the extent that he really knows what he wants to learn. 25 This self-experience of thinking contradicts the Kantian limitation, his intention of using thought to lessen thought's power. It also answers the sinister question, how one could think what one thinks and yet live, precisely by thinking it. Cogito, ergo sum. Because the discipline of philosophical thinking manifests itself at first in the formulation of the problem, presentation in philosophy constitutes an indispensable aspect of the subject matter. 26 Probably this is also why cogent solutions that occur to the thinker do not emerge like the sums from a difficult addition, after the line has been drawn and the figures tallied. That much is legitimate in idealism, but it distorts the characteristic nature of philosophical thought into hubris by claiming that, because truth does not join thought externally, the latter is identical with this very truth itself. Philosophy's power of attraction, its happiness, is the fact that even the desperate thought conveys something of this certainty about the product of thinking, a final trace of the ontological proof of God. Possibly its ineradicable core. 27 The notion of someone who sits down and reflects about something in order to ascertain something he did not know beforehand is as distorted as the inverse idea of winged intuition. Thinking begins in the labor upon a subject matter and its verbal formulation, they ensure its passive element. Put extremely, I do not think, and yet that itself is surely thinking. 28 A not wholly inappropriate material sign for it would be the pencil or fountain pen one holds in the hand while thinking, as is said of Simmel or of Husserl, who apparently couldn't think at all except while writing, similar to how the best thoughts come to many writers while they are writing. Such instruments, which one doesn't even need to use practically, are an admonishment that one should not just up and start thinking, but rather think of something. For this reason texts to be interpreted and criticized are an invaluable support for the objectivity of thought. Benjamin once alluded to this with the dictum that to every respectable thought belongs a respectable portion of stupidity as well. 29 If thought avoids this dictum for the sake of the chimera of its primordiality, if it sense in every concrete object at once the danger of concretization. 30 Then the thought is not only lost to the future, which would be no objection, almost the contrary, but in itself it will be unconvincing. Yet it is therefore all the more decisive that those very tasks, the fecundity of which determines in turn the fecundity of thought, are autonomous. That they not be imposed but pose themselves, this is the threshold separating thinking from intellectual technique. Thinking must desperately navigate between such intellectual technique and amateurish dilettantism. Amateurish is the thinking that completely ignores the intellectual division of labor, instead of respecting and transcending it. A naive, fresh beginning stultifies thought no less than does a fervid conformity to the division of labor. Philosophy that, to speak with Kant, would do justice to its cosmical concept, would raise itself above its conception as a specialized science, according to Kant its scholastic concept that a priori is incompatible with its proper concept. 31, no less than above the prattle about worldviews that derives the illusion of its superiority from the pitiful meagerness of the leftovers from specialized knowledge out of which it makes its own specialty. Resistance to the decline of reason would mean for philosophical thinking, without regard for established authority and especially that of the human sciences, that it immerse itself in the material contents in order to perceive in them, not beyond them, their truth content. That would be, today, the freedom of thinking. It would become true where it is freed from the curse of labor and comes to rest in its object. Reason and revelation. 1 The dispute regarding revelation was fought out in the 18th century. It ended in a negative resolution and during the 19th century actually fell into oblivion. Its revival today owes more than a little to that oblivion. Because of this revival, however, the critic of revelation at the outset finds himself in a difficult position, and he would do well to describe it lest he become its victim. If one repeats the rather comprehensive catalogue of arguments made during the Enlightenment, then one opens oneself up to the reproach of being eclectic, of relying on old truisms that no longer interest anyone. If one finds reassurance in the thought that the religion of revelation at that time could not withstand critique, then one is suspected of old-fashioned rationalism. There is a widely accepted habit of thinking these days that, instead of objectively reflecting about truth and falsity, shifts the decision onto the age as such and even plays a more remote historical past against a more recent one. If one does not want either to fall under the sway of the notion that whatever has long been well known is for that reason false, or to accommodate oneself to the current religious mood that, as peculiar as it is understandable, coincides with the prevailing positivism, then one would do best to remember Benjamin's infinitely ironic description of theology, which today, as we know, is wizened and has to keep out of sight. A nothing of theological content will persist without being transformed. Every content will have to put itself to the test of migrating into the realm of the secular, the profane. In contrast to the richly and concretely developed religious imagination of old, the currently prevailing opinion, which claims that the life and experience of people, their immanence, is a kind of glass case, through whose walls one can gaze upon the eternally immutable ontological stock of a philosophia or religio perennis, is itself an expression of a state of affairs in which the belief in revelation is no longer substantially present in people and in the organization of their relationships and can be maintained only through a desperate abstraction. What counts in the endeavors of ontology today, its attempt to leap without mediation out of the ongoing nominalistic situation into realism, the world of ideas in themselves, which then for its part is rendered into a product of mere subjectivity, of so-called decision, namely an arbitrary act. All this is also in large measure valid for the closely related turn toward positive religion. To those in the 18th century who defended faith in revelation maintained a fundamentally different position than do those who defend it today, just as in general the same ideas can acquire extremely divergent meanings according to their respective historical moments. At that time a scholastic concept, which was inherited from the tradition and more or less supported by the authority of society, was being defended against the attack by an autonomous ratio that refuses to accept anything other than what stands up to examination on its own terms. Such a defense against ratio had to be carried out with rational means and was in this respect, as Hegel pronounced in the Phenomenology, hopeless from the very start. With the means of argumentation it used, the very defense already assumed the principle that belonged to its adversary one today. The turn toward faith in revelation is a desperate reaction to just these very means, to ratio. The irresistible progress of ratio is seen solely in negative terms, and revelation is invoked so as to halt what Hegel calls the fury of a Walter Benjamin, Schrieffen, ed. Theodor W. Adorno and Gretel Adorno with the assistance of Friedrich Pottius, 1494. Translator's note, Theses on the Philosophy of History, in Illuminations, trans. Harry's Own, ed. Hannah Arendt, 253. Destruction too, because supposedly it would be a good thing to have revelation. Doubts about the possibility of such a restoration are muffled by appealing to the consensus of all the others who also would like it. Today it is no longer at all unmodern to believe in God, a lady once told me, whose family had returned to the religion of her childhood after a stormy Enlightenment intermezzo. In the best case, that is, where it is not just a question of imitation and conformity, it is desire that produces such an attitude. It is not the truth and authenticity of the revelation that are decisive, but rather the need for guidance, the confirmation of what is already firmly established, and also the hope that by means of a resolute decision alone one could breathe back that meaning into the disenchanted world under whose absence we have been suffering so long, as though we were mere spectators staring at something meaningless. It seems to me that the religious renaissances of today are philosophy of religion, not religion. In any case, here they concur with the apologetics of the 18th and early 19th centuries in that they strive through rational reflection to conjure up its opposite, but now they apply rational reflection to ratio itself with a mounting willingness to strike out at it and with a tendency toward obscurantism that is far more vicious than all the restrained orthodoxy of the earlier period, because it does not completely believe in itself. 3. The new religious attitude is that of the convert, even among those who do not formally convert or who simply support emphatically whatever seems sanctioned as the religion of the fathers, as well as what with fatherly authority since time immemorial, and even in Kierkegaard's understanding of the individual, helped to suppress through intimidation the rising doubt. 4. The sacrifice of the intellect that once, in Pascal or Kierkegaard, was made by the most progressive consciousness, and at no less a cost than one's entire life has since then become socialized, and whoever makes this sacrifice no longer feels any burden of fear or trembling. No one would have reacted to it with more indignation than Kierkegaard himself. Because too much thinking, and unwavering autonomy, hinders the conformity to the administered world and causes suffering, countless people project this suffering imposed on them by society onto reason as such. According to them, it is reason that has brought suffering and disaster into the world. The dialectic of enlightenment, which in fact must also name the price of progress, all the ruin wrought by rationality in the form of the increasing domination of nature, is, as it were, broken off too early, following the model of a condition that is blindly self-enclosed and hence appears to block the exit. Convulsively, deliberately, one ignores the fact that the excess of rationality, about which the educated class especially complains and which it registers in concepts like mechanization, atomization, indeed even de-individualization, is a lack of rationality, namely, the increase of all apparatuses and means of quantifiable domination at the cost of the goal, the rational organization of mankind, which is left abandoned to the unreason of mere constellations of power, an unreason that consciousness, dulled by constantly having to consider the existing positive relations and conditions, no longer dares rise to engage at all. Certainly a ratio that does not wantonly absolutize itself as a rigid means of domination requires self-reflection, some of which is expressed in the need for religion today. 5. But this self-reflection cannot stop at the mere negation of thought by thought itself, a kind of mythical sacrifice, and cannot realize itself through a leap that would all too closely resemble the politics of catastrophe. On the contrary, reason must attempt to define rationality itself, not as an absolute, regardless of whether it is then posited or negated, but rather as a moment within the totality, though admittedly even this moment has become independent in relation to the totality. 6. Rationality must become cognizant of its own natural essence. Although not unknown to the great religions, precisely this theme requires secularization today if, isolated and inflated, it is not to further that very darkening of the world it wants to exorcise. For the renaissance of revealed religion particularly enjoys appealing to the concept of bonds that it claims are necessary, as it were, one relies on a precarious autonomy only then to choose the heteronymous. But these days, despite all the world's profanity, there are too many bonds rather than too few. The massive concentration of economic powers, and consequently of political and administrative ones as well, to a large extent reduces every individual into a mere functionary of the machinery. Individuals are probably much more connected today than in the era of high liberalism, when they had not yet called for bonds. Their need for bonds is therefore increasingly a need for a spiritual and intellectual reduplication and justification of an authority that is nonetheless already present. The talk of transcendental homelessness, 7, which once expressed the distress of the individual within individualistic society, has become ideology, has become a pretext for bad collectivism that, as long as no authoritarian state is available, relies on other institutions with supra-individualist pretensions. The disparity between societal power and societal impotence, increasing beyond measure, extends into the weakening of the inner composition of the ego, so that finally the ego cannot endure without identifying itself with the very thing that condemns it to impotence. Only weakness seeks bonds. The urge for bonds, which exalts itself as though it had relinquished the restrictions of egoism, of mere individual interest, in truth is not oriented toward the humane. On the contrary, it capitulates before the inhumane. Certainly underlying this is the illusion society needs and reinforces with all its conceivable means, that the subject, that people are incapable of humanity, the desperate fetishization of presently existing relations. The religious theme of the corruption of the human species since Adam's fall appears in a new guise, radically secularized already in Hobbes, distorted in the service of evil itself. Because it is supposedly impossible for people to establish a just order, the existing unjust order is commended to them. What Thomas Mann in speaking against Spengler called the defeatism of humanity has expanded universally. The turn toward transcendence functions as a screen image for imminent, societal hopelessness. Intrinsic to it is the willingness to leave the world as it is, because the world could not possibly be different. The real determining model of this behavior is the division of the world into two colossal blocks that rigidly oppose and reciprocally threaten one another, and every individual, with destruction. The extreme innerworldly fear of this situation, because there is nothing discernible that might lead beyond it, is hypostatized as an existential or indeed a transcendental anxiety. The victories that revealed religion gains in the name of such anxiety are Pyrrhic. If religion is accepted for the sake of something other than its own truth content, then it undermines itself. The fact that recently the positive religions have so willingly engaged in this and at times compete with other public institutions testifies only to the desperation that latently inheres in their own positivity. 5. The irrationalism of revealed religion today is expressed in the central status of the concept of religious paradox. It is enough here merely to recall dialectical theology. Even it is not a theological invariant but has its historical status. What the Apostle in the age of the Hellenistic Enlightenment called a folly for the Greeks and what now demands the abdication of reason was not always so. At its medieval height, Christian revealed religion defended itself powerfully against the doctrine of the two types of truth by claiming that the doctrine was self-destructive. High scholasticism, and especially the Summa of St. Thomas, have their force and dignity in the fact that, without absolutizing the concept of reason, they never condemned it. Theology went so far only in the age of nominalism, particularly with Luther. The Thomistic doctrine reflected not merely the feudal order of its epoch, which indeed had already become problematical, but also accorded with the most advanced developments in science at the time. But one's faith no longer accords with knowledge, or at least no longer exists in productive tension with it. It forfeits the quality of binding power, that character of necessitation Kant subsequently set out to save in the moral law as a secularization of the authority of faith. 10y. One should adopt that particular faith and not another. Nowadays consciousness can find no other justification than simply its own need, which does not warrant truth. In order that I be able to adopt the revealed faith, it must acquire an authority in relation to my reason that would already presuppose that I have adopted the faith, an inescapable circle. If, as high scholastic doctrine maintains, my will is added as an express condition of faith, then one does not escape the circle. Will itself would be possible only where the conviction about the contents of belief already exists, that is, precisely that which can be gained only by an act of will. If religion at last is no longer folk religion, no longer substantial in the Hegelian sense 11, if it ever was that at all, then it becomes something taken up contingently, an authoritarian view of the world, in which compulsion and caprice intertwine. It was insight into this situation that probably induced the theology of Judaism to stipulate virtually no dogmas and to demand nothing but that people live according to the law. What is called Tolstoy's primitive Christianity is presumably something very similar. Even if this allows the antinomy of knowledge and faith to be circumvented and the very alienation between the religious precept and the subject to be bridged, the contradiction continues to operate implicitly. For the question of where the authority of doctrine comes from was not resolved but rather removed as soon as the Haggadah element had dissociated itself completely from the Halacha element. The excision of the objective element from religion is no less harmful to it than the reification that aims to impose dogma, the objectivity of faith, inflexibly and antirationally upon the subject. The objective element, however, no longer can be asserted because it would have to submit itself to the criterion of objectivity, of knowledge, whose claim it arrogantly rejects. 6. In the wake of the general reductive neutralization of everything intellectual and spiritual to the level of mere culture during the last 150 years, the contradiction is hardly felt any more between traditional revealed religion and knowledge, rather both simply exist side by side as branches of the culture industry. Something like the rubrics medicine, radio, television, religion come one after another in magazines. 12. However, the exorbitant demand that revealed religion has made upon consciousness since the Enlightenment has not diminished but, on the contrary, has increased immeasurably. The reason why no one speaks of it anymore can be explained by the fact that it is no longer possible to bring the two together at all. Attempts to transfer the critical results of modern science into religion, which, for example, particularly flourish on the borders of quantum physics, are rash. Here one should consider not only the geocentric and anthropocentric character of the great traditional religions, which stands in the starkest opposition to the present status of cosmology, whereby this crass incongruity, namely, the ridiculousness of a confrontation of religious doctrine with the findings of the natural sciences in general, is often used in order to ridicule the confrontation itself for being primitive and crude. There once was a time when religion, with good reason, was not so discriminating. It insisted upon its truth even in the cosmological sense, because it knew that its claim to that truth could not be separated from its material and concrete contents without incurring damage. As soon as religion abandons its factual content, it threatens to vanish into mere symbolism, and that imperils the very existence of its truth claim. 13. Perhaps more decisive, however, is the rupture between the social model of the great religions and the society of today. The great religions were modeled upon the transparent relations of the primary community, or at most the simple economy of goods. 14. A Jewish poet once wrote quite rightly that a village air suffuses Judaism and Christianity. 15. This cannot be overlooked without violently reinterpreting the religious doctrinal content. Christianity is not equally close to all ages, and human beings are not affected timelessly by what they once perceived as good tidings. The concept of daily bread, born from the experience of deprivation under the conditions of uncertain and insufficient material production, cannot simply be translated into the world of bread factories and surplus production, in which famines are natural catastrophes wrought by society and precisely not by nature. Or, the concept of the neighbor refers to communities where people know each other face to face. Helping one's neighbors, no matter how urgent this remains in a world devastated by those natural catastrophes produced by society, is insignificant in comparison with a praxis that extends beyond every mere immediacy of human relationships, in comparison with a transformation of the world that one day would put an end to the natural catastrophes of society. Were one to remove phrases such as these from the gospel as irrelevant, while presuming to preserve the revealed doctrines and yet express them as they supposedly should be understood hic et nunc, then one would fall into a dichotomy of bad alternatives. Either revealed doctrines must be adapted to contemporary circumstances, that would be incompatible with the authority of revelation, or contemporary reality would be confronted with demands that are unrealizable or that fall short of their most essential concern, the real suffering of people. Yet if one were simply to disregard all these concrete socio-historically mediated conditions and to heed literally the Kierkegaardian dictum that holds that Christianity is nothing other than a nota bene, namely, the nota bene that God once became man without that moment entering consciousness as such, that is, as a concretely historical moment, then in the name of a paradoxical purity revealed religion would dissolve into something completely indeterminate, a nothingness that could hardly be distinguished from religion's liquidation. 16. Anything more than this nothingness would lead immediately to the insoluble, and it would be a mere ruse of imprisoned consciousness to transfigure into a religious category this very insolubility itself, the failure of finite man, whereas it instead attests to the present impotence of religious categories. Therefore, I see no other possibility than an extreme ascesis toward any type of revealed faith, an extreme loyalty to the prohibition of images, far beyond what this once originally meant. Progress. For Joseph Koenig. For a theoretical account of the category of progress, it is necessary to scrutinize the category so closely that it loses its semblance of obviousness, both in its positive and its negative usage. And yet such proximity also makes the account more difficult. Even more than other concepts, the concept of progress dissolves upon attempts to specify its exact meaning, for instance what progress is and what does not. Whoever wants to define the concept precisely easily destroys what he is aiming at. The subaltern prudence that refuses to speak of progress before it can distinguish progress in what, of what, and in relation to what, displaces the unity of the moments, which within the concept reciprocally elaborate each other, into a mere contiguity. By insisting on exactitude where the impossibility of the unambiguous appertains to the subject matter itself, dogmatic epistemology misses its object, sabotages insight and helps to perpetuate the bad by zealously forbidding reflection upon what, in the age of both utopian and absolutely destructive possibilities, the consciousness of those entangled would like to discover, whether there is progress. Like every philosophical term, progress has its equivocations. And as in any such term, these equivocations also register a commonality. What at this time should be understood by the term progress one knows vaguely, but precisely, for just this reason one cannot employ the concept roughly enough. To use the term pedantically merely cheats it out of what it promises, an answer to the doubt and the hope that things will finally get better, that people will at last be able to breathe a sigh of relief. For this reason alone one cannot say precisely what progress should mean to people, because the crisis of the situation is precisely that while everyone feels the crisis, the words bringing resolution are missing. Only those reflections about progress have truth that immerse themselves in progress and yet maintain distance, withdrawing from paralyzing facts and specialized meanings. Today reflections of this kind come to a point in the contemplation of whether humanity one is capable of preventing catastrophe. The forms of humanity's own global societal constitution threaten its life, if a self-conscious global subject does not develop and intervene. The possibility of progress, of averting the most extreme, total disaster, has migrated to this global subject alone. Everything else involving progress must crystallize around it. Material needs, which long seemed to mock progress, have been potentially eliminated. Thanks to the present state of the technical forces of production, no one on the planet need suffer deprivation anymore. Whether there will be further want and oppression, which are the same thing, will be decided solely by the avoidance of catastrophe through the rational establishment of the whole society as humanity. Kant's sketch of a doctrine of progress, indeed, was anchored to the idea of the human being as the highest purpose of nature, that is the development of all natural capacities, can be fulfilled for mankind only in society, and nature intends that man should accomplish this, and indeed all his appointed ends, by his own efforts. This purpose can be fulfilled only in a society which has not only the greatest freedom, and therefore a continual antagonism among its members, but also the most precise specification and preservation of the limits of this freedom in order that it can coexist with the freedom of others. The highest task which nature has set for mankind must therefore be that of establishing a society in which freedom under external laws would be combined to the greatest possible extent with irresistible force, in other words of establishing a perfectly just civil constitution. For only through the solution and fulfillment of this task can nature accomplish its other intentions with our species. B. Immanuel Kant, Sämtliche Werke, Volume 1, Vermögensschriften, ed. Felix Gross, 225, Idee zu einer allgemeinen Geschichte in Weltbürgerlicher Absicht. Translator's Note, English Idea for a Universal History with a Cosmopolitan Purpose, trans. H. B. Nisbet, in Political Writings, ed. Hans Reis, 2d ed. Here second proposition, pages 43, translated as an idea in man's mind, sick. B. Ibid, 229. Translator's note, English Ibid, 45-46. The concept of history, in which progress would have its place, is emphatic, the Kantian universal or cosmopolitan concept, not one of any particular sphere of life. But the dependence of progress on the totality comes back to by progress. An awareness of this problem animates Benjamin's polemic against the coupling of progress and humanity in the theses on the concept of history, perhaps the most weighty critique of the idea of progress held by those who are reckoned in a crudely political fashion as progressives, progress as pictured in the minds of social democrats was, first of all, the progress of humanity itself, and not just advances in people's skills and knowledge. See as little as humanity till cool progresses by the advertising slogan of the ever new and improved, so little can there be an idea of progress without the idea of humanity. The sense of the Benjamin passage should then also be more a reproach that the social democrats confused progress of skills and knowledge with that of humanity, rather than that he wanted to eradicate progress from philosophical reflection. In Benjamin, progress obtains legitimation in the doctrine that the idea of the happiness of unborn generations, without which one cannot speak of progress, inalienably includes the idea of redemption. This confirms the concentration of progress on the survival of the species. No progress is to be assumed that would imply that humanity in general already existed and therefore could progress. Rather, progress would be the very establishment of humanity in the first place, whose prospect opens up in the face of its extinction. This entails, as Benjamin further teaches, that the concept of universal history cannot be saved. It is plausible only as long as one can believe in the illusion of an already existing humanity, coherent in itself and moving upward as a unity. If humanity remains entrapped by the totality it itself fashions, then, as Kafka said, no progress has taken place at all, while mere totality nevertheless allows progress to be entertained in thought. This can be elucidated most simply by the definition of humanity as that which excludes absolutely nothing. If humanity were a totality that no longer held within it any limiting principle, then it would also be free of the coercion that subjects all its members to such a principle, and thereby would no longer be a totality, no forced unity. The passage from Schiller's Ode to Joy, and who never could, let him steal away / whipping from C. Walter Benjamin, Schrieffen, ed. Theodor W. Adorno and Gretel Adorno, with Friedrich Pacius, 1502. Translator's note, Walter Benjamin, Theses on the Philosophy of History, in Illuminations, Essays and Reflections, trans. Harry's Own, ed. Hannah Arendt, 260, translation modified. DCF Ibid, 494. Translator's note, English Ibid, 253-4. This league, which in the name of all-encompassing love banishes whoever has not been granted it, unintentionally admits the truth about the bourgeois, at once totalitarian and particular, concept of humanity. In the verse, what the one who is unloved or incapable of love undergoes in the name of the idea of humanity unmasks this idea, no differently than the affirmative violence with which Beethoven's music hammers it home. It is hardly a coincidence that the poem with the word steal in the humiliation of the one who is joyless, and to whom therefore joy is once again denied, evokes associations from the spheres of property and criminology. Perpetual antagonism is integral to the concept of totality, as in the politically totalitarian systems. Thus the evil mythical festivals in fairy tales are defined by those who are not invited. Only with the decomposition of the principle of totality that establishes limits, even if that principle were merely the commandment to resemble totality, would there be humanity and not its deceptive image. Historically, the conception of humanity was already implicit in the Middle Stoa's theorem of the universal state, which objectively at least amounted to progress, no matter how strange its idea otherwise might have been to pre-Christian antiquity. The fact that this Stoic theorem immediately reconciled itself with the founding of Rome's imperial claims betrays something of what the concept of progress underwent through its identification with increasing skills and knowledge. Existing humanity is substituted for the unborn generations, and history immediately becomes salvation history. That was the prototype for the idea of progress until Hegel and Marx. In the Augustinian Civitas Dei, this idea is connected to the redemption by Christ, as the historically successful redemption. Only an already redeemed humanity can be seen as though, after it had been chosen and by dint of the grace it had been vouchsafed, it were moving in the continuum of time toward the heavenly kingdom. Perhaps it was the unfortunate fate of later thinking about progress that it inherited from Augustine the immanent teleology and the conception of humanity as the subject of all progress, while the Christian soteriology faded into speculations about the philosophy of history. In this way the idea of progress was taken up into the Civitas Deiana, its Augustinian counterpart. Even in the dualistic Kant, the Civitas Deiana should progress according to its own principle, its nature. Within such enlightenment, however, which first of all puts progress toward humanity in people's own hands and thereby concretizes the idea of progress as one to be realized, lurks the conformist confirmation of what merely exists. It receives the aura of redemption after redemption has failed to appear and evil has persisted undiminished. This incalculably far-ranging modification of the concept of progress could not have been avoided. Just as the emphatic claim of successful redemption became a protest in the face of the post-Christian history, so, inversely, in the Augustinian theologimenon of an imminent movement of the species toward the blessed state there already lay the motive of irresistible secularization. The temporality of progress itself, its simple concept, links it to the empirical world. Yet without such a temporality the heinous aspects of the way of the world would first truly be immortalized in thought, the creation itself would become the work of a Gnostic demon. In Augustine one can recognize the inner constellation of the ideas of progress, redemption, and the imminent course of history, which should not dissolve into one another, lest they reciprocally destroy each other. If progress is equated with redemption as transcendental intervention per se, then it forfeits, along with the temporal dimension, its intelligible meaning and evaporates into ahistorical theology. But if progress is mediatized into history, then the idolization of history threatens, and with it, both in the reflection of the concept as in the reality, the absurdity that it is progress itself that inhibits progress. Expedient expositions of an immanent transcendent concept of progress pass sentence on themselves by their very nomenclature. The greatness of the Augustinian doctrine was its for the first time. It contains all the abysses of the idea of progress and strives to master them theoretically. The structure of his doctrine unabatedly expresses the antinomian character of progress. Already in Augustine, as then again at the height of secular philosophy of history since Kant, there is an antagonism at the center of this historical movement that would be progress since it is directed toward the kingdom of heaven. The movement is the struggle between the earthly and the heavenly. All thought about progress since then has received its draft from the weight of the historically mounting disaster. While redemption in Augustine forms the telos of history, the latter neither leads directly into the former, nor is the former completely unmediated by the latter. Redemption is embedded in history by the divine world plan but is opposed to it after the fall. Augustine realized that redemption and history can exist neither without each other nor within each other but only in tension, the accumulated energy of which finally desires nothing less than the sublation of the historical world itself. For the sake of nothing less than this, however, can the idea of progress still be thought in the age of catastrophe. progress should be no more ontologized, unreflectedly ascribed to being, than should decline, though indeed the latter seems to be the preference of recent philosophy. Too little of what is good has power in the world for progress to be expressed in a predicative judgment about the world, but there can be no good, not a trace of it, without progress. If, according to a mystical doctrine, all inner-worldly events down to the most insignificant happenstance are of momentous consequence for the life of the Absolute itself, then certainly something similar is true for progress. Every individual trait in the nexus of deception is nonetheless relevant to its possible end. Good is what wrenches itself free, finds a language, opens its eyes. In its condition of wrestling free, it is interwoven in history that, without being organized unequivocally toward reconciliation, in the course of its movement allows the possibility of redemption to flash up. According to conventional thought, the moments in which the concept of progress has its life are partly philosophical and partly societal. Without society, the notion of progress would be completely empty. All its elements are abstracted from society. If society had not passed from a hunting and gathering horde to agriculture, from slavery to the formal freedom of subjects, from the fear of demons to reason, from deprivation to provisions against epidemics and famine and to the overall improvement of living conditions, if one thus sought more philosophico to keep the idea of progress pure, say, to spin it out of the essence of time, then it would not have any content at all. But once the meaning of a concept necessitates moving to facticity, this movement cannot be stopped arbitrarily. The idea of reconciliation itself, the transcendent telos of all progress, measured by finite criteria, cannot be broken loose from the imminent process of enlightenment that removes fear and, by erecting the human being as an answer to human beings' questions, wins the concept of humanitarianism that alone rises above the immanence of the world. Nonetheless, progress is not tantamount to society, is not identical with it. Indeed, like society, progress is at times its own opposite. Philosophy in general, as long as it was at all useful, was also a doctrine of society, except that ever since it consigned itself without demur to societal power, philosophy must professedly isolate itself from society. The purity into which philosophy regressed is the bad conscience of its impurity, its complicity with the world. The concept of progress is philosophical in that it articulates the movement of society while at the same time contradicting it. Having arisen societally, the concept of progress requires critical confrontation with real society. The aspect of redemption, no matter how secularized, cannot be removed from the concept of progress. The fact that it can be reduced neither to facticity nor to the idea indicates its own contradiction. For the element of enlightenment within it, which terminates in the reconciliation with nature by soothing nature's terror, is kindred to the aspect of the domination of nature, for the model of progress, even if displaced onto the Godhead, is the control of external and internal, or human, nature. The oppression exercised by such control, which has its highest form of intellectual reflection in the identity principle of reason, reproduces this antagonism. The more identity is posited by imperious spirit, the more injustice is done to the non-identical. The injustice is passed on through the resistance of the non-identical. The resistance in turn reinforces the oppressing principle, while at the same time what is oppressed, poisoned, limps along further. Everything within the whole progresses, only the whole itself to this day does not progress. Goethe's, and all pressing, all struggling / is eternal calm in God the Master, 5 codifies this experience, and the Hegelian doctrine of the process of world spirit, the absolute dynamic, as a returning into itself or even its game with itself, comes very close to the Goethean aphorism. Only one nota bene could be added to the sum of its intuition, that this whole stands still in its movement, that it knows nothing beyond itself, for it is not the divine absolute, but rather its opposite rendered unfamiliar by thought. Kant neither bowed to this deception nor absolutized the rupture. When, in the most sublime passage of his philosophy of history, he teaches that the antagonism, the entanglement of progress in myth, in nature's hold upon the domination of nature, in short, in the realm of unfreedom, tends by means of its own law toward the realm of freedom, Hegel's cunning of reason later came out of this 6. Then this says nothing less than that the conditions for the possibility of reconciliation are its contradiction and that the conditions for the possibility of freedom are unfreedom. 7. Kant's doctrine stands at a watershed. It conceptualizes the idea of this reconciliation as imminent and the antagonistic development by deriving it from a design nature harbors for human beings. On the other hand, the dogmatic rationalistic rigidity with which such a design is presumed in nature, as though nature itself were not included in the development and its own concept thereby altered, is the impress of the violence the identity-positing spirit inflicts upon nature. The static quality of the concept of nature is a function of the dynamic concept of reason. The more this concept usurps from the realm of the non-identical, the more nature becomes a residual caput mortuum, and precisely this makes it easier to equip nature with the qualities of eternity that sanctify its ends. The idea of design cannot be conceived of at all except with the provision that reason is attributed to nature itself. Still following metaphysical custom, which Kant in this passage uses when speaking of the concept of nature, bringing it close to the transcendent thing in itself, nature remains as much a product of spirit as it is in the critique of pure reason. If spirit conquered nature, by making itself at every stage equal to nature according to Bacon's program, then at the Kantian stage spirit has projected itself back onto nature, as far as nature is absolute and not merely constituted, for the sake of a possibility of reconciliation in which, however, the primacy of the subject is not in the least diminished. In the passage where Kant comes closest to the concept of reconciliation, in the thought that the antagonism terminates in its abolition, appears the catchword of a society in which freedom is bound up with irresistible power. 8. Yet even the talk of power recalls the dialectic of progress itself. While the perpetual oppression that unleashed progress at the same time always arrested it, this oppression, as the emancipation of consciousness, first made the antagonism and the whole extent of the deception recognizable at all, the prerequisite for settling the antagonism. The progress, which the eternal invariant brought forth, is that finally progress can begin, at any moment. Should the image of progressing humanity remind one of a giant who, after sleeping from time immemorial, slowly stirs himself awake and then storms forth and tramples everything that gets in his way, nonetheless his unwieldy awakening is the sole potential for attaining political maturity, that nature's tenacity, into which even progress integrates itself, will not have the final word. For eons the question of progress made no sense. The question only arose after the dynamic became free, from which the idea of freedom could then be extrapolated. If progress, since Augustine the translation of the natural course of life between birth and death of the individual onto the species as a whole, may be as mythical as the notion of the course the command of fate prescribes to the constellations, then the idea of progress is just as much inherently anti-mythological, exploding the circulation to which it belongs. Progress means to step out of the magic spell, even out of the spell of progress that is itself nature, in that humanity becomes aware of its own inbred nature and brings to a halt the domination it exacts upon nature and through which domination by nature continues. In this way it could be said that progress occurs where it ends. This imago of progress is encoded in a concept that all camps today unanimously defame, that of decadence. The artists of Jugean still declared their adherence to it. Certainly the reason for this is not only that they wish to express their own historical situation, which in many ways seemed to them biological morbidity. Their urgency to immortalize their condition in an image was animated by the impulse, and in this they agreed profoundly with the Leibnitz philosopher, that truth was only preserved in that part of them that appeared to prophesy their own and the world's downfall. Hardly anyone could have expressed this more concisely than Peter Altenburg. Mistreatment of horses. It will stop only when passers-by become so irritable and decadent that they, no longer in control of themselves, mad and desperate in such cases, commit crimes and shoot down a cringing and cowardly coachman. Inability to tolerate the mistreatment of horses is the deed of the decadent neurasthenic man of the future. Until now people have had only enough wretched strength not to have to bother with other people's affairs of this sort. Thus Nietzsche, who condemned pity, collapsed in Turin when he saw a coachman beating his horse. Decadence was the fata morgana of this progress that has not yet begun. The ideal, even if it be narrow-minded and willfully obstinate, of a complete, life-renouncing distance from any type of purpose was the reverse image of the false purposefulness of industry, in which everything exists for something else. The irrationalism of decadence denounced the unreason of the dominant reason. A separated, arbitrary, privileged happiness is sacred to irrationalism because it alone vouches for what has escaped, while that immediate notion of happiness of the whole, according to the current liberalist formula, the greatest possible happiness for the greatest possible number of people, barters happiness away to the apparatus, the sworn enemy of happiness, whose only goal is self-preservation, even where happiness is proclaimed to be the goal. In just such a spirit the sentiment dawns on Altenburg that extreme individuation is the placeholder for humanity, for in so far as an individuality tending in some direction or other has a justification, it should be nothing other than a forerunner in some organic development of the human in general that yet lies in the natural course of possible development for all human beings. It is worthless to be the only one, a miserable trifling of fate with the individual. To be the first is everything. He knows that the whole of mankind comes behind him. He is merely sent in advance by God. All people will one day be wholly fine, wholly delicate, wholly loving. True individuality means being alone and in advance that which later everyone must become. Humanity can be thought only through this extreme form of differentiation, individuation, not as a comprehensive generic concept. The prohibition against any brushed in portrait of utopia that the dialectical theories of both Hegel and Marx issued keenly sniffs out any betrayal of utopia. Decadence is the nerve center where the dialectic of progress becomes, as it were, bodily appropriated by consciousness. Whoever rails and rages against decadence inevitably takes up the standpoint of sexual taboo, the violation of which constitutes the antinomian ritual of decadence. In the insistence upon this taboo, for the sake of the unity of nature dominating ego, there rumbles the voice of deceived, unreflective Peter Altenburg, Oswald aus seinen Büchern, ed. Karl Kraus, 122 f. Ibid, 135 f. To progress. Yet for that reason progress can be convicted of its own irrationality because it always bewitches the means it uses into the ends it truncates. Of course, the opposing position of decadence remains abstract, and not least of all because of this it incurred the curse of being ridiculous. Decadence mistakes the particularity of happiness, which it must insist upon, for immediate utopia, for realized humanity, whereas decadence itself is disfigured by unfreedom, privilege, and class domination. It indeed owns up to all of these, but also glorifies them. Its wish image, unfettered erotic availability, would also be perpetual slavery, as in Wild Salome. The explosive tendency of progress is not merely the other to the movement of a progressing domination of nature, not just its abstract negation. Rather it requires the unfolding of reason through the very domination of nature. Only reason, the principle of societal domination inverted into the subject, would be capable of abolishing this domination. The possibility of wrestling free is effectuated by the pressure of negativity. On the other hand, reason, which wants to escape nature, first of all shapes nature into what it must fear. The concept of progress is dialectical in a strictly unmetaphorical sense, in that its organon, reason, is one. A nature-dominating level and a reconciling level do not exist separate and disjunct within reason, rather both share all its determinations. The one moment inverts into its other only in that it literally reflects itself, in that reason applies reason to itself and in its self-restriction emancipates itself from the demon of identity. Kant's incomparable greatness proved itself not least in that he incorruptibly maintained the unity of reason even in its contradictory uses, the nature-dominating, what he called theoretical, causal mechanical, and the power of judgment snuggling up to nature in reconciliation, and displaced reason's difference strictly into the self-limitation of nature-dominating reason. A metaphysical interpretation of Kant should not impute a latent ontology to him but instead read the structure of his entire thought as a dialectic of enlightenment, which the dialectician par excellence, Hegel, does not notice, because in the consciousness of unitary reason he erases its limits and thereby falls into the mythical totality he considers to be reconciled in the absolute idea. Progress comprehends not merely, as in the Hegelian philosophy of history, the compass of what belongs to dialectic. Rather it is dialectical in its own concept like the categories of the science of logic. Absolute domination of nature is absolute submission to nature and yet arches beyond this in self-reflection, myth that demythologizes myth. But the claim of the subject would then no longer be theoretical and also not contemplative. The notion of the domination of pure reason as a being in itself, separated from praxis, subjugates even the subject, deforms it into an instrument to be used toward an end. The beneficial self-reflection of reason, however, would be its transition to praxis. Reason would see through itself as a moment of praxis and would recognize, instead of mistaking itself for the absolute, that it is a mode of behavior. The anti-mythological element in progress cannot be conceived without the practical act that reigns in the delusion of spirit's autarky. Hence progress can hardly be ascertained by disinterested contemplation. Those who from time immemorial and with perpetually new phrases want the same thing, that there be no progress, have the most pernicious pretense of all. It is sustained by the false inference that because there has been no progress up until now, there never will be any. It presents the inconsolable return of the same as the message of being, which must be hearkened to and respected, although being itself, which has had this message put into its mouth, is a cryptogram of myth, the liberation from which would be a moment of freedom. In the translation of historical desperation into a norm that must be adhered to there echoes that abominable construal of the theological doctrine of original sin, the idea that the corruption of human nature legitimates domination, that radical evil legitimates evil. This conviction wields a catchphrase with which it obscurantistically condemns progress in modern times, the belief in progress. The attitude of those who defame the concept of progress as insipid and positivistic is usually positivistic itself. They explain the way of the world, which repeatedly thwarted progress and which also always was progress, as evidence that the world plan does not tolerate progress and that whoever does not renounce it commits sacrilege. In self-righteous profundity one takes the side of the terrible, slandering the idea of progress according to the schema that whatever human beings fail at is ontologically refused them, and that in the name of their finitude and mortality they have the duty to wholeheartedly appropriate both of these qualities. A sober response to this false reverence would be that while indeed progress from the slingshot to the megaton bomb may well amount to satanic laughter, in the age of the bomb a condition can be envisaged for the first time in which violence might vanish altogether. Nonetheless, a theory of progress must absorb whatever is cogent in the invectives against belief in progress as an antidote to the mythology from which such a theory suffers. Least of all would it befit a doctrine of progress that has been brought to self-consciousness to deny that a shallow doctrine exists simply because derision of the latter belongs to the treasure chamber of ideology. Despite Condorcet, the much maligned idea of progress of the 18th century is less shallow than that of the 19th. In Rousseau, the doctrine of radical perfectibility is combined with that of the radical corruptness of human nature. As long as the bourgeois class was oppressed, at least in terms of political forms, it took progress as its slogan to oppose the prevailing stationary condition. The slogan's pathos was the echo of this situation. Not until the bourgeois class had occupied the decisive positions of power did the concept of progress degenerate into the ideology that ideological profundity then accused the 18th century of harboring. The 19th century came up against the limit of bourgeois society, which could not fulfill its own reason, its own ideals of freedom, justice, and humane immediacy, without running the risk of its order being abolished. This made it necessary for society to credit itself, untruthfully, with having achieved what it had failed. This falsity, with which the educated citizens then reproached the belief in progress held by the uneducated or reformist labor leaders, was an expression of bourgeois apologetics. Of course, when the shadows of imperialism descended, the bourgeoisie quickly abandoned that ideology and resorted to the desperate one of counterfeiting the negativity, which the belief in progress had disputed away, into a metaphysical substance. Whoever rubs his hands with humility and satisfaction while remembering the sinking of the Titanic, because the iceberg supposedly dealt the first blow to the idea of progress, forgets or suppresses the fact that this accident, which incidentally was by no means fateful, occasioned measures that in the following half-century protected sea voyages from unplanned natural catastrophes. Part of the dialectic of progress is that historical setbacks, which themselves are instigated by the principle of progress, what could be more progressive than the race for the blue ribbon, also provide the condition needed for humanity to find the means to avert them in the future. The nexus of deception surrounding progress reaches beyond itself. It is mediated to that order in which the category of progress would first gain its justification, in that the devastation wrought by progress can be made good again, if at all, only by its own forces, never by the restoration of the preceding conditions that were its victim. The progress of the domination of nature that, in Benthamen's simile, proceeds in the reverse direction of that true progress that would have its telos in redemption, nevertheless is not entirely without hope. Both concepts of progress communicate with each other not only in averting the ultimate disaster, but rather in every actual form of easing the persistent suffering. The belief in interiority is felt to be a corrective to the belief in progress. But not this interiority, not the ability of human beings to improve guarantees progress. Already in Augustine the notion of progress, he could not yet use the word, is as ambivalent as the dogma of a successful redemption in the face of an unredeemed world demands it to be. On the one hand, progress is historical according to the 6 epochs of the world that correspond to the periodization of human life. On the other hand, progress is not of this world but internal, in Augustine's language, mystical. Civitas terrena and civitas Dei are held to be invisible realms, and no one can say who among the living belongs to the one or the other. That decision is made by the secret election to grace, the same divine will that moves history in accordance with its plan. Yet already in Augustine, according to the insight of Karl Heinz Haag, the interiorization of progress allows the world to be assigned to the powers that be, and therefore, as with Luther later, Christianity is to be commended because it preserves the political state. 11 Platonic transcendence, which in Augustine is fused with the Christian idea of salvation history, makes it possible to cede the this worldly to the principle against which progress is conceived and to allow, only on the day of judgment and in spite of all philosophy of history, the abrupt restoration of undisturbed creation. This ideological mark has remained to this day engraved on the interiorization of progress. As opposed to this mark, interiority itself, as a historical product, is a function of progress or of its contrary. The constitutive qualities of human beings make up merely one aspect in inner-worldly progress, and nowadays certainly not the primary one. The argument claiming that there is no progress because none occurs within interiority is false, because it feigns an immediately humane society, in its historical process, whose law is based on what human beings themselves are. But it is the essence of historical objectivity that whatever is made by human beings, their institutions in the broadest sense, evolve independently of their creators and become second nature. That false conclusion then permits the thesis of the constancy of human nature, whether it be extolled or deplored. Inner-worldly progress has its mythical aspect, as Hegel and Marx recognized, in that it occurs above the heads of subjects and forms them in its own image. It is foolish to deny progress just because it cannot completely manage its objects, the subjects. In order to halt what Schopenhauer called the wheel that unrolls itself, surely that human potential is needed that is not entirely absorbed by the necessity of historical movement. 12. The idea that progress offers a way out is blocked today because the subjective aspects of spontaneity are beginning to atrophy in the historical process. To desperately posit an isolated, allegedly ontological concept of the subjectively spontaneous against the societal omnipotence, as the French existentialists do, is too optimistic, even as an expression of despair. One cannot conceive of a versatile spontaneity outside of its entwinement with society. It would be illusory and idealistic to hope that spontaneity would be enough here and now. One cherishes such hope solely in a historical hour in which no support for hope is in sight. Existentialist decisionism is merely the reflex reaction to the seamless totality of the world spirit. Nevertheless, this totality itself is also semblance. The rigidified institutions, the relations of production, are not being as such, but even in their omnipotence they are man-made and revocable. In their relationship to the subjects from which they originate and which they enclose, they remain thoroughly antagonistic. Not only does the whole demand its own modification in order not to perish, but by virtue of its antagonistic essence it is also impossible for it to extort that complete identity with human beings that is relished in negative utopias. For this reason inner-worldly progress, adversary of the other progress, at the same time remains open to the possibility of this other, no matter how little it is able to incorporate this possibility within its own law. On the other hand, it can be plausibly asserted that things do not proceed with as much vim and vigor in the intellectual spheres, art, especially law, politics, anthropology, as in the material forces of production. Hegel himself, and Jacquemin more extremely, expressed this about art. The idea of non-synchrony in the movement of superstructure and substructure was then formulated as a principle by Marx in the proposition that the superstructure revolutionizes itself more slowly than the substructure. 13. Apparently number 1 was astonished that spirit, fleeting and mobile, should be thought stationary in contrast to the rudes indigestok moles of what, even in the context of society, is not named material for nothing. Analogously, psychoanalysis teaches that the unconscious, from which even consciousness and the objective forms of spirit are fed, supposedly is ahistorical. Certainly that which itself is subsumed in a brutal classification under the concept of culture and which contains within itself even subjective consciousness raises a perennial objection to the ever-sameness of what merely exists. But it perennially finds its objection futile. The ever-sameness of the whole, human beings' dependence upon vital necessities, the material conditions of their self-preservation, hides as it were behind its own dynamic, the growing increase of alleged societal wealth, and ideology benefits from this. However, it can easily be proved to spirit, which would like to transcend this situation and which is the actual dynamic principle, that it has failed, and this pleases ideology no less. Reality produces the semblance of developing upward and remains au fond what it was. Spirit that, to the extent that it is not a part of the apparatus, seeks innovation, in its hopelessly repeated attempts only knocks its head in, as when an insect flying toward the light collides with a window pane. Spirit is not what it enthrones itself as, the other, the transcendent in its purity, but rather is also a piece of natural history. Because natural history appears in society as a dynamic since the time of the Eleatics and Plato, spirit imagines that it has the other, that which is removed from the civitas terrena in the immutable self-same, and its forms, logic, above all, which is latently inherent in all that is spiritual, are tailored accordingly. In these forms spirit is seized by something stationary, against which spirit struggles while yet remaining a part of it. Reality's spell over spirit prevents spirit from doing what its own concept wants to do when faced with the merely existent, to fly. Because more tender and fleeting, spirit is all the more susceptible to oppression and mutilation. As the placeholder of what progress could be above and beyond all progress, spirit stands askew to the progress that takes place, and this in turn bestows honor upon the placeholder. Through less than complete complicity with progress, spirit reveals what progress is really up to. However, wherever it can be judged with reason that spirit as being for itself progresses, there spirit itself participates in the domination of nature simply because it is not, as it fancies itself to be, CWRIV, but rather is entwined with that life process from which it separated itself in conformity with the law of this process. All progress in the cultural spheres is that of the domination of material, of technique. The truth content of spirit, on the contrary, is not indifferent to this. A quartet by Mozart is not simply better made than a symphony of the Mannheim school, but by being better constructed and more consistent it ranks higher also in an emphatic sense. On the other hand, it is problematic to determine whether thanks to the development of perspectival technique the painting of the High Renaissance truly surpassed so-called primitive painting. Whether the best of artworks occur in the incomplete mastery of the material, as for the first time, something emerging abruptly that vanishes as soon as it becomes a readily available technique. Progress in the mastery of material in art is in no way immediately identical with the progress of art itself. If the gold background had been defended against the use of perspective in the early Renaissance, that would have been not only reactionary but also objectively untrue because contrary to what its own logic demanded. Even the complexity of progress unfolds itself only in the course of history. A law longed what should persevere and prevail in the afterlife of spiritual creations beyond their momentary progressiveness is their quality, ultimately their truth content, but this only by virtue of a process of progressing consciousness. The notion of the canonical essence of Greek antiquity, which still survived in the dialecticians Hegel and Marx, is not simply an undissolved rudiment of the cultural tradition but in all its dubiousness also the precipitate of a dialectical insight. In order to express its contents art, and in the spiritual sphere not only art, must inevitably absorb the increasing domination of nature. However, it thereby also works surreptitiously against what it wants to say and distances itself from what it non-verbally, non-conceptually opposes to the increasing domination of nature. This might help explain why the apparent continuity of so-called intellectual developments often breaks off, indeed often with an appeal, no matter how motivated by misunderstanding, for a return to nature. The blame for this lies with, among other, especially social, aspects, the fact that spirit is terrified by the contradiction in its own development and that it tries, vainly, of course, to rectify this contradiction through recourse to what it had estranged itself from and what it therefore mistakenly believes to be invariant. The paradox that there is some progress and yet there is none is perhaps nowhere so graphic as in philosophy, where the very idea of progress has its home. No matter how compelling might be the transitions, mediated by critique, from one authentic philosophy to another, nonetheless the assertion that there was progress between them, Plato and Aristotle, Kant and Hegel, or even in a philosophical universal history as a whole, remains dubious. But the cause for this is not the invariance of the alleged philosophical object, that of true being, whose concept has dissolved irrevocably in the history of philosophy. Nor would a merely aesthetic view of philosophy be defensible that places an imposing architecture of thought or even the ominous great thinkers higher than the truth, which in no way coincides with the immanent closure and rigor of these philosophies. It is a completely pharisaical and false verdict to conclude that progress in philosophy leads it away from what the jargon of bad philosophy baptizes as its concern. In this way need would become the guarantor of truth content. On the contrary, the unavoidable and dubious progress of that which receives its limit from its theme, the limit, is posited by the principle of reason, without which philosophy cannot be thought, because without this principle there can be no thought. One concept after another plunges into the orcus of the mythical 14. Philosophy lives in symbiosis with science and cannot break from it without turning into dogmatism and ultimately relapsing into mythology. Yet the content of philosophy should be to express what is neglected or excised by science, by the division of labor, by the forms of reflection entailed by the bustle of self-preservation. For this reason philosophy's progress simultaneously recedes from the necessary goal of its progress. The force of experience that philosophy registers is weakened the more it is honed down by the scientific apparatus. The movement philosophy as a whole performs is the pure self-sameness of its principle. Every time it pays the price of what it would need to conceptually grasp and can grasp only by virtue of self-reflection, through which it relinquishes the standpoint of stubborn immediacy or, in Hegelian terminology, the philosophy of reflection. Philosophical progress is deceitful because, the tighter it connects arguments, the more airtight and unassailable its propositions become, the more it becomes identity thinking. Philosophical progress weaves a net over its objects that, by plugging up the holes of what it is not, impudently thrusts itself in place of its object of inquiry. Indeed, finally it seems, in harmony with the actual retrogressive tendencies of society, that vengeance is exacted on the progress of philosophy for having hardly been progress at all. To assume that there has been progress from Hegel to the logical positivists, who dismiss him as obscure or meaningless, is nothing but funny. Even philosophy is not immune to falling prey to that kind of regression, whether into narrow-minded scientification or into the denial of reason, which certainly is no better than the maliciously derided belief in progress. In bourgeois society, which created the concept of total progress, the convergence of this concept with the negation of progress originates in this society's principle, exchange. Exchange is the rational form of mythical ever-sameness. In the like-for-like of every act of exchange, the one act revokes the other. The balance of accounts is null. If the exchange was just, then nothing should really have happened, and everything stays the same. At the same time the assertion of progress, which conflicts with this principle, is true to the extent that the doctrine of like-for-like is a lie. Since time immemorial, not just since the capitalist appropriation of surplus value in the commodity exchange of labor power for the cost of its reproduction, the societally more powerful contracting party receives more than the other. By means of this injustice something new occurs in the exchange, the process, which proclaims its own stasis, becomes dynamic. The truth of the expansion feeds on the lie of the equality. Societal acts are supposed to reciprocally sublate themselves in the overall system and yet do not. Wherever bourgeois society satisfies the concept it cherishes as its own, it knows no progress. Wherever it knows progress, It violates its own law in which this offense already lies, and by means of the inequality immortalizes the injustice progress is supposed to transcend. But this injustice is at once also the condition for possible justice. The fulfillment of the repeatedly broken exchange contract would converge with its abolition. Exchange would disappear if truly equal things were exchanged. True progress would not be merely an other in relation to exchange, but rather exchange that has been brought to itself. Thus thought both Marx and Nietzsche, antipodes of each other. Zarathustra postulates that man will be redeemed from revenge. 15 For revenge is the mythical prototype of exchange. As long as domination persists through exchange, myth will dominate as well. The interlocking of the ever-same and the new in the exchange relation manifests itself in the imagines of progress under bourgeois industrialism. What seems paradoxical about these imagines is that something different ever appears at all, that the imagines grow old, since the ever-sameness of the exchange principle intensifies by virtue of technology into the domination by repetition within the sphere of production. The life process itself ossifies in the expression of the ever-same, hence the shock of photographs from the 19th century and even the early 20th century. The absurdity explodes, that something happens where the phenomenon says that nothing more could happen. Its attitude becomes terrifying. 16 In this experience of terror, the terror of the system forcibly coalesces into appearance. The more the system expands, the more it hardens into what it has always been. What Benjamin called dialectics at a standstill is surely less a platonizing residue than the attempt to raise such paradoxes to philosophical consciousness. Dialectical images, these are the historically objective archetypes of that antagonistic unity of standstill and movement that defines the most universal bourgeois concept of progress. 17 Hegel as well as Marx bore witness to the fact that even the dialectical view of progress needs correction. The dynamic they taught is conceived not as a simple dynamic per se, but on the contrary as one unified with its opposite, with something steadfast, in which alone a dynamic first becomes legible at all. Marx, who criticized all notions of the natural growth of society as fetishistic, likewise rejected, against Lassalle's Gotha program, the absolutization of the dynamic in the doctrine of labor as the single source of societal wealth, and he conceded the possibility of a relapse into barbarism. 18 It may be more than mere coincidence that Hegel, despite his famous definition of history, has no detailed theory of progress and that Marx himself seems to have avoided the word, even in the constantly cited programmatic passage from the preface to the Critique of Political Economy. The dialectical taboo on concept fetishes, the legacy of the old anti-mythological Enlightenment in its self-reflective phase, extends even to the category that used to soften up reification, progress, which deceives as soon as it, as a single aspect, usurps the whole. The fetishization of progress reinforces its particularity, its restrictedness to techniques. 19 If progress were truly master of the whole, the concept of which bears the marks of its violence, then progress would no longer be totalitarian. Progress is not a conclusive category. It wants to cut short the triumph of radical evil, not to triumph as such itself. A situation is conceivable in which the category would lose its meaning, and yet which is not the situation of universal regression that allies itself with progress today. In this case, progress would transform itself into the resistance to the perpetual danger of relapse. Progress is this resistance at all stages, not the surrender to their steady ascent. Gloss on personality. In reflecting upon personality, it is perhaps best to begin with an idiosyncrasy I've felt since my youth and would like to suppose was widely shared by the generation of intellectuals to which I belong. The pen, the tongue itself, would hesitate before a word one would hardly wish to use except to ape it parodically. The aversion was directed toward a sphere of officialdom that was condensed in the concept of personality. Personalities were people decked out with orders and ribbons, deputies of the type that was derided in a Munich song before the First World War. The word suggested putting on airs, being pretentious and self-important. Personalities were people who lived in anticipation of what would be said about them at their gravesides, and they fostered the impression of doing great things. They succeeded in transferring their external, social position onto their person, as if what a man had managed to do in the world justified him, as if success and the individual necessarily coincided harmoniously, although the former at once arouses suspicion about the latter. Karl Kraus exposed such atrocities in The Practice of Journalists, who wrote that a public as such doesn't exist, that it is nothing but an assembly of personalities. One after all this, one would like to crawl under the table for shame when one hears of personality, for instance, of a personality in public life. If there existed a philosophical history of words, then it would have a worthy object in the expression personality and in the changes its meaning has undergone. It would hardly be a mistake to trace the rise of the word, which was simultaneously its decline, back to Kant. In the third chapter of the Critique of Practical Reason, which deals with the drives of pure practical reason, the question of personality is discussed with an emphasis the word has never since shaken off. According to Kant, personality is nothing other than the freedom and independence from the mechanism of nature regarded as a capacity of a being subject to special laws, namely those pure practical laws given by its own reason, so that the person belonging to the world of sense is subject to his own personality so far as he belongs to the intelligible world. For it is then not to be wondered at that man, as belonging to both worlds, must regard his own being in relation to his second and higher vocation with reverence, and the laws of this vocation with the deepest respect. Person and personality are not identical. Yet that respect and esteem personalities later arrogated to themselves was by no means intended for those people who are either really or supposedly prominent in the depraved sense of the term, but for the general principle embodied in real existing persons. Kant faithfully respects the grammatical form of the word personality. The suffix -ity indicates an abstraction, an idea, not particular individuals three yet, because this universality, moral freedom, indeed belongs to the intelligible, spiritual world and not to the sensible world of empirical individuals, though manifesting itself only in them. This Kantian concept of personality declined with the rise of bourgeois individualism and attached itself to individual persons who, according to Kant's own distinction, define themselves more by their price than by their dignity, for gradually the individual, in the interest of some arbitrary external and internal qualities, was to become directly what in Kant's theory he was only indirectly, by virtue of the principle of humanity within him. The honor accorded by Kant to the principle of humanity is smugly recuperated by the individual. Instead of having personality in Kant's sense, one is a personality. Instead of the intelligible character, the better potential in each person, the empirical person, just as he happens to be, is posited and transformed into a fetish. A high point in this development is found in the famous verses from the Book of Sulika in the Westostlicher Divan, supreme happiness of earth's children / maybe only the personality, says the beloved 5. She equates the selfhood one should not be missing, the demand to continue as one is, with manliness and with the beloved. But Goethe doesn't stop there. Haddon responds to her that he found this supreme happiness not in the personality, but in his beloved Sulika. Her name blesses him more than the abstract identity principle of personality. Goethe reaffirms his epic's ideal of personality, for which his own life largely served as the model, in order to take it back again in remembrance of suppressed nature. The criterion of personality in general is power and might, rule over people, whether possessing it in virtue of position or gaining it perhaps because of an especial lust for power, through one's behavior and one's so-called presence. The catchword personality tacitly implies a strong person, but strength understood as the ability to make others tractable should not at all be confused with the quality of a person. Because it is insinuated that strength is something ethical, language use and collective consciousness capitulate to the bourgeois religion of success. At the same time, the illusion is maintained that this quality, by being part of a person's pure essence, is still the moral quality that Kant's doctrine aimed at. This transition is already intimated in the concept of character, the securely integrated unity of an individual in itself, that has a great and not completely unambiguous function in Kant's ethics. Those who are glorified as personalities do not have to be important, rich in themselves, refined, productive, especially clever, or truly good. Those who are really something often lack the relationship to the domination of people that the concept of personality connotes. Often strong personalities are just those who know how to take a hint. They are people with elbows who appropriate everything they possibly can, brutally and manipulatively. In the ideal of personality, 19th-century society praises its own false principle: a real person is someone who is society's equal, internally organized according to the same law that holds society together at its very core. This ideal of personality, in its traditional, high liberal form, has become obsolete, and the idiosyncrasy against using the word has become somewhat socialized. Certainly it occurs much less frequently now than it did in speeches around 1910. Such genuine personalities are called to mind only by gentlemen of the approved type, who are attractive, with chiseled features, and are observed in the halls of grand hotels. It's hard to say whether they belong to the company board of directors or the hotel reception staff. Those among them who have any real practical power are anyway happily fused with their own publicity. They travel as advertisements for themselves or their companies in harmony with the economic development that integrates the formerly separate spheres of production, circulation, and what nowadays is called propaganda, and reduces them to their common denominator. From all others besides those who are more cut-out patterns of personalities than what personality used to mean, and from film and photo idols, personality is not even required anymore, is virtually an interference. In Anglo-Saxon countries, if it is said of someone that he is quite a character, then nothing friendly is intended. He is not cut smooth enough, is an old bird, a bizarre relic. Those who resist the omnipresent mechanisms of conformity are no longer considered to be the more capable persons. Because they do not fully accomplish their self-preservation through conformity, they are looked at as cants, as deformed, crippled weaklings. Under the present conditions, it has become nearly impossible to expect anyone to become a personality in the sense meant by the older ideology of education. A demand of that kind was always imprudent when levied at a cleaning woman. The social space that allowed the development of a personality even in the questionable sense of its autocratic sovereignty no longer exists, probably not even at the commanding heights of business and administration. Vengeance is exacted upon the concept of personality for its having leveled the idea of a person's humanity to his being particularly so and not otherwise. Personality is now only a mask of itself. Beckett exemplified this in the figure of Ham in Endgame, personality as clown. Consequently, the critique of the ideal of personality gradually extends much like the ideal itself did earlier. Thus the iron rations of pedagogical theories wanting to be up to date include dismissing the Humboldtian cultural goal of a rounded, developed, and educated person, precisely the personality. The impossibility of realizing this goal, if in fact it ever was supposed to have been realized, imperceptibly becomes a norm. What cannot be also should not be. The aversion to the hollow pathos of personality serves, in the name of a supposedly ideology-free understanding of reality, to justify the universal conformity, as though it is not already triumphing everywhere without any need for justification. But Humboldt's concept of personality was by no means simply the cult of the individual, who like a plant must be watered in order to flourish. Thus in holding fast to the Kantian idea of the humanity in our person, at least he did not deny what his contemporaries Goethe and Hegel considered central to the doctrine of the individual. For all these thinkers the subject does not come to itself through the narcissistically self-related cultivation of its being for itself but rather through externalization, by devotedly abandoning itself to what is not itself. In the fragment, Theory of the Self-Cultivation of Man, Humboldt writes, merely because both his thought and his action are possible only by virtue of a third thing, only by virtue of the representation and elaboration of something, of which the authentic distinguishing trait is that it is not man, that is world. Man tries to grasp as much world as possible and to join it with himself as closely as he can. 7. It was possible to force this great and humane writer into the role of pedagogical whipping boy only by forgetting his sophisticated theory. In view of the spiteful gesture of if something is falling, then give it a shove. 8. That greets the concept of personality nowadays and that potentially awaits every concept not surrendering itself body and soul to society's demand for specialized personnel, the waning notion of personality and its imago finds reconciliation in a reflected shimmer. 9. There is reason to suspect that what should no longer exist, because it did not evolve and supposedly cannot exist, conceals within itself the potential of something better. Devaluating personality by considering it obsolete promotes psychological regression. The hindered formation of the ego, which more and more clearly represents the tendency of the fully forming society, is deemed a higher value, something worth promoting. 10. What is sacrificed is the moment of autonomy, freedom, and resistance that once, no matter how adulterated by ideology, resonated in the ideal of personality. The concept of personality cannot be saved. In the age of its liquidation, however, something in it should be preserved, the strength of the individual not to entrust himself to what blindly sweeps down upon him, likewise not to blindly make himself resemble it. Yet what is to be preserved should not be understood as some reserve of unformed nature in the midst of a society that has been thoroughly permeated with the structures of social order. Precisely, society's excessive pressure brings forth unformed nature ever anew. The force of the I, which formerly was contained in the ideal of personality and was caricatured into autocratism and now threatens to vanish, is the force of consciousness, of rationality. It is essentially responsible for reality testing. Within the individual it represents reality, the not I, just as well as it represents the individual himself. Only if the individual incorporates objectivity within himself and in a certain sense, namely consciously, adjust to it, can he develop the resistance to it. The organ of what was once unashamedly called personality has become critical consciousness. It permeates even that selfhood that had become congealed and rigidified in the concept of personality. At least something negative can be said about the concept of the real person. He would be neither a mere function of a whole, which is inflicted upon him so thoroughly that he cannot distinguish himself from it any more, nor would he simply retrench himself in his pure selfhood. 11. Precisely that is the form of a bad-rootedness in nature that even now still lives on. Were he a real person, then he would no longer be a personality but also not less than one, no mere bundle of reflexes, but rather a third entity. It flashes up in Holderlin's vision of the poet, therefore, go thus unarmed/forward into life, and fear nothing. 12. Free time. The question of free time, what people are to do with it, what possibilities its development offers, cannot be posed in abstract universality. The expression free time, incidentally of recent origin, formerly one said leisure, mus, and it was a privilege of an unconstrained life and hence surely also something qualitatively different, more auspicious, refers to a specific difference, that of unfree time, time occupied by labor and, one should add, time that is determined heteronomously. Free time is shackled to its contrary. This opposition, the relationship within which free time appears, even shapes some of its essential characteristics. Moreover, and far more importantly, free time depends on the totality of societal conditions. That totality now as much as ever holds people under a spell. In reality, neither in their work nor in their consciousness are people freely in charge of themselves. Even those conciliatory sociologies that apply the concept of role like a master key acknowledge this fact to the extent that the concept, borrowed from the Theodor, hints that the existence imposed on people by society is not identical with what they are in themselves or what they could be. Point 1. Certainly no simple division should be attempted between human beings as they are in themselves and their so-called social roles. The roles extend deep into the characteristics of people themselves, into their innermost composition. In the age of truly unprecedented social integration, it is difficult to discern anything at all in people that might be other than functionally determined. This has important consequences for the question of free time. It means nothing less than that, even where the spell loosens its hold and people are at least subjectively convinced that they are acting of their own will, this will itself is fashioned by precisely what they want to shake off during their time outside of work. The question that would do justice to the phenomenon of free time today would surely be, what will become of free time in the context of the increasing productivity of labor, yet under persisting conditions of unfreedom, that is, under relations of production that people are born into and that prescribe for them the rules of their existence nowadays just as much as they ever did? Free time has already expanded exorbitantly, and thanks to the inventions in the spheres of atomic energy and automation, which by no means have yet been fully exploited economically, free time should increase enormously. Should one try to answer the question without ideological asseverations, then the suspicion is unavoidable that free time is tending toward the opposite of its own concept and is becoming a parody of itself. Unfreedom is expanding within free time, and most of the unfree people are as unconscious of the process as they are of their own unfreedom. To elucidate the problem, I would like to use a trivial personal experience. Time and again in interviews and questionnaires one is asked what one has for a hobby. Whenever the illustrated newspapers report about one of those matadors of the culture industry, whereby talking about such people in turn constitutes one of the chief activities of the culture industry, then only seldom do the papers miss the opportunity to tell something more or less homely about the hobbies of the people in question. I am startled by the question whenever I meet with it. I have no hobby. Not that I'm a workaholic who wouldn't know how to do anything else but get down to business and do what has to be done. But rather I take the activities with which I occupy myself beyond the bounds of my official profession, without exception, so seriously that I would be shocked by the idea that they had anything to do with hobbies, that is, activities I mindlessly infatuated with only in order to kill time, if my experience had not toughened me against manifestations of barbarism that have become self-evident and acceptable. Making music, listening to music, reading with concentration constitute an integral element of my existence. The word hobby would be a mockery of them. And conversely, my work, the production of philosophical and sociological studies and university teaching so far has been so pleasant to me that I am unable to express it within that opposition to free time that the current razor-sharp classification demands from people. Certainly I am well aware that I speak as someone privileged, with a requisite measure of both fortune and guilt, as one who had the rare opportunity to seek out and arrange his work according to his own intentions. That is not the least important reason why there is no strict opposition between my activities within and outside of circumscribed working hours. If free time would really finally become that state of affairs in which everyone would enjoy what once was the prerogative of a few, and compared to feudal society, bourgeois society indeed has had some success in this direction, then I would imagine the situation along the lines of the model I observe in myself, although under altered conditions this model would change as well. If we assume with Marx that in bourgeois society labor has become a commodity and that labor consequently has become reified, then the expression hobby amounts to the paradox that this condition, which understands itself to be the opposite of reification, a sanctuary of immediate life within a completely mediated total system, is itself reified like the rigid demarcation between labor and free time. This border perpetuates the forms of societal life organized according to the system of profit. Today the irony in the expression leisure industry is as thoroughly forgotten as the expression show business is taken seriously. It is widely known, but therefore no less true, that specific phenomena of free time, like tourism and camping, are established and organized for the sake of profit. At the same time, the difference between work and free time has been branded as a norm into people's consciousness and unconscious too, because, according to the reigning work ethic, the time free from labor is supposed to regenerate labor power, the time bereft of labor, precisely because it is merely an appendage to labor, is separated from the latter with puritanical fervor. Here one comes up against a behavioral pattern of the bourgeois character. On the one hand, one should concentrate when at work, not be distracted, not fool about. This used to form the basis for wage labor, the precepts of which have been internalized. On the other hand, free time should in no way whatsoever suggest work, presumably so that one can work that much more effectively afterward. This is the reason for the idiocy of many leisure time activities. And yet, surreptitiously the contraband of behavioral mores from work, which never lets go of people, is being smuggled in. In the past, school reports used to contain grades for the child's attentiveness. This corresponded to the subjective, perhaps even well-meant, concern of the adults that the children might overstrain themselves in their free time, that they not read too much, or stay up too late in the evening. Secretly parents sense an unruliness of mind or even an insistence upon pleasure that is incompatible with the efficient organization and division of existence. Besides, any sort of mixture, anything not unambiguously and cleanly differentiated, is suspicious to the prevailing spirit. The strict bifurcation of life extols the very reification that meanwhile has almost completely subjugated free time. This can be seen readily in the ideology of hobbies. The casualness of the question of what hobby you have also has the undertone that you must have one, if possible even a selection of hobbies that matches the supply offered by the leisure industry. Organized free time is compulsory, woe unto you, if you have no hobby, no leisure time activity. Then you are a drudge or an old-timer, an eccentric, and you become the laughingstock of society, which imposes upon you its idea of what your free time should be. Such compulsion is by no means only external. It is linked to the needs of human beings living under the functional system. Camping, which was a favorite activity in the older youth movement, was a protest against the tedium and conventionalism of bourgeois life, for one wanted to get out, in both senses of the word. Sleeping under the open sky meant having escaped house and family. After the death of the youth movement, this need was taken up and institutionalized by the camping industry. It could not compel people to buy its tents and trailers, along with innumerable accessories, were there not some longing for such items in people already, but business functionalizes, extends, and reproduces their need for freedom. What they want is being imposed upon them once again. That is why the integration of leisure time succeeds so smoothly. People do not notice in what ways they are unfree even in the areas where they feel the most free, because the rule of such unfreedom has been abstracted from them. If the concept of free time, in contradistinction to labor, is taken in as strict a sense as it had in an older and today perhaps obsolete ideology, then it acquires a vacuous, or as Hegel would have said, abstract aspect. An exemplary instance is the behavior of those who let themselves roast brown in the sun merely for the sake of a tan, even though dozing in the blazing sun is by no means enjoyable, even possibly physically unpleasant, and certainly makes people intellectually inactive. With a brown hue of the skin, which of course in other respects can be quite pretty, the fetish character of commodities seizes people themselves. They become fetishes to themselves. The thought that a girl is especially attractive erotically because of her brown skin is probably only a rationalization. The tan has become an end in itself, more important than the flirtation it perhaps once was supposed to entice. 5. If employees return from vacation without having acquired the obligatory skin tone, then they can be sure that their colleagues will ask pointedly, "But didn't you go on vacation?" The fetishism that flourishes in free time is subject to additional social control. The fact that the cosmetics industry contributes its share through its overwhelming and inescapable advertising is just as obvious as is the ability of complacent people to repress it. The state of dozing in the sun represents the culmination of a decisive element of free time under the present conditions, boredom. Thus insatiable too is the spiteful ridicule about the marvels people promise themselves from vacation trips and other exceptional situations in their free time, whereas even here they do not escape the repetition of the ever-same. No longer are things different in the distant horizon, as they were still at the time of Baudelaire's ennui. 6. Ridicule of the victims is automatically associated with the mechanisms that make them victims. Schopenhauer early on formulated a theory of boredom. Faithful to his metaphysical pessimism, he held that either people suffer from the unfulfilled desire of their blind will or become bored as soon as that desire is satisfied. 7. The theory describes quite well what becomes of people's free time under the conditions Kant would have called heteronomy and that are customarily called external determination in the modern jargon. Even Schopenhauer's arrogant remark that people are the factory wares of nature expresses in its cynicism something of what people are actually made into by the totality of the commodity character. 8. The angry cynicism, however, still metes out to human beings more honor than the solemn asseverations of man's imperishable essence. Nonetheless, Schopenhauer's doctrine should not be hypostatized as something universally valid or even perhaps as the original constitution of the human species. Boredom is a function of life under the compulsion to work and under the rigorous division of labor. Boredom need not necessarily exist. Whenever behavior in free time is truly autonomous, determined by free people for themselves, then boredom rarely sets in. Boredom is just as unlikely when people successfully follow their own desire for happiness as when their free time activities are reasonable and meaningful in themselves. Even fooling about need not be inane and can be enjoyed blissfully as a dispensation from the mechanisms of self-control. If people were able to make their own decisions about themselves and their lives, if they were not harnessed to the eternal sameness, then they would not have to be bored. Boredom is the reflex reaction to objective dullness. 9. The situation is similar in the case of political apathy. Its most compelling cause is the by no means unjustified sentiment of the masses that their participation in politics, for which society grants them some latitude, can change little in their actual lives, and moreover in each and every political system of the world today. The connection between politics and people's own interests remains opaque to them, and therefore they shrink back from political activity. The justified or neurotic feeling of powerlessness is closely bound up with boredom. Boredom is objective desperation. At the same time, it is the expression of deformations meted out to people by the constitution of society as a whole. The most important of these surely is the deformation and atrophy of the imagination. imagination is as much suspected of being mere sexual curiosity and the desire for what is forbidden as it is suspect in the eyes of the spirit of science that has nothing more to do with spirit. Those who want to adapt must increasingly renounce their imagination. Yet most often the imagination cannot be developed at all because it is mutilated by the experience of early childhood. The lack of imagination that is instilled and inculcated by society renders people helpless in their free time. The imprudent question of what the people are supposed to do with the abundant free time they now supposedly have, as though free time were a charity and not a human right, is based on this helplessness. The reason that people actually do not know what to do with their free time is that they have been deprived beforehand of what would make the state of freedom pleasant to them. That state of freedom has been refused them and disparaged for so long that they no longer even like it. People need superficial distraction, for which they are either patronized or reviled by cultural conservatism, in order to summon up the energy for work that is demanded from them by the organization of society defended by cultural conservatism. This is not the least important reason why people remain chained to labor and to the system that trains them for labor, although the system itself to a large extent no longer requires labor. Under the prevailing conditions it would be absurd and foolish to expect or to demand of people that they accomplish something productive in their free time. For it is precisely productivity, the ability to make something novel, that has been eradicated from them. What they then produce in their free time is at best hardly better than the ominous hobby, the imitation of poems or pictures that, under the all but irrevocable division of labor, others can produce better than the leisure time enthusiasts. What they create has something superfluous about it. This superfluousness is imparted to the inferior quality of the product, which in turn spoils any pleasure it might give. Even the superfluous and senseless activity undertaken in free time is integrated into society. Once more a societal need plays a part. Certain forms of service, especially of domestic service, are dying out, demand is disproportionate to supply. In America only the truly wealthy can maintain domestics, and Europe is following closely behind. This causes many people to practice subaltern activities that formerly were delegated to others. The slogan "Do It Yourself" (2SSELBST) takes this up as practical advice, though it also takes up the weary exasperation people feel toward mechanization, which unburdens them, and this fact cannot be disputed, rather only its usual interpretation, without their knowing how to utilize their newly acquired time. Thus, once again in the interests of specialized industries, people are encouraged to do themselves what others could do better and more effectively for them and what, for this reason, they must in turn despise deep down. Moreover, the belief that one might save the money spent for services in a society defined by the division of labor belongs to a very old stratum of bourgeois consciousness. The belief is founded on stubborn self-interest blind to the fact that the whole mechanism maintains itself solely by the exchange of specialized skills. Wilhelm Tell, the heinous prototype of rugged individuality, proclaims that an axe at home spares the carpenter, and one could compile from the maxims of Schiller an entire ontology of bourgeois consciousness. And the do-it-yourself, a contemporary type of leisure time behavior, occurs within a much more extensive context. More than 30 years ago, I described such behavior as pseudo-activity. Since then pseudo-activity has expanded to an alarming degree, even, and especially, among those people who believe that they are protesting against society. In general, one may suppose that this pseudo-activity corresponds to a pent-up need to transform the petrified relations of society. Pseudo-activity is misguided spontaneity. Misguided, but not by chance. Rather, people dimly sense how difficult it would be for them to change the burden that weighs upon them. They prefer to let themselves be distracted by spurious, illusory activities, by institutionalized vicarious satisfactions rather than to face the realization of just how much the possibilities for change are blocked today. The pseudo-activities are fictions and parodies of the productivity society on the one hand incessantly demands and on the other hand confines and in fact does not really desire in individuals at all. Only people who have become responsible for themselves would be capable of utilizing their free time productively, not those who, under the sway of heteronomy, have become heteronymous to themselves. Free time does not, however, stand in opposition only to labor. In a system where full employment in itself has become the ideal, free time is the unmediated continuation of labor as its shadow. We still lack an incisive sociology of sport and especially of the sports spectator. Some insight nevertheless is furnished by the hypothesis that the physical exertion required by sports, the functionalization of the body within the team, that occurs precisely in the most popular sports, trains people, in ways unknown to them, in the behavioral techniques that, sublimated to a greater or lesser degree, are expected from them in the labor process. The old argument that one does sports in order to stay fit is untrue only because it pretends that fitness is an independent goal. Fitness for labor, however, is one of the clandestine purposes of sport. In sport frequently people first inflict on themselves, and savor as a triumph of their own freedom, exactly what they then must both inflict on and make palatable to themselves under societal pressure. Let me say a few words about the relationship between free time and the culture industry. Since Horkheimer and I introduced the concept more than 20 years ago, so much has been written about the culture industry as the means of domination and integration that I would like to single out a specific problem we could not get an overall view of at the time. The critic of ideology who turns his attention to the culture industry, if he assumes that the standards of the culture industry are the encrusted ones of old-time entertainment and low art, will tend toward the view that the culture industry concretely and utterly dominates and controls both the conscious and the unconscious of the people at whom it is directed and whose taste during the liberal era first gave rise to the culture industry. And there is reason to speculate that production regulates consumption in the process of mental life just as much as it does in the process of material life, especially where the former has so closely approximated the latter as it has in the culture industry. Thus one might want to claim that the culture industry and its consumers are perfectly matched to each other. But since in the meantime the culture industry has become total, a phenomenon of the eternal sameness from which it promises to distract people temporarily, it is doubtful that the culture industry and the consciousness of its consumers make an absolutely symmetric equation. A few years ago at the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research we conducted a study devoted to this problem. Unfortunately, because of more pressing tasks it was necessary to postpone a full evaluation of the material. Even so, a provisional examination of it reveals some things that might be relevant to the so-called problem of free time. The study followed the wedding of Princess Beatrix of Holland and the junior German diplomat, Claus von Amsberg. The study's aim was to determine how the German population reacted to the wedding, which was broadcast by all the mass media and endlessly recounted in the illustrated papers 12 since the mode of presentation as well as the articles written about the event lent it an unusual importance. We expected that viewers and readers would likewise take it seriously. In particular, we expected to see the current characteristic ideology of personalization come into play, through which, apparently as compensation for the functionalization of reality, individuals and private relations are endlessly overvalued in contrast to their actual societal determinants. With all caution, I would like to say that those sorts of expectations were too simplistic. The study offers a virtual textbook case of what critical theoretical thinking can still learn from and how it can be corrected by empirical social research. It was possible to perceive symptoms of a double consciousness. On the one hand, the event was enjoyed as a hic et nunc, what life otherwise withholds from people. It was supposed to be, to use one of the favorite clichés of modern German, unique. To this extent the reaction of the spectators conformed to the well-known pattern that transforms even the topical and possibly political novelty into a consumer good by the way the information is conveyed. But our interview format was such that the questions seeking to elicit immediate reactions were supplemented, as a control, with questions focusing on the political significance the respondents gave to this highly touted event. The results revealed that many of those interviewed, we shall leave aside the question as to how representative they were, suddenly behaved completely realistically and criticized the political and social importance of the same event that in its much publicized uniqueness they had gazed at in breathless wonder on their television screens. Thus, if my conclusions are not premature, whatever the culture industry sets before people in their free time is indeed consumed and accepted, but with a kind of reservation, similar to how even ingenuous people do not simply take events in theater or cinema to be real. Perhaps even more, such things are not completely believed. Apparently the integration of consciousness and free time has not yet wholly succeeded. The real interests of individuals are still strong enough to resist, up to a point, their total appropriation. This would accord with the societal prognosis that a society whose fundamental contradictions persist undiminished also cannot be totally integrated into consciousness. It doesn't happen smoothly, especially not in free time, which surely appropriates people but, according to its own concept, cannot do so completely without overwhelming them. I'll forego a description of the consequences, but I think that there is a chance here for political maturity that ultimately could do its part to help free time turn into freedom. Taboos on the teaching vocation. My lecture today merely frames the problem. It is neither a fully elaborated theory, which as a non-specialist I could not legitimately offer, nor is it a presentation of definitive results of empirical research. What I have to say should be complemented by investigations, particularly individual case studies, also and especially from a psychoanalytical perspective. My remarks serve at best to bring to light several dimensions of the aversion to the teaching vocation, one that play a not so evident, but possibly precisely therefore quite considerable, role in the well-known recruitment crisis. In so doing, I will also at least touch upon a series of problems involved in the profession of teaching itself and its problematic. In fact, it is difficult to separate the two. As a point of departure, let me first recount an experience. It is precisely among the most gifted of the graduates who have passed their Staatsexamen too that I observe the strongest resistance to what those exams have qualified them for and what they are actually expected to take up afterward. They sense a sort of coercive force to become teachers, to which they submit only as an ultima ratio. I have after all the opportunity to see a significant cross-section of such graduates and therefore am inclined to believe that it does not represent a negative selection. Many of the motives for this aversion are rational and so familiar to you that they need not be treated here. 3. Thus above all there is antipathy toward the regimentation that is imposed by the development into what my friend Helmut Becker described as the administered school for material. Motivations also play a role here. The notion that teachers hardly earn a better subsistence is evidently more tenacious than the reality. This disproportion seems to me, if I may anticipate, to be characteristic of the entire complex I wish to discuss, the subjective, and moreover essentially unconscious, motivations for the aversion to the teaching profession. This is what I mean by taboos, the unconscious or preconscious ideas of those considering this vocation but also of other people, above all the children themselves, who as it were place this profession under a psychic ban that exposes teaching to difficulties only rarely perceived at all clearly. I use the concept of taboo thus fairly rigorously, in the sense of a collective manifestation of ideas, like those surrounding the teacher's financial remuneration discussed above, that to a large extent have lost their real basis even earlier than those financial preconceptions and that nonetheless tenaciously persist as psychological. and social prejudices and in turn influence reality, become real forces. Permit me to give you a few trivial examples. If one reads the personal advertisements in the papers, and they really are quite instructive, then these people, if they are teachers, emphasize that they are not typical teachers, not schoolmasters. You will hardly find a personal ad by a teacher without this accompanying reassuring declaration. Or, not only in German but in other languages as well, there exist a series of pejorative expressions for the teacher's vocation. In German certainly the most familiar is Pauker, drummer, originally referring to a teacher taking a student over his knee, more vulgar, and likewise taken from the sphere of drumming, Stießtrommler, but drummer, the English schoolmarm for spinstrish, withered, unhappy, dried-up school teachers. Compared with other academic vocations such as law or medicine, the teacher's profession unmistakably smacks of something society does not take completely seriously. Indeed, the sociology of university education has hardly dealt with the fact that in the general population a distinction is made between elegant and inelegant disciplines. Law and medicine belong to the elegant, without a doubt philology does not. In the philosophical faculties the highly prestigious history of art apparently constitutes an exception. If I am correctly informed, I cannot check this because I have no direct contact with the relevant circles, then in a very exclusive corps, supposedly the most exclusive today, philologists are tacitly denied membership. 5. Thus, according to the current view, the teacher is indeed an academician but is not really socially acceptable. One could almost say, a teacher is not considered a Herr, gentleman, with a particular ring. The word Herr has in modern German jargon, apparently related to the alleged equality of educational opportunities. Strangely complementary to this is the prestige of the university professor, which until recently remained undiminished and even statistically documented. Such an ambivalence, on the one hand, the university professor as a profession enjoying the highest prestige, on the other hand, the faint odium attached to the teacher's vocation, indicates a more fundamental issue. That in Germany the university professors have barred the title of professor from applying to gymnasium teachers belongs to this same problem. 6. In other countries like France, this strict boundary is not drawn because of a system that allows continual assent. I cannot judge whether this also has an influence on the respect accorded the teaching profession and on the psychological aspects I spoke of. 7. Those who are involved with the problem directly surely could add other and more compelling symptoms to the ones I have mentioned. But these may initially form a sufficient basis for several speculations. I said that the idea of the impoverished teacher is outdated. Without a doubt what persists is the discrepancy between the claim of the intellect to status and power, which the teacher at least ideologically represents, and his material position. This discrepancy is not without effect on the intellect and spirit. Schopenhauer indicated this precisely in the context of university teachers. He felt that the subservience he observed in them more than 100 years ago was essentially related to their poor salary. 8. It must be added that in Germany the claim of intellect to status and power, in itself problematic, was never satisfied. This is supposed to be due to the belated emergence of the bourgeoisie, the long survival of the rather less than intellectual institution of German feudalism, which produced the class of house tutor as a form of servant. Allow me to relate an anecdote on this topic that I think is characteristic. In a patrician and elegant social gathering the discussion turned to Hölderlin and his relationship to Diotima. Among those present was a direct descendant of the Guntert family, far along in years and moreover stone deaf. No one there believed she could follow the conversation. Suddenly she began to speak and said one solitary sentence, in good Frankfurt German, "Ah yes, I always had such a bother with the house tutors." Even in our time, a few decades ago, She saw these love affairs from the point of view of the patrician who considers a house tutor little better than a lackey, just as back then Herr von Gunther literally expressed himself to Holderlin 9 in the sense of this imagery. The teacher is the heir of the scriba, the scribe 10. The low regard accorded the scribe has, as I have indicated, feudal roots and can be documented in the Middle Ages and the early Renaissance. Thus, for example, in the Nibelungenlied Hagen's disdain for the chaplain, the weakling who is then the only one to escape with his life. 11 knights who are learned enough to read are the exception, otherwise Hartmann von der would not have praised his own ability to read. 12. Allusions in antiquity to the teacher as a slave may also have contributed here. 13. Intellect is separated from physical strength. Intellect indeed always maintained a certain function in the management of society but became suspect every time the old primacy of physical strength survived the division of labor. This primeval moment resurfaces again and again. The low esteem for the teacher, at least in Germany, perhaps also in the Anglo-Saxon countries and certainly in England, could be characterized as the resentment of the warrior that subsequently established itself in the general population by means of a mechanism of endless identification. Children, of course, have a strong inclination to identify themselves with the soldierly, as one says so cheerfully today. Recall how much they like to dress up as cowboys, what joy they have in running around with their toy rifles. Apparently they are ontogenetically repeating the phylogenetic process that gradually liberated man from physical power. The entire, extremely ambivalent and effect-laden complex of physical power in a world where it is exercised without mediation only in the sufficiently familiar limit situations, plays a decisive role here. 14. There is the famous anecdote of the condottiere Georg von Frundsberg, who at the Diet of Worms slapped Luther on the shoulder and said, "My little monk, you are treading a dangerous path," behavior in which the respect for the independence of spirit is mixed with a slight disdain for someone who carries no weapons and in the next moment can be hauled away by the sbirri. Out of resentment, illiterates consider educated people to be insignificant as soon as the latter confront them with any kind of authority, but without, like the high clergy, assuming an elevated social status and exercising social power. The teacher is heir to the monk. The odium or the ambiguity associated with the monk's vocation was transferred to the teacher after monks had largely lost their function. The ambivalence toward the knowledgeable person is archaic. The great story by Kafka of the country doctor who, after following the false alarm of the night chimes, becomes a victim, is truly mythical. Ethnology tells us that a medicine man or tribal chief enjoys his honorable status, just as in certain situations he may be killed or sacrificed. 15. You might ask why archaic taboo and archaic ambivalence were transferred onto the teacher while other intellectual professions were spared. To explain why something is not the case always entails great epistemological difficulties. I would like to offer only a common-sense remark. Lawyers and doctors, equally intellectual vocations, are not subject to this taboo. However, today they are independent professions. They are subject to the mechanism of competition. Indeed, they enjoy better material opportunities, but they are not walled within an administrative hierarchy that affords them security, and because they are not so constrained they are more highly esteemed. This suggests a social opposition that quite possibly reaches much further, a rupture in the bourgeois stratum itself, at least in the petty bourgeoisie, between the independent professionals who earn more but whose income is not guaranteed and who may enjoy a certain air of boldness, of knightly gallantry, on the one hand, and the functionaries with assured employment and assured pensions on the other, who are envied because of their security but are surreptitiously seen as office pen pushers with fixed work schedules and a life of bureaucratic toil. Judges and administrative functionaries by contrast are delegated real power, whereas public awareness probably does not take seriously the power a teacher has, since that power is wielded over people who are not considered legal subjects having fully equal rights, that is, children. The teacher's power is resented because it only parodies the real power that is so admired. Expressions such as classroom tyrant remind us that the kind of teacher they stereotype is only as irrationally despotic as the caricature of despotism, for a teacher in fact can do no more than imprison his victims, a handful of piteous pupils, in study hall for an afternoon. The reverse image of this ambivalence is the magical veneration in which teachers are held in many countries, as once in China, and in many groups, for example, among devout Jews. The magical aspect of this attitude toward teachers seems to be stronger wherever the vocation of teacher is bound up with religious authority, whereas the negative association grows with the decline of such authority. It is significant that the teachers who enjoy the highest esteem in Germany, namely the academicians, in proxy only extremely rarely exercise disciplinary functions, and that they, at least according to the general and public understanding, productively pursue research. In other words, they are not bound fast to the pedagogical sphere, which is considered to be secondary and, as I said, suspect. The problem of the imminent untruth of pedagogy lies probably in the fact that the pursuit is tailored to its recipients, that it is not purely objective work for the sake of the subject matter itself. Rather, the subject matter is subsumed under pedagogical interests. For this reason alone the children are entitled unconsciously to feel deceived. Not only do the teachers recite for their recipients something already established, but also their function of mediator as such, which is like all circulatory activities in society already a priori a bit suspect, incurs some of the general aversion. Max Scheler once said that only because he never treated his students pedagogically did he have any pedagogical effect. If I may be permitted a personal remark, I can confirm this from my own experience. Success as an academic teacher apparently is due to the absence of every kind of calculated influence, to the renunciation of persuasion. Recently the self-proclaimed introduction of objectivity into the teaching vocation has brought with it a certain change in this respect. One can also detect a structural modification in the relationship to the university professor. Just as in America, where such developments occur much more crassly than here, the professor is becoming gradually, though I would think, inexorably, a peddler of knowledge, who is slightly pitied because he cannot better exploit that knowledge for his own material interests. This is undoubtedly a step in the progress of enlightenment in comparison with the earlier idea that the teacher is like the good Lord as he is still portrayed in Buddenbrooks. 16 At the same time, however, through such instrumental rationality spirit is reduced to a commodity value, and that is as problematical as all progress in the midst of the status quo. I spoke of the disciplinary function. With this I come, if I am not mistaken, to the central point, but I must repeat that these are hypothetical remarks and not the results of research. Behind the negative imago of the teacher is that of the flogger, prugler, a word, incidentally, that appears in Kafka's The Trial. 17 I consider this complex, even after the abolition of corporal punishment, to be decisive for the taboos on the teacher's vocation. This imago presents the teacher as the physically stronger who beats the weaker. In this function still ascribed to him even after the official function was abolished, while indeed in many parts of the country such a function is sustained as an eternal value and genuine bond, the teacher transgresses an old code of honor that is inherited unconsciously and that bourgeois children surely preserve. The teacher is so to say not fair, not a good sport. Such unfairness, and every teacher, even the university teacher senses this, somewhat taints the advantage of the teacher's knowledge over that of his pupils, an advantage the teacher asserts without having the right, because indeed the advantage is indivisible from his function, whereas he continually bestows upon that advantage an authority he can disregard only with great difficulty. Unfairness lies as it were in the ontology of the teacher, if I may make an exception for once and use the expression ontology in this context. Anyone who is capable of self-reflection comes up against it as soon as he considers that he, in the guise of a teacher, perhaps of an academic, at the lectern has the opportunity to speak at great length without being interrupted. The irony of this situation is that when a teacher gives the students the chance to ask questions and thereby tries to make the lecture routine more like a seminar, usually the attempt meets with little approval even today. On the contrary, students in the large courses seem to prefer the dogmatic lecture format. However, not only his vocation compels the teacher to be unfair to a certain degree, he knows more, has an advantage, and cannot deny it. Rather, he is forced to be so by society, and this I consider much more significant. Likewise, society even now continues to be essentially based on physical power and can impose its regulations when the stakes are real only with physical force. Even if this eventuality is so remote in so-called normal life, even now and under the reigning conditions only with the potential of physical violence can it achieve the so-called integration within civilization that should be the task of universal pedagogical doctrine. This physical power is delegated by society and at the same time is disowned by its delegates. Those who exert it are scapegoats for those who issue the orders. The negatively affected archetype, and I am speaking of an imagery, of notions operating unconsciously and not, or only rudimentarily, of reality, the archetype of this imagery is the jailer, more so perhaps the drill sergeant or corporal in the military. I do not know to what extent the facts confirm that in the 17th and 18th centuries veterans were appointed as elementary school teachers. In any case, this popular belief is wholly characteristic of the imago of the teacher. The expression Stiestromler sounds soldierly. Perhaps teachers like those veterans are unconsciously imagined as a kind of cripple, as people who have no function within their actual lives, within the real reproductive process of society, but only in an obscure fashion, and by the means grace has given them they do their part so that the whole and their own lives somehow keep going. Therefore those who are against corporal punishment represent, for the sake of this imagery, the interests of the teacher at least as much as those of the pupil. A transformation of the entire complex of which I speak can be expected only when the last memory trace of corporal punishment has vanished from the schools, as appears largely to be the case in America. It seems to me that it is essential for the inner structure of this complex that the physical violence any society based on domination requires must at all costs not be acknowledged, insofar as the society takes itself to be bourgeois liberal. This also affects the delegation of violence. A gentleman does not deal blows 18, and thus the disdain for the teacher who does what is necessary and what we know deep down to be evil and what we doubly deplore because we ourselves are complicit, although we are too good to commit such violence directly. My hypothesis is that the unconscious imago of the flogger is decisive for the conceptions of the teacher far beyond the practice of corporal punishment. Had I to suggest empirical investigations into the complex of the teacher, then this would be the first to interest me. The image of the teacher repeats, no matter how dimly, the extremely affect-laden image of the executioner. The fact that this imagery succeeds in reinforcing the belief that the teacher is not a gentleman but rather a brutal weakling or a monk without a numinosum is demonstrated graphically in the erotic dimension. On the one hand, the teacher has no proper erotic function. On the other hand, he plays a great libidinal role, say for the adoring teenager. 19 but mostly only as an unattainable object. Detecting in him slight stirrings of sympathy is already enough to defame him for being unfair. The unattainability accompanies the notion of a being excluded from the erotic sphere. Psychoanalytically, this imagery of the teacher comes down to the idea of castration. A teacher who dresses elegantly, as one very humane teacher did during my childhood, because he has the means or simply because due to an academic's vanity he wishes to stand out a little, immediately falls prey to ridicule. It is difficult to distinguish to what extent such specific taboos are really just psychological, or whether the praxis, the idea of the teacher with the irreproachable life as an exemplary model for adolescents, still necessitates an erotic ascesis greater than in other professions, for example that of traveling salesman. To name just one. In the novels and plays dating from around 1900 that criticize school, the teacher is often portrayed as erotically repressed, as weakened and crippled, especially as a sexual being. This image of the quasi-castrated, at least erotically neutralized, of the developmentally hampered, or the image of men who do not count in the erotic competition, coincides with the real or putative infantilism of the teacher. I would like to refer to the very important novel of Heinrich Mann, Professor Unrat, which is probably known to most people only through its kitsch film version, The Blue Angel. 20. The classroom tyrant, whose downfall forms the story of the novel, is not transfigured by the ominous irrepressible sense of humor he has in the film. He behaves toward Frolic, the wench whom he calls an artiste, in exactly the same way his pupils do. He resembles them, as Heinrich Mann at one point writes explicitly, in terms of his entire psychic horizon and his reactions. In fact, he himself is a child. The disdain for the teacher also has this aspect. Because he is inserted into a child's world that either is his world straight off or is the world to which he has adapted himself, he is not considered to be a full adult, whereas he is an adult and his demands are those of an adult. His awkward dignity is perceived as insufficient compensation for this discrepancy. All this is only one form, that specific to the teacher, of a phenomenon known to sociology in its generality under the name of deformation professionnelle. Yet in the imago of the teacher the deformation professionnelle becomes nothing other than the very definition of the profession itself. In my youth I was told the anecdote about a teacher in a gymnasium in Prague, who had said, thus, to take an example from everyday life, the commander conquers the city. Everyday life here means the life of the school, where this type of model sentence is presented in Latin class, in the grammatical paradigms. Schooling and the school, which now once again is constantly being invoked and fetishized as though it were a value, a thing in itself, replaces reality, which it carefully holds at a distance by means of organizational structures. The infantile character of the teacher is revealed in the fact that he confuses the microcosm of the school, which is more or less insulated from adult society, parents' associations and the like are desperate attempts to break through this insulation, that he mistakes this walled and illusory world for reality. Not least for this reason does the school defend its walls so stubbornly. 21. Often teachers are viewed in the same categories as the unlucky hero of a naturalist tragic comedy. In this respect one could speak of teachers having a Traumulus complex. 22. They live under the permanent suspicion of being what is called unworldly. Supposedly they are no more so than those judges whom Karl Kraus proved were out of touch with reality in his analyses of morals. Trials. 23. The infantile traits of several teachers and those of many pupils swirl together in the cliché unworldly. What is infantile is the overvalued realism of these pupils. By having adapted themselves to the reality principle more successfully than can the teacher, who must constantly proclaim and embody superego ideals, they intend to compensate for what they sense to be their own deficiency, namely, that they are not yet independent subjects. Probably for this reason teachers who play soccer or drink heartily are so popular with their pupils, for they fulfill their pupils' wish image of worldliness. During my time in gymnasium those teachers who were thought, rightly or wrongly, to have been members of student corporation and were especially liked. A kind of antinomy holds sway, teacher and pupil do reciprocal injustice to each other when the teacher drones on about eternal values that in general do not exist and the pupils respond by deciding to stupidly venerate the Beatles. In contexts of this kind one must see the role of teachers' idiosyncrasies, which in large measure constitute targets for the resentment of the pupils. The process of civilization, whose agents are the teachers, aims not least of all at leveling everything. It tries to eradicate from the pupils that uncultivated nature that returns in suppressed form in the idiosyncrasies, speech mannerisms, symptoms of rigidity, tenseness, and awkwardness of the teachers. Those pupils rejoice who perceive in the teacher that against which they instinctively feel the entire painful process of education is waged. This indeed comprises a critique of the educational process itself, which in our culture to this day has generally failed. This failure is attested in the double hierarchy that can be observed within the school, the official hierarchy founded on intellect, achievement, and grades, and a latent hierarchy, in which physical strength, being a guy, and certain practical abilities that are not honored by the official hierarchy play their role. This double hierarchy was exploited by National Socialism, and incidentally not only in the schools, by inciting the second hierarchy against the first, just as it was in politics by inciting the party against the state. This latent hierarchy in the school should be accorded particular attention in pedagogical research. These strains of resistance exhibited by children and adolescents, as it were institutionalized in the second hierarchy, were certainly in part bequeathed to them by their parents. Many are based on inherited stereotypes, but some, as I've tried to explicate, lay in the objective situation of the teacher. Here arises something essential and very familiar to psychoanalysis. In overcoming the Oedipus complex, withdrawing from the father and internalizing the father image, children notice that their parents themselves do not live up to the ego ideal they instill in their children. In the teacher they confront for a second time the ego ideal, here possibly more distinctly, and they hope to be able to identify themselves with it. But this is impossible for many reasons, above all because the teachers themselves are to an exceptional degree the product of just that coercive force against which the ego ideal of the child, who is not yet ready to compromise, struggles. Even teaching is a bourgeois profession, only a mendacious idealism will deny it. The teacher is not the unmarried person the children, however dimly, anticipate, but rather someone who among all other possible occupations and professions inevitably limited himself to this as his own, who concentrated upon it as his expertise. In fact, he is a priori the opposite of what the child's unconscious hopes of him, that he alone does not belong to the specialized personnel, whereas now more than ever he must 24 the peculiar sensitivity of children to the idiosyncrasies of teachers, which probably extends beyond everything an adult can imagine of it. 25 comes from the fact that the idiosyncrasy disavows the ideal of a real human being, normal in the emphatic sense of the word, with which the children at first approach the teacher, even when they had already become wiser from experience and hardened by clichés. There is also a social aspect to this that produces almost irreducible tensions. Already in kindergarten the child is wrested out of the primary community, from the immediate, nourishing, warm relations, and in school with a brutal shock experiences alienation for the first time. In the development of the individual the school is virtually the prototype of societal alienation per se. The old bourgeois custom of the teacher offering pretzels to his new pupils on the first day betrays that foreboding. The pretzel is to lessen the shock. The instrument of this alienation is the teacher's authority, and the negatively affected imago of the teacher is the response to it. The civilization he inflicts upon them and the renunciations he demands of them automatically mobilize in the children the imagines of the teacher that have accumulated in the course of history and that, like all the refuse that persists in the unconscious, can be reawakened according to the needs of the psychic economy. For this reason it is so maddeningly difficult for teachers to do things right, because their vocation prevents them from doing what most other professions readily allow. Separating their objective work, and their work upon living human beings is exactly as objective as, by analogy, a doctor's, from their personal effect. For their work takes the form of a direct relationship, a give and take that, however, they can never fully realize under the spell of their extremely indirect goals. In principle, what occurs in school remains far below the pupil's passionate expectations. From this perspective, the vocation of teacher is an archaic relic that has long been overtaken by the civilization it represents. Perhaps teaching machines will release the teacher from a human demand he is prevented from fulfilling. This archaism belonging to the vocation of teacher as such promotes not only the archaism of the symbols associated with teaching, but also arouses these archaisms in the behavior of the teacher himself, in bickering, grousing, scolding, and the like, and in reactions that are always close to physical violence, and betray a certain weakness and lack of self-confidence. If, however, the teacher did not react subjectively at all, if he were really so objectified as to allow no false reactions, then he would appear to the children even more inhuman and cold, and would be, if possible, even more strongly rejected by them. You thus see that I was not exaggerating when I spoke of antinomy. This can be helped, if I may say so, only by a change in the behavior of the teachers. They should not repress their emotions only then to vent them in rationalized guise. Instead, they must acknowledge the emotions to themselves and others and thereby disarm their pupils. Most likely a teacher who says, "Yes, I am unjust. I am just as human as you are. Some things please me, and some things don't," is more convincing than one who strictly upholds the ideology of justice but then inevitably commits unavowed injustice. It goes without saying that from such reflections it follows directly that psychoanalytic training and self-reflection are necessary to the teaching profession. In concluding, I come to the unavoidable question, what is to be done? I feel, in general, and so too here, quite incompetent to respond. Frequently this question sabotages the logical progress of knowledge that alone allows for change. The gesture of "you talk real good, but you're not in our shoes" is almost automatic in the discussions concerning the problems I have touched upon today. Nevertheless, I would like to enumerate a few motives, without any pretense that they form a system or that they could lead very far in actual practice. First of all, what is necessary is enlightenment about the overall complex I have sketched out here, and moreover enlightenment of the teachers, parents, and, as far as possible, also of the pupils, with whom the teachers should discuss the tabooed questions. I do not eschew the hypothesis that in general children may be addressed with far more maturity and seriousness than adults, to ensure their own sense of maturity, want to believe. However, the possibility of such enlightenment should not be overestimated. As I've indicated, the motives under discussion here are frequently unconscious, and as one knows, simply indicating unconscious conditions is fruitless unless those who are implicated in these conditions can illuminate them spontaneously with recourse to their own experience, unless the illumination occurs within their own consciousness. By reason of this observation, a psychoanalytical commonplace, one should not expect too much from pure intellectual enlightenment alone, though one should begin with it. A less than adequate, only partially effective enlightenment is nevertheless still better than none at all. Furthermore, it is imperative to eliminate the real inhibitions and restrictions that still exist and that support the taboos with which the teacher's vocation is invested. Above all, the sensitive areas must be addressed early on in the training of teachers, instead of orienting the training around taboos that are already in force. Under no condition is the private life of the teacher to be submitted to any kind of supervision or control that exceeds that of criminal law. The target of attack should be the ideology of schooling, which is theoretically difficult to get hold of, and also would be denied, and yet nevertheless tenaciously permeates school praxis. As far as I can observe, the school has an imminent tendency to establish itself as a sphere with its own existence and with its own law. 26. It is difficult to decide how necessary this is in order for the school to perform its task. Certainly it is not only ideology. A school that was completely, freely open to the outside probably would also lose its fostering, formative qualities. I am not embarrassed to confess being reactionary to the extent of thinking it more important that children learn good Latin and if possible Latin stylistics at school than that they make silly class trips to Rome that probably most often end in general indigestion, without them having experienced anything really important about the city. In any case, just because school people once would not let anyone meddle in their affairs, the isolation of the school still has the tendency to inure itself, especially against criticism. Tucholsky provided as an example of this the malicious principal of a village school who, when a friendly couple came to protest the horrors she had made her pupils undergo, justified herself with the explanation, "This is how it is done here." 27 I do not want to know how much "this is how it is done here" still dominates school praxis. This attitude becomes tradition. It must be made clear that school is no end in itself, that its isolation is a necessity and not the virtue certain varieties of the youth movement made of it, for instance Gustav Winnicken's ridiculous slogan that youth has its own proper culture, which today has come back with a vengeance in the ideology of youth as a subculture. 28 If my observations of the Staatsexamen do not deceive me, then the psychological deformation of many teachers will probably continue for the time being, although the societal basis for it has largely been removed. Apart from the liquidation of the controls that still exist, rectification should be sought above all through training. With older colleagues, one should simply assert that authoritarian behavior endangers the goal of education even they themselves rationally endorse, though the chances of this working are slim. One hears again and again, and this I wish only to register, without presuming to pass judgment, that student teachers during their training period are broken, cast in the same mold, that their elan, all that is best in them, is destroyed. Radical changes are possible only once research has been done on the course of training teachers undergo. Particular attention should be paid to how far the concept of necessity in schooling suppresses intellectual freedom and intellectual development. This comes to light in the anti-intellectualism of some school administrations, who systematically hinder the scholarly and scientific work of teachers, bring them down to earth again and again, and are distrustful of those who, as they like to say, want to go higher or elsewhere. Such anti-intellectualism inflicted upon teachers is in turn propagated all too easily in their behavior toward their pupils. I have spoken of taboos against the teaching vocation, not of the reality of this vocation, and also not of the current real condition of teachers, but the two are not completely independent of one another. Nevertheless, symptoms are evident that permit the hope that, if democracy in Germany realizes its opportunity and seriously develops further, all this will change. This is one of those very limited corners of reality to which the reflective and active individual can make a contribution. It is hardly a coincidence that what I consider to be the most politically important book published in Germany during the last 20 years was written by a teacher, Über Deutschland, by Richard Matthias Müller. 29 Certainly it must not be forgotten that the key to radical change lies in society and in its relationship to the school. In this, however, the school is not only an object. My generation experienced the relapse of humanity into barbarism, in the literal, indescribable, and true sense. 30 Barbarism is a condition where all the formative, cultivating influence, for which the school is responsible, is shown to have failed. It is certain that as long as society itself engenders barbarism, the school can offer only minimal resistance to it. But if barbarism, the horrible shadow over our existence, is in fact the contrary to culture, then it is also essential that individuals become debarbarized. 31 Debarbarization of humanity is the immediate prerequisite for survival. School, its limited domain and possibilities notwithstanding, must serve this end, and therefore it needs to be liberated from the taboos, under whose pressure barbarism reproduces itself. 32 The pathos of the school today, its moral import, is that in the midst of the status quo it alone has the ability, if it is conscious of it, to work directly toward the debarbarization of humanity. By barbarism I do not mean the Beatles, although their cult is related to it, but the utmost extreme, delusional prejudice, oppression, genocide, and torture. There should be no doubt about this. As the world appears at the moment, where no possibilities for more extensive change can be discerned, at least for the time being, it is up to the school more than anything else to work against barbarism. For this reason, and despite all the theoretical societal counter-arguments, it is so eminently important for society that the school fulfills its task and helps society to become conscious of the fateful ideological heritage weighing heavily upon it. Education after Auschwitz. The premier demand upon all education is that Auschwitz not happen again. Its priority before any other requirement is such that I believe I need not and should not justify it. I cannot understand why it has been given so little concern until now. To justify it would be monstrous in the face of the monstrosity that took place. Yet the fact that one is so barely conscious of this demand and the questions it raises shows that the monstrosity has not penetrated people's minds deeply, itself a symptom of the continuing potential for its recurrence as far as people's conscious and unconscious is concerned. Every debate about the ideals of education is trivial and inconsequential compared to this single ideal: never again Auschwitz. It was the barbarism all education strives against. One speaks of the threat of a relapse into barbarism. But it is not a threat. Auschwitz was this relapse, and barbarism continues as long as the fundamental conditions that favored that relapse continue largely unchanged. That is the whole horror. The societal pressure still bears down, although the danger remains invisible nowadays. It drives people toward the unspeakable, which culminated on a world historical scale in Auschwitz. Among the insights of Freud that truly extend even into culture and sociology, one of the most profound seems to me to be that civilization itself produces and increasingly reinforces anti-civilization. His writings Civilization and Its Discontents and Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego deserve the widest possible diffusion, especially in connection with Auschwitz. If barbarism itself is inscribed within the principle of civilization, then there is something desperate in the attempt to rise up against it. Any reflection on the means to prevent the recurrence of Auschwitz is darkened by the thought that this desperation must be made conscious to people, lest they give way to idealistic platitudes too. Nevertheless, the attempt must be made, even in the face of the fact that the fundamental structure of society, and thereby its members who have made it so, are the same today as 25 years ago. Millions of innocent people, to quote or haggle over the numbers is already inhumane, were systematically murdered. That cannot be dismissed by any living person as a superficial phenomenon, as an aberration of the course of history to be disregarded when compared to the great dynamic of progress, of enlightenment, of the supposed growth of humanitarianism. The fact that it happened is itself the expression of an extremely powerful societal tendency. Here I would like to refer to a fact that, very characteristically, seems to be hardly known in Germany, although it furnished the material for a bestseller like The 40 Days of Musa by Werfel III already in the First World War. The Turks, the so-called Young Turk movement under the leadership of Enver Pasha and Talat Pasha, murdered well over 1 million Armenians. The highest German military and government authorities apparently were aware of this but kept it strictly secret. Genocide has its roots in this resurrection of aggressive nationalism that has developed in many countries since the end of the 19th century. Furthermore, one cannot dismiss the thought that the invention of the atomic bomb, which can obliterate hundreds of thousands of people literally in one blow, belongs in the same historical context as genocide. The rapid population growth of today is called a population explosion. It seems as though historical destiny responded by readying counter-explosions, the killing of whole populations. This only to intimate how much the forces against which one must act are those of the course of world history. Since the possibility of changing the objective, namely societal and political, conditions is extremely limited today, attempts to work against the repetition of Auschwitz are necessarily restricted to the subjective dimension. By this I also mean essentially the psychology of people who do such things. I do not believe it would help much to appeal to eternal values, at which the very people who are prone to commit such atrocities would merely shrug their shoulders. I also do not believe that enlightenment about the positive qualities possessed by persecuted minorities would be of much use. The roots must be sought in the persecutors, not in the victims who are murdered under the paltriest of pretenses. What is necessary is what I once in this respect called the turn to the subject, for one must come to know the mechanisms that render people capable of such deeds, must reveal these mechanisms to them, and strive, by awakening a general awareness of those mechanisms, to prevent people from becoming so again. It is not the victims who are guilty, not even in the sophistic and caricatured sense in which still today many like to construe it. Only those who unreflectingly vented their hate and aggression upon them are guilty. One must labor against this lack of reflection, must dissuade people from striking outward without reflecting upon themselves. The only education that has any sense at all is an education toward critical self-reflection. But since according to the findings of depth psychology, all personalities, even those who commit atrocities in later life, are formed in early childhood, education seeking to prevent the repetition must concentrate upon early childhood. I mentioned Freud's thesis on discontent and culture. Yet the phenomenon extends even further than he understood it, above all, because the pressure of civilization he had observed has in the meantime multiplied to an unbearable degree. At the same time the explosive tendencies he first drew attention to have assumed a violence he could hardly have foreseen. The discontent in culture, however, also has its social dimension, which Freud did not overlook though he did not explore it concretely. One can speak of the claustrophobia of humanity in the administered world, of a feeling of being incarcerated in a thoroughly societalized, closely woven, net-like environment. The denser the weave, the more one wants to escape it, whereas it is precisely its close weave that prevents any escape. This intensifies the fury against civilization. The revolt against it is violent and irrational. A pattern that has been confirmed throughout the entire history of persecutions is that the fury against the weak chooses for its target especially those who are perceived as societally weak and at the same time, either rightly or wrongly, as happy. Sociologically, I would even venture to add that our society, while it integrates itself ever more, at the same time incubates tendencies toward this integration. Lying just beneath the surface of an ordered, civilized life, these tendencies have progressed to an extreme degree. The pressure exerted by the prevailing universal upon everything particular, upon the individual people and the individual institutions, has a tendency to destroy the particular and the individual together with their power of resistance. With the loss of their identity and power of resistance, people also forfeit those qualities by virtue of which they are able to pit themselves against what at some moment might lure them again to commit atrocity. Perhaps they are hardly able to offer resistance when the established authorities once again give them the order, so long as it is in the name of some ideal in which they half or not at all believe. When I speak of education after Auschwitz, then, I mean two areas: first, children's education, especially in early childhood. Then general enlightenment that provides an intellectual, cultural, and social climate in which a recurrence would no longer be possible, a climate, therefore, in which the motives that led to the horror would become relatively conscious. Naturally, I cannot presume to sketch out the plan of such an education even in rough outline. yet I would like at least to indicate some of its nerve centers. Often, for instance, in America, the characteristic German trust in authority has been made responsible for National Socialism and even for Auschwitz. I consider this explanation too superficial, although here, as in many other European countries, authoritarian behavior and blind authority persist much more tenaciously than one would gladly admit under the conditions of a formal democracy. Rather, one must accept that fascism and the terror it caused are connected with the fact that the old established authorities of the Kaiserreich decayed and were toppled, while the people psychologically were not yet ready for self-determination. They proved to be unequal to the freedom that fell into their laps. For this reason the authoritarian structures then adopted that destructive and, if I may put it so, insane dimension they did not have earlier, or at any rate had not revealed. If one considers how visits of potentates who no longer have any real political function induce outbreaks of ecstasy in entire populations, then one has good reason to suspect that the authoritarian potential even now is much stronger than one thinks. I wish, however, to emphasize especially that the recurrence or non-recurrence of fascism in its decisive aspect is not a question of psychology, but of society. I speak so much of the psychological only because the other, more essential aspects lie so far out of reach of the influence of education, if not of the intervention of individuals altogether. Very often well-meaning people, who don't want it to happen again, invoke the concept of bonds. According to them, the fact that people no longer had any bonds is responsible for what took place. In fact, the loss of authority, one of the conditions of the sadistic authoritarian horror, is connected with this state of affairs. To normal common sense it is plausible to appeal to bonds that check the sadistic, destructive, and ruinous impulse with an emphatic "you must not." Nevertheless I consider it an illusion to think that the appeal to bonds, let alone the demand that everyone should again embrace social ties so that things will look up for the world and for people, would help in any serious way. One senses very quickly the untruth of bonds that are required only so that they produce a result, even if it be good, without the bonds being experienced by people as something substantial in themselves. It is surprising how swiftly even the most foolish and naive people react when it comes to detecting the weaknesses of their betters. The so-called bonds easily become either a ready badge of shared convictions, one enters into them to prove oneself a good citizen, or they produce spiteful resentment, psychologically the opposite of the purpose for which they were drummed up. 5. They amount to heteronomy, a dependence on rules, on norms that cannot be justified by the individual's own reason. What psychology calls the superego, the conscience, is replaced in the name of bonds by external, unbinding, and interchangeable authorities, as one could observe quite clearly in Germany after the collapse of the Third Reich. Yet the very willingness to connive with power and to submit outwardly to what is stronger, under the guise of a norm, is the attitude of the tormentors that should not arise again. It is for this reason that the advocacy of bonds is so fatal. People who adopt them more or less voluntarily are placed under a kind of permanent compulsion to obey orders. The single genuine power standing against the principle of Auschwitz is autonomy, if I might use the Kantian expression, the power of reflection, of self-determination, of not cooperating. I once had a very shocking experience. While on a cruise on Lake Constance one was reading about a newspaper, which carried a story about Sartre's play Mort sans Sepulchre, a play that depicts the most terrifying things. 6. Apparently the play made the critic uneasy. But he did not explain this discontent as being caused by the horror of the subject matter, which is the horror of our world. Instead he twisted it so that, in comparison with a position like that of Sartre, who engages himself with the horror, we could maintain, almost maintain, I should say, an appreciation of the higher things, so that we could not acknowledge the senselessness of the horror. To the point, by means of noble existential cant the critic wanted to avoid confronting the horror. Herein lies, not least of all, the danger that the horror might recur, that people refuse to let it draw near and indeed even rebuke anyone who merely speaks of it, as though the speaker, if he does not temper things, were the guilty one, and not the perpetrators. With the problem of authority and barbarism, I cannot help thinking of an idea that for the most part is hardly taken into account. It comes up in an observation in the book The SS State by Eugen Kagan, which contains central insights into the whole complex and which hasn't come near to being absorbed by science and educational theory the way it deserves to be. 7. Kagan says that the tormentors of the concentration camp where he spent years were for the most part young sons of farmers. The cultural difference between city and country, which still persists, is one of the conditions of the horror, though certainly neither the sole nor the most important one. Any arrogance toward the rural populace is far from my intentions. I know that one cannot help having grown up in a city or a village. I note only that probably debarbarization has been less successful in the open country than anywhere else. 8. Even television and the other mass media probably have not much changed the state of those who have not completely kept up with the culture. It seems to me more correct to say this and to work against it than to praise sentimentally some special qualities of rural life that are threatening to disappear. I will go so far as to claim that one of the most important goals of education is the debarbarization of the countryside. This presupposes, however, a study of the conscious and unconscious of the population there. Above all, one must also consider the impact of modern mass media on a state of consciousness that has not yet come anywhere close to the state of bourgeois liberal culture of the 19th century. In order to change this state of consciousness, the normal primary school system, which has several problems in the rural environment, cannot suffice. I can envision a series of possibilities. One would be, I am improvising here, that television programs be planned with consideration of the nerve centers of this particular state of consciousness. Then I could imagine that something like mobile educational groups and convoys of volunteers could be formed, who would drive into the countryside and in discussions, courses, and supplementary instruction attempt to fill the most menacing gaps. I am not ignoring the fact that such people would make themselves liked only with great difficulty. But then a small circle of followers would form around them, and from there the educational program could perhaps spread further. However, there should arise no misunderstanding that the archaic tendency toward violence is also found in urban centers, especially in the larger ones. Regressive tendencies, that is, people with repressed sadistic traits, are produced everywhere today by the global evolution of society. Here I'd like to recall the twisted and pathological relation to the body that Horkheimer and I described in the Dialectic of Enlightenment. 9. Everywhere where it is mutilated, consciousness is reflected back upon the body and the sphere of the corporeal in an unfree form that tends toward violence. One need only observe how, with a certain type of uneducated person, his language, above all when he feels faulted or reproached, becomes threatening, as if the linguistic gestures bespoke of physical violence barely kept under control. Here one must surely also study the role of sport, which has been insufficiently investigated by a critical social psychology. Sport is ambiguous. On the one hand, it can have an anti-barbaric and anti-sadistic effect by means of fair play, a spirit of chivalry, and consideration for the weak. On the other hand, in many of its varieties and practices it can promote aggression, brutality, and sadism, above all in people who do not expose themselves to the exertion and discipline required by sports but instead merely watch, that is, those who regularly shout from the sidelines. Such an ambiguity should be analyzed systematically. To the extent that education can exert an influence, the results should be applied to the life of sport. All this is more or less connected with the old authoritarian structure, with modes of behavior, I could almost say, of the good old authoritarian personality. But what Auschwitz produced, The characteristic personality types of the world of Auschwitz presumably represents something new. On the one hand, those personality types epitomize the blind identification with the collective. On the other hand, they are fashioned in order to manipulate masses, collectives, as Himmler, Haas, and Eichmann did. I think the most important way to confront the danger of a recurrence is to work against the brute predominance of all collectives, to intensify the resistance to it by concentrating on the problem of collectivization. That is not as abstract as it sounds in view of the passion with which especially young and progressively minded people desire to integrate themselves into something or other. One could start with the suffering the collective first inflicts upon all the individuals it accepts. One has only to think of one's own first experiences in school. One must fight against the type of folkways, Volkssitten, initiation rites of all shapes, that inflict physical pain, often unbearable pain, upon a person as the price that must be paid in order to consider oneself a member, one of the collective 10. The evil of customs such as the Raunacht and the Hebraffeltrieben and whatever else such long-rooted practices might be called is a direct anticipation of National Socialist acts of violence. 11. It is no coincidence that the Nazis glorified and cultivated such monstrosities in the name of customs. Science here has one of its most relevant tasks. It could vigorously redirect the tendencies of folk studies, Volkskunde, that were enthusiastically appropriated by the Nazis in order to prevent the survival, at once brutal and ghostly, of these folk pleasures. This entire sphere is animated by an alleged ideal that also plays a considerable role in the traditional education, the ideal of being hard. This ideal can also, ignominiously enough, invoke a remark of Nietzsche, although he truly meant something else. 12. I remember how the dreadful Bogart during the Auschwitz trial had an outburst that culminated in a panegyric to education instilling discipline through hardness. He thought hardness necessary to produce what he considered to be the correct type of person. 13. This educational ideal of hardness, in which many may believe without reflecting about it, is utterly wrong. The idea that virility consists in the maximum degree of endurance long ago became a screen image for masochism that, as psychology has demonstrated, aligns itself all too easily with sadism. Being hard, the vaunted quality education should inculcate, means absolute indifference toward pain as such. In this the distinction between one's own pain and that of another is not so stringently maintained. Whoever is hard with himself earns the right to be hard with others as well and avenges himself for the pain whose manifestations he was not allowed to show and had to repress. This mechanism must be made conscious, just as an education must be promoted that no longer sets a premium on pain and the ability to endure pain. In other words, education must take seriously an idea in no wise unfamiliar to philosophy, that anxiety must not be repressed. When anxiety is not repressed, when one permits oneself to have, in fact, all the anxiety that this reality warrants, then precisely by doing that, much of the destructive effect of unconscious and displaced anxiety will probably disappear. People who blindly slot themselves into the collective already make themselves into something like inert material, extinguish themselves as self-determined beings. 14. With this comes the willingness to treat others as an amorphous mass. I call those who behave in this way the manipulative character in the authoritarian personality, indeed at a time when the diary of Haas or the recordings of Eichmann were not yet known. 15. My descriptions of the manipulative character date back to the last years of the Second World War. Sometimes social psychology and sociology are able to construct concepts that only later are empirically verified. The manipulative character, as anyone can confirm in the sources available about those Nazi leaders, is distinguished by a rage for organization, by the inability to have any immediate human experiences at all, by a certain lack of emotion, by an overvalued realism. At any cost he wants to conduct supposed, even if delusional, realpolitik. He does not for one second think or wish that the world were any different than it is. He is obsessed by the desire of doing things, Dinjutan, indifferent to the content of such action. He makes a cult of action, activity, of so-called efficiency as such, which reappears in the advertising image of the active person. If my observations do not deceive me and if several sociological investigations permit generalization, then this type has become much more prevalent today than one would think. What at that time was exemplified in only a few Nazi monsters could be confirmed today in numerous people, for instance, in juvenile criminals, gang leaders, and the like, about whom one reads in the newspapers every day. If I had to reduce this type of manipulative character to a formula, perhaps one should not do it, but it could also contribute to understanding, then I would call it the type of reified consciousness. People of such a nature have, as it were, assimilated themselves to things. And then, when possible, they assimilate others to things. This is conveyed very precisely in the expression to finish off, Vertigmachen, just as popular in the world of juvenile rowdies as in the world of the Nazis. This expression defines people as finished or prepared things in a doubled sense. According to the insight of Max Horkheimer, torture is a manipulated and somewhat accelerated adaptation of people to collective 16. There is something of this in the spirit of the age, though it has little to do with spirit. I merely cite the saying of Paul Valéry before the last war, that in humanity has a great future. 17. It is especially difficult to fight against it because those manipulative people, who actually are incapable of true experience, for that very reason manifest an unresponsiveness that associates them with certain mentally ill or psychotic characters, namely schizoids. In the attempt to prevent the repetition of Auschwitz, it seems essential to me first of all to gain some clarity about the conditions under which the manipulative character arises, and then, by altering those conditions, to prevent as far as possible its emergence. I would like to make a concrete proposal, to study the guilty of Auschwitz with all the methods available to science, in particular with long-term psychoanalysis, in order, if possible, to discover how such a person develops. Those people would be able yet to do some good, in contradiction to their own personality structure, by making a contribution so that such things do not happen again. This could be done only if they would want to collaborate in the investigation of their own genesis. Certainly it will be difficult to induce them to speak. By no means should anything related to their own methods be employed in order to learn how they became what they are. In the meantime, however, in their collective, precisely in the feeling that they are all old Nazis together, they feel so secure that hardly any of them has shown the least sentiment of guilt. Yet presumably there exist even in them, or at least in many, psychologically sensitive points conducive to changing this attitude, for instance, their narcissism, baldly put, their vanity. They might have a sense of importance if they could speak of themselves freely, like Eichmann, who apparently recorded whole libraries of tape. Finally, one can assume that even in these persons, if one digs deep enough, one will find vestiges of the old authority of conscience, which today frequently is in a state of dissolution. Once we learn the external and internal conditions that make them what they are, if I may assume hypothetically that these conditions can in fact be brought forth, then it will be possible to draw practical consequences so that the horror will not happen again. Whether the attempt helps somewhat or not cannot be known before it is undertaken. I don't want to overestimate it. One must remember that individuals cannot be explained automatically by such conditions. Under similar conditions some people develop in one way and other people completely differently. Nevertheless it would be worth the effort. Simply posing such questions already contains a potential for enlightenment. For this disastrous state of conscious and unconscious thought includes the erroneous idea that one's own particular way of being, that one is just so and not otherwise, is nature, an unalterable given, and not a historical evolution. I mentioned the concept of reified consciousness. Above all, this is a consciousness blinded to all historical past, all insight into one's own conditionedness, and posits as absolute what exists contingently. If this coercive mechanism were once ruptured, then, I think, something would indeed be gained. Furthermore, in connection with reified consciousness, one should also observe closely the relationship to technology, and certainly not only within small groups. The relationship here is just as ambiguous as in sports, to which it is related, incidentally. On the one hand, each epoch produces those personalities, types varying according to their distribution of psychic energy, it needs societally. A world where technology occupies such a key position as it does nowadays produces technological people, who are attuned to technology. This has its good reason. In their own narrow field they will be less likely to be fooled, and that can also affect the overall situation. On the other hand, there is something exaggerated, irrational, pathogenic in the present-day relationship to technology. This is connected with the veil of technology. People are inclined to take technology to be the thing itself, as an end in itself, a force of its own, and they forget that it is an extension of human dexterity. The means, and technology is the epitome of the means of self-preservation of the human species, are fetishized, because the ends, a life of human dignity, are concealed and removed from the consciousness of people 18. As long as one formulates this as generally as I just did, it should provide insight. But such a hypothesis is still much too abstract. It is by no means clear precisely how the fetishization of technology establishes itself within the individual psychology of particular people, or where the threshold lies between a rational relationship to technology and the overvaluation that finally leads to the point where one who cleverly devises a train system that brings the victims to Auschwitz as quickly and smoothly as possible forgets about what happens to them there. With this type, who tends to fetishize technology, we are concerned, baldly put, with people who cannot love. This is not meant to be sentimental or moralistic, but rather describes a deficient libidinal relationship to other persons. Those people are thoroughly cold. Deep within themselves they must deny the possibility of love, must withdraw their love from other people initially, before it can even unfold. And whatever of the ability to love somehow survives in them they must expend on devices. 19. Those prejudiced, authoritarian characters whom we examined at Berkeley in the authoritarian personality, provided us with much proof of this. A test subject, the expression itself already comes from reified consciousness, said of himself, I like nice equipment, ich habe Hubschaftungen, Hubschapperturen, 20, completely indifferent about what equipment it was. His love was absorbed by things, machines as such. The alarming thing about this, alarming, because it can seem so hopeless to combat it, is that this trend goes hand in hand with that of the entire civilization. To struggle against it means as much as to stand against the world spirit. But with this I am only repeating what I mentioned at the outset as the darkest aspect of an education opposed to Auschwitz. As I said, those people are cold in a specific way. Surely a few words about coldness in general are permitted. If coldness were not a fundamental trait of anthropology, that is, the constitution of people as they in fact exist in our society, if people were not profoundly indifferent toward whatever happens to everyone else except for a few to whom they are closely bound and, if possible, by tangible interests, then Auschwitz would not have been possible, people would not have accepted it, society in its present form, and no doubt as it has been for centuries already, is based not, as was ideologically assumed since Aristotle, on appeal, on attraction, but rather on the pursuit of one's own interests against the interests of everyone else. 21. This has settled into the character of people to their innermost center. What contradicts my observation, the herd drive of the so-called lonely crowd, die einsamenge, 22 is a reaction to this process, a banding together of people completely cold who cannot endure their own coldness and yet cannot change it. Every person today, without exception, feels too little loved, because every person cannot love enough. The inability to identify with others was unquestionably the most important psychological condition for the fact that something like Auschwitz could have occurred in the midst of more or less civilized and innocent people. What is called fellow traveling was primarily business interest. One pursues one's own advantage before all else and, simply not to endanger oneself, does not talk too much. That is a general law of the status quo. The silence under the terror was only its consequence. 23 The coldness of the societal monad, the isolated competitor, was the precondition, as indifference to the fate of others, for the fact that only very few people reacted. The torturers know this, and they put it to the test ever anew. Understand me correctly. I do not want to preach love. I consider it futile to preach it. No one has the right to preach it, since the lack of love, as I have already said, is a lack belonging to all people without exception as they exist today. To preach love already presupposes in those to whom one appeals a character structure different from the one that needs to be changed. For the people whom one should love are themselves such that they cannot love, and therefore in turn are not at all that lovable. One of the greatest impulses of Christianity, not immediately identical with its dogma, was to eradicate the coldness that permeates everything. But this attempt failed. Surely because it did not reach into the societal order that produces and reproduces that coldness. Probably that warmth among people, which everyone longs for, has never been present at all, except during short periods and in very small groups, perhaps even among peaceful savages. The much maligned utopians saw this. Thus Charles Fourier defined attraction as something that first must be produced through a humane societal order. He also recognized that this condition would be possible only when the drives of people are no longer repressed, but fulfilled and released. 24 If anything can help against coldness as the condition for disaster, then it is the insight into the conditions that determine it and the attempt to combat those conditions, initially in the domain of the individual. One might think that the less is denied to children, the better they are treated, the greater would be the chance of success. But here two illusions threaten. Children who have no idea of the cruelty and hardness of life are then truly exposed to barbarism when they must leave their protected environment. Above all, however, it is impossible to awaken warmth in the parents, who are themselves products of this society and who bear its marks. The exhortation to give more warmth to children amounts to pumping out warmth artificially, thereby negating it. Moreover, love cannot be summoned in professionally mediated relations like that of teacher and student, doctor and patient, lawyer and client. Love is something immediate and in essence contradicts mediated relationships. The exhortation to love, even in its imperative form, that one should do it, is itself part of the ideology coldness perpetuates. It bears the compulsive, oppressive quality that counteracts the ability to love. The first thing therefore is to bring coldness to the consciousness of itself, of the reasons why it arose. In conclusion, permit me to say a few words about some possibilities for making conscious the general subjective mechanisms without which Auschwitz would hardly have been possible. Knowledge of these mechanisms is necessary, as is knowledge of the stereotypical defense mechanisms that block such a consciousness. 25 Whoever still says today that it did not happen or was not all that bad already defends what took place and unquestionably would be prepared to look on or join in if it happens again. Even if rational enlightenment, as psychology well knows, does not straightaway eliminate the unconscious mechanisms, then it reinforces, at least in the preconscious, certain counter-impulses and helps prepare a climate that does not favor the uttermost extreme. If the entire cultural consciousness really became permeated with the idea of the pathogenic character of the tendencies that came into their own at Auschwitz, then perhaps people would better control those tendencies. 26. Furthermore, one should work to raise awareness about the possible displacement of what broke out in Auschwitz. Tomorrow a group other than the Jews may come along, say the elderly, who indeed were still spared in the Third Reich, or the intellectuals, or simply deviant groups. As I indicated, the climate that most promotes such a resurrection is the revival of nationalism. It is so evil because, in the age of international communication and supranational blocs, nationalism cannot really believe in itself anymore and must exaggerate itself to the extreme in order to persuade itself and others that it is still substantial. Concrete possibilities of resistance nonetheless must be shown. For instance, one should investigate the history of euthanasia murders, which in Germany, thanks to the resistance the program met, was not perpetrated to the full extent planned by the National Socialists. The resistance was limited to the group concerned. Precisely this is a particularly conspicuous, very common symptom of the universal coldness. The coldness, however, on top of everything else is narrow-minded in view of the insatiability that lies within the principle of the persecutions. Virtually anyone who does not belong directly to the persecuting group can be overtaken. There is thus a drastic egoistic interest that can be appealed to. Finally, inquiry must be made into the specific, historically objective conditions of the persecutions. So-called national revival movements in an age in which nationalism is obsolete are obviously especially susceptible to sadistic practices. All political instruction finally should be centered upon the idea that Auschwitz should never happen again. This would be possible only when it devotes itself openly, without fear of offending any authorities, to this most important of problems. To do this, education must transform itself into sociology, that is, it must teach about the societal play of forces that operates beneath the surface of political forms. One must submit to critical treatment, to provide just one model, such a respectable concept as that of reason of state. In placing the right of the state over that of its members, the horror is potentially already posited. Walter Benjamin asked me once in Paris during his emigration, when I was still returning to Germany sporadically, whether there were really enough torturers back there to carry out the orders of the Nazis. There were enough. Nevertheless, the question has its profound legitimacy. Benjamin sensed that the people who do it, as opposed to the bureaucratic desktop murderers and ideologues, operate contrary to their own immediate interests, are murderers of themselves while they murder others. I fear that the measures of even such an elaborate education will hardly hinder the renewed growth of desktop murderers. But that there are people who do it down below, indeed as servants, through which they perpetuate their own servitude and degrade themselves, that there are more Bogers and Kajaks. Against this, however, education and enlightenment can still manage a little something. On the question, what is German? What is German? I cannot answer this question directly. First, it is necessary to reflect upon the question itself. It is encumbered with those complacent definitions that presume that the specifically German is not what really is German, but what one would like it to be. The ideal must defer to the idealization. In its sheer form, the question already profanes the irrevocable experiences of the last decades. It creates an autonomous collective entity, German, whose characteristics are then to be determined. The formation of national collectives, however, common in the detestable jargon of war that speaks of the Russian, the American, surely also of the German, obeys a reifying consciousness that is no longer really capable of experience. It confines itself within precisely those stereotypes that thinking should dissolve. It is uncertain whether something like the German is a person or German is a quality, or anything similar in other nations, exists at all. The true and the better in every people is surely that which does not integrate itself into the collective subject and if possible resists it. The formation of stereotypes, on the other hand, promotes collective narcissism. Those qualities with which one identifies oneself, the essence of one's own group, imperceptibly become the good itself and the foreign group, the others, bad. The same thing then takes place, in reverse, with the image the others have of the German. Yet after the most abominable atrocities perpetrated under National Socialism by an ideology of the primacy of the collective subject at the cost of any and all individuality, there is doubled reason in Germany to guard against relapsing into the cultivation of self-idolatrous stereotypes. Tendencies of just this sort have emerged in recent years. They are conjured up by the political questions of reunification, of the Oder-Neisse line, also by several claims raised by the refugees. A further pretext is offered by a completely imagined international ostracism of the German, or a no less fictive lack of that national self-esteem that so many would like to incite again. Imperceptibly an atmosphere is slowly taking shape that disapproves of the one thing most necessary, critical self-reflection. Once again one hears the ill-fated proverb of the bird that dirties its own nest, whereas those who grouse about the bird themselves tend to be birds of a feather who flock together. There are more than a few questions to which almost everybody refrains from voicing his or her true opinion in consideration of the consequences. Such consideration swiftly becomes autonomous and assumes the authority of an internal censor that ultimately prevents not only the expression of uncomfortable thoughts but the thoughts themselves. Because historically German unification was belated, precarious, and unstable, one tends, simply so as to feel like a nation at all, to overplay the national consciousness and irritably avenge every deviation from it. In this situation it is easy to regress to archaic conditions of a pre-individualistic disposition, a tribal consciousness, to which one can appeal with all the greater psychological effectiveness the less such consciousness actually exists. To escape these regressive tendencies, to come of age, to look one's own historical and societal situation and the international situation straight in the eye, is incumbent upon precisely those people who invoke the German tradition, that of Kant. His thought is centered upon the concept of autonomy, the self-responsibility of the reasoning individual instead of upon those blind dependencies, which include the unreflected supremacy of the national. According to Kant, the universal of reason realizes itself only in the individual. If one wanted to give Kant his rightful due as the star witness of the German tradition, then this would mean the obligation to renounce collective obedience and self-idolatry. Indeed, those who most loudly proclaim Kant, Goethe, or Beethoven to be German property are regularly those who have the least to do with the contents of these authors' works. They register them as possessions, whereas what these writers taught and produced prevents them from being transformed into something that can be possessed. The German tradition is violated by those who neutralize it into cultural property that is at once both admired and of no pertinence. Meanwhile, people who know nothing of the obligation inherent in these ideas are quickly seized with indignation whenever even one critical word falls upon a great name they want to confiscate and exploit as a German brand name product too. This is not to say that the stereotypes are devoid of any and all truth. Recall the most famous formulation of German collective narcissism, Wagner's. To be German means to do something for its own sake. 3. The self-righteousness of the sentence is undeniable, as is its imperial overtone contrasting the pure will of the Germans with an allegedly petty mercantile spirit, that of the Anglo-Saxons in particular. However, it remains correct that the exchange relation, the permeation of all spheres, even that of spirit by the commodity form, what is popularly called commercialization, in Germany in the later 18th and in the 19th century had not flourished as widely as in the advanced capitalist countries. This lent some power of resistance at least to intellectual production. It understood itself to be a being in itself, not merely a being for something else or for others, nor as an object of exchange, for its model was not the entrepreneur operating according to the laws of the market but rather the civil servant fulfilling his duty to the authorities. This has often been emphasized in Kant. In Fichte's doctrine of action as an end in itself it found its most rigorous theoretical expression. One might learn what is true in this stereotype by studying the case of Houston Stewart Chamberlain, whose name and development are linked to the most disastrous aspects of modern German history, the Völkisch and anti-Semitic. It would be rewarding to understand how the sinister political function of this Germanized Englishman came about. His correspondence with his mother-in-law, Cosima Wagner, offers the richest material for such an inquiry. Chamberlain originally was a sophisticated, delicate man, extremely sensitive to the insidiousness of commercialized culture. He was attracted to Germany in general and to Bayreuth in particular by the proclaimed rejection of commercialism there. That he became a racial demagogue is neither the fault of a natural maliciousness or even of a weakness before the paranoid, power-hungry Cosima but rather of naivete. What Chamberlain loved in German culture in comparison with the fully developed capitalism of his homeland, he took to be absolute. In it he saw an immutable, natural constitution, not the result of non-synchronous developments in society. This led him smoothly to those Völkisch notions, which then had incomparably more barbaric consequences than the unartistic existence he wanted to escape. While it is true that without that for its own sake at least the great German philosophy and the great German music would have been impossible, significant artists of the Western countries have no less resisted the world disfigured by the exchange principle. It is not the whole truth. Even German society was, and is, an exchange society, and the doing something for its own sake is not so pure as it affects to be. Rather behind this was hidden also a for something else, also an interest, that was by no means exhausted by the thing itself. But this interest was less the individual than the state, to which thoughts and actions were subordinated and whose expansion was supposed to afford satisfaction to the temporarily restrained egoism of individuals. The great German conceptions in which autonomy and the pure for its own sake are so exuberantly glorified were without exception also available for the deification of the state. The criticism of the Western countries, equally undecided, had repeatedly insisted on this point. The primacy of the interest of the collective over the individual self-interest was coupled with the aggressive political potential of an offensive war. The urge toward boundless domination accompanied the boundlessness of the idea, the one did not exist without the other. To this day, history proves its nexus of complicity in that the highest forces of production, the supreme manifestations of spirit, are in league with the worst five. Even the for its own sake, in its relentlessly principled lack of consideration for the other, is no stranger to inhumanity. This inhumanity reveals itself precisely in a certain overbearing, all-encompassing violence of the greatest spiritual creations, in their will to domination. Almost without exception they confirm the existing because it exists. If one is permitted to speculate that something is specifically German, then it is this interpenetration of what is magnificent, not contenting itself with any conventional boundaries, with what is monstrous. In transgressing the boundaries, it at the same time wants to subjugate, just as idealist philosophies and artworks did not tolerate anything that could not be wholly subsumed within the domineering sphere of influence of their identity. Even the tension between these moments is no originary given, no so-called national character. The turn inward, the Hölderlinian poor indeed yet full of thought, as it prevails in the authentic works around the turn from the 18th to the 19th century, had dammed up and overheated forces to the point of explosion, forces that then attempted too late to realize themselves. The absolute underwent reversal into the absolute horror. If in fact for long periods of time in the early bourgeois history the meshes of civilization's net, of bourgeoisification, were not so tightly woven in Germany as in the Western countries, this allowed a reserve of untapped natural forces to accumulate. This engendered the unwavering radicalism of spirit just as well as the permanent possibility of relapse. Thus while Hitler can hardly be ascribed to the German national character as its fate, it was nonetheless hardly a coincidence that he rose to power in Germany. Even merely without the German seriousness, which stems from the pathos of the absolute and without which the best could not exist, Hitler could not have flourished. In the Western countries, where the rules of society are more deeply ingrained in the masses, he would have been laughed at. Holy seriousness can turn into deadly seriousness, which with hubris sets itself up literally as the absolute and rages against everything that does not bow to its claim. Such complexity, the insight that in whatever is German the one cannot be had without the other, discourages every unequivocal answer to the question. The demand for such unequivocality is made at the expense of what eludes it. One then prefers to make the all too complicated thinking of the intellectual responsible for the state of affairs that prevents the intellectual, if he does not want to lie, from making simple determinations according to an either-or schema. Therefore, it is perhaps better if I somewhat reduce the question of what is German and formulate it more modestly: what motivated me, as an emigrant, someone who had been driven out in disgrace, and after what had been perpetrated by the Germans on millions of innocent people, nonetheless to come back. By trying to convey some of the things I myself have experienced and observed, I believe I can best work against the formation of stereotypes. It is an ancient tradition that such people who were capriciously and blindly banished from their homeland by tyranny come back after its fall. Someone who hates the thought of starting a new life will follow this tradition almost naturally, without long deliberation. Moreover, to someone who thinks in terms of society, and who understands fascism socio-economically, the thesis that blames the German people, vogue is really quite foreign. At no moment during my emigration did I relinquish the hope of coming back. And although the identification with the familiar is undeniably an aspect of this hope, it should not be misconstrued into a theoretical justification for something that probably is legitimate only so long as it obeys the impulse without appealing to elaborate theoretical supports. That in my voluntary decision I harbored the feeling of being able to do some good in Germany, to work against the obduration, the repetition of the disaster, is only another aspect of that spontaneous identification. Experience has taught me something remarkable. People who conform, who feel generally at one with the given environment and its relations of domination, always adapt themselves much more easily in new countries. Here a nationalist, there a nationalist. Whoever as a matter of principle is never unrefractedly at one with the given conditions, whoever is not predisposed to play along, also remains oppositional in the new country. A sense of continuity and loyalty to one's own past is not the same as arrogance and obstinacy with regard to the person one happens to be, no matter how easily the former degenerates into the latter. Such loyalty demands that rather than relinquishing oneself for the sake of adapting to another milieu, one strive instead to change something in the domain where one is secure and competent in one's experience, where one is able to discriminate, above all really is able to understand people. I simply wanted to go back to the place where I spent my childhood, where what is specifically mine was imparted to the very core. Perhaps I sense that whatever one accomplishes in life is little other than the attempt to regain childhood. For that reason I feel justified in speaking of the strength of the motives that drew me home, without arousing the suspicion of weakness or sentimentality, not to mention exposing myself to the misunderstanding that I subscribe to the fatal antithesis of culture and culture. 8 Following a tradition. of hostility to civilization that is older than Spengler. One feels superior to the other continent because it has produced nothing but refrigerators and automobiles while Germany produced the culture of spirit. But when this culture becomes entrenched, becomes an end in itself, it also has the tendency of detaching itself from real humanitarianism and becoming self-sufficient. In America, however, in the omnipresent for other all the way to keep smiling, there also flourishes sympathy, compassion, and commiseration with the lot of the weaker. The energetic will to establish a free society, rather than only apprehensively thinking of freedom and, even in thought, degrading it into voluntary submission, does not forfeit its goodness because the societal system imposes limits to its realization. In Germany, arrogance toward America is inappropriate. By misusing a higher good, it serves only the mustiest of instincts. One need not deny the distinction between a so-called culture of spirit and a technological culture in order to rise above a stubborn contraposition of the two. A utilitarian view of life that, impervious to the incessantly increasing contradictions, believes that everything is for the best just as long as it merely functions, is just as blind as the faith in a culture of spirit that, by virtue of its ideal of self-sufficient purity, renounces the realization of its contents and abandons reality to power and its blindness. 9. Having said this, I will risk speaking about what facilitated my decision to return. A publisher, incidentally a European emigrant, who was familiar with the German manuscript of Philosophy of New Music, expressed the wish to publish the main section of it in English. He asked me for a rough translation. When he read it, he found that the book, with which he was already familiar, was badly organized, schlecht organisiert. I said to myself that, at least in Germany, despite all that has happened there, I would be spared this. A few years later the same thing happened again, only this time grotesquely intensified. I had presented a lecture in the Psychoanalytical Society in San Francisco and given it to their affiliated professional journal for publication. In the galleys I discovered that they had not been satisfied with improving the stylistic deficiencies of an emigrant writer. The entire text had been disfigured beyond recognition, the fundamental intentions could not be recovered. To my polite protest I received the no less polite and regretful explanation, that the journal owes its reputation precisely to its practice of submitting all contributions to such editing, redaction. The editing provided the journal with its uniformity. I would only be standing in my own way were I to forego its advantages. Nonetheless I did forego them. Today the article can be found in the volume Sociologica 2 under the title Die revidierte Psychoanalyse, Psychoanalysis revised in a quite faithful German translation. 10. In it one can check whether the text needed to be filtered through a machine, obedient to that almost universal technique of adaptation, reworking, and arranging, to which powerless authors have to submit in America. I give these examples not to complain about the country where I found refuge but to explain clearly why I did not stay. In comparison with the horror of National Socialism, my literary experiences were insignificant bagatelles. But once I had survived, it was certainly excusable that I sought working conditions that would impair my work as little as possible. I was perfectly aware that the autonomy I championed as the unconditional right of the author to determine the integral form of his production had, at the same time, something regressive about it in relation to the highly rationalized commercial exploitation even of spiritual creations. What was being demanded of me was nothing other than the logically consistent application of the laws of highly advanced economic concentration to scholarly and literary products. However, what represents progress according to the standards of adaptation inevitably meant regression according to the standards of the subject matter itself. Conformity deprives spiritual creations of whatever is perhaps new and productive in them and by which they raise themselves above the already regulated consumer needs. In this country the demand that spirit also conform is not yet total. The distinction is still drawn, though often enough with problematic justification, between the autonomous creations of spirit and the products for the marketplace. Such economic backwardness, the future toleration of which remains uncertain, is the refuge of everything progressive that does not take the prevailing societal rules to be the ultimate truth. Once spirit, as admittedly countless people would like, is brought up to speed, made to order for the customer who is dominated by the market that takes his inferiority as a pretext for its own ideology, then spirit is just as thoroughly done for as it was under the clubs of the fascists. Intentions that are not content with the status quo, I would say qualitatively modern intentions, live from their backwardness within the process of economic exploitation. This backwardness is also no particularity of German nationality but rather attests to contradictions within the societal totality. History up until now has not known any linear progress. So long as progress runs in a single strand, on the rails of the mere domination of nature, then whatever spiritually extends beyond that will much more likely embody itself in what has not kept up completely with the main trend than in what is up to date. In a political phase that to a large extent relegates Germany as a nation to a function of world politics, this may yet be the chance for the German spirit, with all the dangers of a reawakening nationalism that implies. 11 The decision to return to Germany was hardly motivated simply by a subjective need, or homesickness, as little as I deny having had such sentiments. An objective factor also made itself felt. It is the language. Not only because one can never express one's intention so exactly, with all the nuances and the rhythm of the train of thought in the newly acquired language as in one's own. Rather, the German language also apparently has a special elective affinity with philosophy and particularly with its speculative element that in the West is so easily suspected of being dangerously unclear, and by no means completely without justification. Historically, in a process that finally needs to be seriously analyzed, the German language has become capable of expressing something in the phenomena that is not exhausted in their mere thusness, their positivity, and givenness. This specific quality of the German language can be most graphically demonstrated in the nearly prohibitive difficulty of translating into another language philosophical texts of supreme difficulty such as Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit or his Science of Logic. 12 German is not merely the signification of fixed meanings. Rather, it has retained more of the power of expression, more in any case than would be perceived in the Western languages by someone who had not grown up in them and for whom they are not second nature. However, whoever remains convinced that, in contrast to the individual disciplines, the mode of presentation is essential to philosophy, as Ulrich Sandmann recently put it very succinctly, there has never been a great philosopher who was not also a great writer. 13. Will be disposed to the German language. At least the native German will feel that he cannot fully acquire the essential aspect of presentation or of expression in the foreign language. If one writes in a truly foreign language, then whether it is acknowledged or not, one falls under the captivating spell to communicate, to say it in a way such that others can understand. In one's own language, however, if one says the matter as exactly and uncompromisingly as possible, one may hope through such unyielding efforts to become understandable as well. In the domain of one's own language, it is this very language itself that vouches for human fellowship. I will not venture to decide whether this circumstance is specific to German or whether it affects far more generally the relationship between each person's native language and a foreign language. Yet the impossibility of conveying without violence not only high-reaching speculative thoughts but even particular, quite precise concepts such as those of Geist, spirit, mind, intellect, moment, element, aspect, and Erfahrung, experience, including everything with which they resonate in German, speaks for a specific, objective quality of the German language. Unquestionably the German language also has a price to pay for this quality in the omnipresent temptation that the writer will imagine that the imminent tendency of German words to say more than they actually say makes things easier and releases him from the obligation of thinking and, where possible, of critically qualifying this more, instead of playfully indulging in it. The returning émigré, who has lost the naive relationship to what is his own, must unite the most intimate relationship to his native language with unflagging vigilance against any fraud it promotes. Against the belief that what I should like to call the metaphysical excess of the German language in itself already guarantees the truth of the metaphysics it suggests, or of metaphysics in general. I should perhaps admit in this context that I also for this reason wrote the jargon of authenticity. 14 Because I attribute just as much weight to language as a constituent of thought as Wilhelm von Humboldt did in the German tradition, I insist upon a discipline in my language, as also in my own thought, that hackneyed discourse only all too happily avoids. The metaphysical character of language is no privilege. One must not borrow from it the idea of a profundity that becomes suspect the moment it stoops to self-praise. This is similar to the concept of the German soul that, whatever it once may have meant, was mortally damaged when an ultra-conservative composer gave that as a title to his romantic retrospective work 15. The concept of profundity itself must not be affirmed without reflection, must not be, as philosophy calls it, hypostatized. No one who writes in German and who knows how much his thoughts are saturated with the German language should forget Nietzsche's critique of this sphere. 16 In the tradition, self-righteous German profundity was ominously in accord with suffering and its justification. For this reason the Enlightenment was denounced as superficial. If there is still anything profound, that is, not content with the blindly inculcated notions, then it is the denunciation of every clandestine agreement with the unconditionality of suffering. Solidarity prohibits its justification. It is in the faithfulness to the idea that the way things are should not be the final word, rather than in the hopeless attempt to determine finally what is German, that the sense this concept may still assert is to be surmised, in the transition to humanity. Scientific experiences of a European scholar in America. An American invitation motivated me to note down some of my intellectual experiences during my time there. Perhaps in this way, from an extreme perspective, a little light may be shed also on what is seldom given exposure. I have never denied that I have considered myself a European from the first to the last one. That I would maintain this intellectual continuity seemed self-evident to me, as I fully realized quickly enough in America too. I still recall the shock I received during our first days in New York from an emigrant, a young lady from a so-called good family, when she explained, "People used to go to the Philharmonic, now they go to Radio City." In no respect did I want to be like her. 3 Both my natural disposition and my past made me inconceivably unsuited for adjusting in matters of intellect and spirit. As much as I recognize that intellectual individuality itself can only develop through processes of adjustment and socialization, I also consider it the obligation and the proof of individuation that it transcends adjustment, for by means of the mechanisms of identification with ego ideals, individuation must emancipate itself from this very identification. This relation between autonomy and adjustment was recognized early on by Freud and in the meantime has become familiar to American scholarship. When one came there 30 years ago, however, this was not the case. Adjustment was still a magic word, especially to someone fleeing persecution in Europe and from whom it was expected that he would prove himself in the new country and that he would not arrogantly insist on remaining the way he was. The direction marked out for me through my first 34 years was thoroughly speculative, in the simple, pre-philosophical sense of the word, though in my case inseparable from philosophical intentions. I thought it suited me personally and was objectively necessary to interpret phenomena, not to ascertain, organize, and classify facts, let alone to make them available as information, not only in philosophy but also in sociology. To the present day I have never rigorously separated the two disciplines, though I well know that here as well as over there specialization cannot be reversed by a mere act of will. The treatise on the societal situation of music, for example, which I published as a private docent at Frankfurt in 1932 in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, 5, and to which all my later musicological studies relate, already had a thoroughly theoretical orientation, founded on the idea of an inherently antagonistic totality that also appears in art and by which art is to be interpreted. 6. A type of sociology for which such a kind of thought had at best the value of hypotheses but not of knowledge was quite contrary to me. 7. On the other hand, I came to America, at least I hope so, as someone completely free of nationalism and cultural arrogance. The problematic of the traditional, especially German, intellectual historical concept of culture had become far too evident for me to entrust myself to such conceptions. The element of enlightenment even in its relationship to culture, a matter of course in the American intellectual climate, necessarily had affected me in the strongest possible way. 8. Moreover, I was full of gratitude for being delivered from the catastrophe that was already looming in 1937, as willing to do my part as I was determined not to give up being who I was. The tension between these two attitudes should to some extent describe the manner in which I related to my American experience. In the autumn of 1937 while in London I received a telegram from my friend Max Horkheimer, who before Hitler's ascension had been director of the Institute for Social Research at the University of Frankfurt, which he at that time was continuing in connection with Columbia University in New York. My speedy emigration to America would be possible if I'd be willing to collaborate on a radio project. After brief deliberation I telegraphed my agreement. I did not even really know what a radio project was. The American use of the word project, which nowadays in Germany is translated by something like Forschungsvorhaben, 9, was unknown to me. I was only certain that my friend would not have made the proposal unless he was convinced that I, a philosopher by training, could handle the job. I was only slightly prepared for it. In 3 years in Oxford I had learned English autodidactically but decently enough. In June of 1937 on invitation from Horkheimer I was in New York for a couple of weeks and nevertheless gained a first impression. In 1936 in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung I had published a sociological interpretation of jazz, which although suffering painfully from a lack of knowledge about America specifically, at least worked with material that could be considered characteristically American. I thought I would quickly and concentratedly acquire a certain knowledge of American life, in particular of the musical conditions over there. That presented few difficulties. The theoretical core of that work on jazz was essentially related to the social psychological investigations I undertook later. I found several of my theorems confirmed by American experts such as Winthrop Sargent. 10. Nevertheless that work, though intricately involved with the pertinent musical facts, had the defect of being unproven according to American concepts of sociology. It remained in the domain of the stimulus, the materials that have an effect upon the listener, without my moving or being able to move to the other side of the fence through using methods of statistical data collection. I thereby provoked the objection I was to hear many times, where is the evidence? A certain naivete about the American situation proved to be of greater consequence. I surely knew what monopoly capitalism and the great trusts were. However, I did not know to what extent rational planning and standardization had permeated the so-called mass media, and consequently jazz, whose derivatives contribute so importantly to that media production. In fact, I still accepted jazz as immediate expression, as indeed jazz itself was one to proclaim, and was not aware of the problem of a fabricated and manipulated pseudo-spontaneity, the problem of the second hand that dawned on me in my American experience and that I later, 10th Bien. Mal, tried to formulate. When I had the work on jazz published again, after nearly 30 years, I was very distanced from it. 11 For that reason I could note, besides its weaknesses, whatever merits it might have. Precisely because it does not perceive an American phenomenon with the obviousness it has for Americans, but rather, as nowadays is said a la Brecht somewhat too glibly in Germany, alienates it. The study ascertained characteristics that were all too easily hidden by the familiarity of the jazz idiom and that might be essential to the phenomenon. 12 In a certain sense such a conjunction of the outsider's perspective and unbiased insight is likely characteristic of all my studies on American material. When I moved from London to New York in February of 1938, I worked half-time for the Institute for Social Research and half-time for the Princeton Radio Project. The latter was directed by Paul F. Lazarsfeld, with Hadley Cantrell 13 and Frank Stanton, at that time still research director of the Columbia Broadcasting System, 14 as co-directors. I myself was supposed to direct the so-called music study of the project. Because I belonged to the Institute for Social Research, I was not as exposed to the immediate competitive struggle and the pressure of externally imposed demands as was otherwise customary. I had the opportunity to pursue my own goals. I tried to do justice to my doubled employment by a certain combination of activities, occupying myself with research at both places. In the theoretical texts I wrote for the Institute at that time, I formulated the standpoints and experiences I then wanted to evaluate in the radio project. 15 In the first instance, this work concerned the essay on the fetish character in music and the regression of listening, which had already appeared in 1938 in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung and can be read today in the volume Dissonanzen, 16, and it also concerned the end of the book begun in London in 1937 on Richard Wagner, several chapters of which we placed in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, whereas the entire book was published by Suhrkamp Publishers in 1952. The distance between this book and the empirical musicological publications was considerable. Nevertheless, it belongs to the overall complex of my work at that time. In Search of Wagner 17 endeavored to combine sociological, technical musical, and aesthetic analyses in such a manner that, on the one hand, societal analyses of Wagner's social character and the function of his work would shed light upon its internal composition. On the other hand, and what seemed to me more essential, the internal technical findings in turn should be brought to societal expression and be read as ciphers of societal conditions. The text on the fetish character was intended to conceptualize the recent musical sociological observations I had made in America and to sketch out something like a frame of reference, ein Bezugssystem within which individual investigations could be designed and carried out. At the same time, the treatise also represented a sort of critical reply to the work of Walter Benjamin on the work of art in the age of its technical reproducibility that had recently been published in our journal. 18 I underscored the problematic of production in the culture industry and the related behavioral responses, whereas it seemed to me that Benjamin strove all too directly to rescue precisely this problematic sphere. 19 The Princeton Radio Project had its headquarters neither in Princeton nor in New York, but in Newark, New Jersey, and indeed, in a somewhat improvised manner, in a disused brewery. Whenever I traveled there, through the tunnel under the Hudson, I felt a little as if I were in Kafka's Nature Theater in Oklahoma. 20 Indeed, I was attracted by the lack of inhibition in the choice of a locality that would have been hardly imaginable in European academic practices. My initial impression of the studies currently underway, however, was not characterized by a great deal of understanding. At Lazarsfeld's suggestion, I went from room to room and talked with colleagues, heard words such as likes and dislikes, study, success or failure of a program, and so on, of which at first I could understand little. but I understood enough to realize that it concerned the collecting of data to benefit planning departments in the field of mass media, whether directly in industry or cultural advisory boards and similar bodies. For the first time I saw administrative research before me. I do not know today whether Lazarsfeld coined this phrase or I in my astonishment at such a type of science, focused directly on praxis, so utterly unfamiliar to me. In any case, later Lazarsfeld outlined the distinction between such administrative research and the critical social research that our institute pursued in an article introducing the special volume of our studies in philosophy and social science in 1941 dedicated to communications research. 21 Admittedly, in the framework of the Princeton Project there was little room for critical social research. The project's charter, which came from the Rockefeller Foundation, explicitly stipulated that the investigations had to be carried out within the framework of the commercial radio system established in the USA. This implied that the system itself, its social and economic presuppositions and its cultural and sociological consequences, should not be analyzed. I cannot say that I strictly followed that charter. In no way was I drawn by the desire to criticize at all costs, which would have been unbecoming in someone who first of all had to familiarize himself with the so-called cultural climate. Rather, what troubled me was a fundamental methodological problem, method understood more in its European, epistemological sense than in the American usage, in which methodology indeed virtually signifies practical techniques of data collection. I was completely willing to set out for that famous other side of the fence, that is, to study the reactions of listeners, and I still recall how much I enjoyed and how much I learned when I personally, for my own orientation, carried out a series of admittedly quite overgrown and unsystematic interviews. Since earliest childhood I had always felt uneasy with impulsive, undisciplined thinking. On the other hand, it seemed to me, and I am still convinced of it today, that in cultural activity what perceptual psychology regards as mere stimulus is itself qualitatively determinate, belonging to spirit, and knowable in terms of its objective contents. I resist having to register and measure effects without placing them in relation to those stimuli, namely the objectivity of that to which the consumers of the culture industry, here, radio listeners, react. What was axiomatic in the rules of orthodox social research, that is, to proceed in an experiment from the reactions of the subjects as if they were something primary, the ultimate legitimate source of sociological knowledge, seemed to me to be thoroughly mediated and derivative. Or, put more cautiously, it would be incumbent upon research first of all to investigate to what extent such subjective reactions of the experiment subjects are in fact as spontaneous and immediate as these subjects suppose, or rather to what extent are actually involved not only the mechanisms of dissemination and the apparatus's power of suggestion, but also the objective implications of the media and the material with which the listeners are confronted, and ultimately the comprehensive societal structures all the way up to the societal totality. But simply because I proceeded from objective implications of art instead of statistically measurable listener reactions, I collided with the positivistic habits of thought that reigned virtually unchallenged in American science. Furthermore, I was also hindered in my transition from theoretical reflection to the empiria by something specifically musical, the difficulty in verbalizing what music subjectively awakens in the listener, the utter obscurity of what is so blithely called the lived experience of music. 22. A small machine, the so-called program analyzer, 23, which enabled a listener to indicate, among other things, what he did and did not like by pushing a button during the playing of a piece of music, seemed to me extremely inadequate to the complexity of what needed to be discovered, despite the apparent objectivity of the data the machine provided. 24. In any case, I considered it necessary first of all to pursue in depth what could perhaps be called musical content analysis, 25, that of the subject matter itself, without the music being misunderstood as program music, before going into the field, as they say. I recall how bewildered I was when my late colleague Franz Newman of the Institute for Social Research, the author of Behemoth, 26, asked me whether the questionnaires of the music study had already been sent out, whereas I still hardly knew whether questionnaires could do justice to the questions I considered essential. I still do not know, it has still not been attempted vigorously enough. To be sure, and herein lay my misunderstanding, I was not expected to provide central insights into the relation between music and society but only usable information. I felt a strong unwillingness to switch over to this requirement. 27 As Horkheimer remarked in offering me encouragement, being as I am, I probably would not have been able to do it even had I wanted to. All this was surely also determined in no small measure by the fact that I approached the specific field of the sociology of music more as a musician than as a sociologist. Nonetheless, a genuine sociological element came into play that I could not account for until years later. 28 Through recourse to subjective behavioral responses to music, I came up against the question of mediation. The question arose precisely because the apparently primary, immediate reactions seemed to me to be an insufficient basis for sociological knowledge since they were themselves in fact mediated. One could point out that in the so-called motivation analysis of the social research oriented toward subjective reactions and their generalization, a means was available for correcting that semblance of immediacy and for penetrating into the prior conditions of the subjective reactions, for example through supplementary detailed, qualitative case studies. However, aside from the fact that 30 years ago empirical social research was not so intensively involved with techniques of motivation research as it has been later, I felt and still feel that such a procedure is not fully adequate, however much it appeals to common sense. Even it remains imprisoned in the subjective realm. Motivations are located in the consciousness and unconscious of individuals. Motivation analysis alone could not establish whether and how reactions to music are conditioned by the so-called cultural climate and beyond this by structural elements of society. Of course, social objectivities also manifest themselves indirectly in subjective opinions and behavior. The opinions and behavior of subjects are themselves always something objective. They are crucial for the developmental tendencies of the entire society, although not to the degree presumed by a sociological model that simply equates the rules of parliamentary democracy with the reality of living society. Moreover, social objectivities flash up within the subjective reactions, all the way down to concrete details. The subjective material allows conclusions to be drawn about its objective determinants. The claim to exclusivity made by empirical methods rests on the fact that subjective reactions are more ascertainable and quantifiable than the structures, especially those that are of the total society, which cannot be so easily probed in an empirical manner. It is plausible that one could just as well proceed from the data collected from subjects to the societal objectivity as vice versa, except that sociology stands on more solid ground when it begins with the determination of these data. In spite of all this, however, it remains unproven whether one can actually proceed from the opinions and reactions of individuals to the structure and the essence of society. Even the statistical average of these opinions, as Durkheim already realized, is still an epitome of subjectivity. 29 It is hardly a coincidence that the representatives of a rigorous empiricism 30 design their theory with such limitations that the construction of societal totality and its laws of motion is impeded. Above all, however, the choice of frames of reference, of categories and procedures employed by science, is not as neutral and indifferent with respect to the contents of the object to be studied as a thinking whose essential ingredients include the strict division between method and object would like to believe. Whether one proceeds from a theory of society and interprets the allegedly reliably observed phenomena as the theory's epiphenomena, or, alternatively, regards these phenomena as the stuff of science and the theory of society merely as an abstraction resulting from the classification, all this has far-reaching, substantive consequences for the conception of society. Prior to every particular bias and every value judgment, the choice of one or the other frame of reference determines whether one conceives of the abstractum society as the reality on which everything individual depends, or whether because of its abstraction one deems it, in the tradition of nominalism, a mere flatus vocis, an empty word. This alternative extends into all societal judgments, ultimately also to the political. Motivation analysis does not go much beyond particular individual influences that are brought into relation with the reactions of the subjects under study, but that, especially within the total system of the culture industry, are only more or less arbitrarily isolated from the totality that not only externally influences people, but also has long ago become internalized. Behind this lie issues far more relevant for communications research. The phenomena that concern the sociology of mass media, especially in America, cannot be separated from standardization, the transformation of artistic creations into consumer goods, calculated pseudo-individualization, and similar manifestations of what German philosophy calls reification. Corresponding to it is a reified, largely manipulable consciousness, hardly capable any longer of spontaneous experience. I can illustrate what I mean by reified consciousness most easily, without recourse to cumbersome philosophical deliberation, by noting an actual experience I had in America. Among the frequently changing colleagues whom I saw pass through the Princeton Project was a young lady. After a few days she had developed some trust in me and asked in a completely charming manner, "Dr. Adorno, would you mind a personal question?" I said, "It depends on the question, but just go ahead," and she continued, "Please tell me, are you an extrovert or an introvert?" 31 It was as though she, a living being, was already thinking according to the model of the cafeteria-style questions from questionnaires. She could subsume herself under such rigid and prescribed categories, as one can also often observe in Germany, such as when people characterize themselves by the zodiac signs under which they were born, female Sagittarius, male Aries. Reified consciousness is certainly at home not only in America but rather is fostered by the overall tendency of society. It's just that I first became aware of it while I was over there. And Europe too, in harmony with the economic technological development, is following close behind in the formation of this spirit. In the meantime the complex has penetrated the general consciousness in America. However, around 1938 it was anathema to employ the concept of reification at all, which by now has become largely worn out through overuse. I was particularly irritated by a methodological circle. In order to get a grasp on the phenomenon of cultural reification according to the prevailing norms of empirical sociology, one would have to use methods that are themselves reified, as they stood so menacingly before my eyes in the form of the program analyzer. When I was confronted with a requirement, as it was literally stated, to measure culture, I on the contrary reflected that culture is precisely the very condition that excludes a mentality that would wish to measure it. In general I was hostile to the undifferentiated application of the principle science is measurement, which at that time was little criticized even in the social sciences. The primacy granted to quantitative methods of data collection, in relation to which theory as well as individual qualitative studies were to be at best supplementary, implied that one had to undertake just this paradox. The task of translating my deliberations into research terms resembled squaring the circle. I am certainly not the right person to judge how much of this is due to my personal equation. However, the difficulties are certainly also of an objective nature. They are based in the inhomogeneity of the scientific conception of sociology. No continuum exists between critical theory and the empirical procedures of the natural sciences. They have divergent historical origins and can be integrated only with the most extreme violence. 32 doubts of this kind towered up before me, such that while I indeed immersed myself in observations about American musical life, in particular the radio system, and managed to set down theorems and theories, nonetheless I was unable to devise questionnaires and interview schemas that at least addressed the essential points. To be sure, I was a bit isolated in my activities. The unfamiliarity of the things I had in mind had the effect that I incurred more skepticism than cooperation from my colleagues. Only the so-called secretarial help responded right away positively to my ideas. I still remember with gratitude Rose Kahn and Eunice Cooper, who not only transcribed and corrected my innumerable drafts but also encouraged me greatly. But the higher up in the scientific hierarchy things went, the more precarious became the situation. Thus once I had an assistant of distant German, Mennonite descent, who was supposed to support me particularly in my investigations of light music. He was a jazz musician, and I learned a great deal from him about the technique of jazz as well as about the phenomenon of song hits in America. But instead of helping me to translate my formulations of the problem into research strategies, however limited they might be, he wrote a kind of protest memorandum in which he contrasted, not without pathos, his scientific perspective with my arid speculations, as he viewed them. He had not really understood what I was after. A certain resentment was unmistakable in him, the kind of culture I happened to bring with me and about which my critical attitude towards society left me genuinely unconceited, appeared to him to be unjustified arrogance. He harbored a mistrust of Europeans, such as the bourgeois classes in the 18th century must have cultivated toward émigré French aristocrats. To him I appeared to be a sort of princely pretender, however little I, deprived of all influence, had to do with societal privilege. 33 Without in the least wanting to gloss over my own psychological difficulties with the project, above all the lack of flexibility of a man who was essentially already set in his goals, I should yet like to add several recollections of this assistant that show that the problems were not alone due to my shortcomings. A colleague who was highly qualified in his own field, which had nothing to do with musicology, and had long achieved high office and esteem, asked me to make several predictions for a study on jazz, whether this form of musical entertainment was more popular in the country or the city, with younger or older people, with church-going people or agnostics, and the like. I answered these questions, which lay well this side of the problems that occupied me in the sociology of jazz, with simple common sense, as an innocent person, unintimidated by science, presumably would answer them. My less than profound prophecies were confirmed. The effect was surprising. My young colleague did not attribute the result, say, to my simple reasoning, but rather to a kind of magical capacity for intuition. I thus earned an authority with him I had in no way deserved for having anticipated that jazz fans more likely live in large cities than in the country. The effect of his academic training obviously left no room for deliberations that were not already secured by strictly observed and registered facts. I actually encountered the argument that developing too many thoughts as hypotheses before empirical research possibly could induce a bias, Einverurteil, that would endanger the objectivity of the findings. My exceedingly friendly colleague preferred deeming me a medicine man to conceding validity to something that lay under the taboo of speculation. Taboos of this kind have the tendency to extend beyond their original intention. Skepticism about what is unproven can easily turn into a prohibition upon thinking. Another scholar, also highly qualified and already recognized in the field, considered my analyses of light music to be expert opinion. He logged these under the rubric of effects rather than that of analysis of the object, which, as mere stimulus, he wanted to exclude from the analysis, in his view nothing but a projection. I have encountered this argument time and again. Apparently, Outside the special sphere of the humanities, it was very difficult to comprehend the idea that anything of spirit could have an objectivity. Spirit is effortlessly equated with a human subject that sustains it, without any recognition of spirit's independence and autonomy. Above all else, organized science hardly realizes to what small degree artworks coincide with those who produce them. I once observed this carried to a grotesque extreme. In a group of radio listeners, I was given the task, God knows why, of presenting a musical analysis in the sense of structural aspects of listening. In order to connect with something generally familiar and the prevailing consciousness, I chose the famous melody that forms the second main theme of the first movement of Schubert's B minor symphony and demonstrated the chain-like, imbricated character of this theme that lends it its particular insistence. One of the participants of the meeting, a very young man, whom I had noticed on account of his extravagantly colorful clothes, asked to speak and said roughly the following: "What I had said was all very well and convincing. But it would have been more effective if I had donned the makeup and costume of Schubert, as if the composer himself was issuing information about his intentions and unfolding these thoughts." Something emerged in experiences of this stamp that Max Weber in his essays on the sociology of culture almost 50 years ago had diagnosed in his doctrine of bureaucracy, something that had already fully developed in the 1930s in America, the decline of the cultivated person in the European sense, which indeed as a social type never could have become fully established in America. That was particularly clear to me in the difference between an intellectual and a research technician. I received my first real assistance in connection with the Princeton Radio Research Project when Dr. George Simpson was assigned to be my assistant. I gladly take the opportunity to reiterate my gratitude to him publicly in Germany. He was thoroughly informed in regard to theory. Born and raised in America, he was familiar with the sociological criteria acknowledged in the USA, and as the translator of Durkheim's Division de Travail he was equally familiar with the European tradition. 34 Again and again I could observe how native Americans proved to be more open-minded, above all more willing to help than emigrant Europeans who under the pressure of prejudice and rivalry often showed the proclivity to become more American than the Americans, and also quickly considered every newly arrived fellow European as a kind of disturbance to their own adjustment. Officially Simpson functioned as an editorial assistant. In reality he contributed a great deal more, the first attempts of an integration of my specific endeavors with American methods. The collaboration was accomplished in what was for me an extremely surprising and instructive manner. Like a child who once burned shuns fire, I had developed an exaggerated caution. I hardly dared any more to formulate my ideas in American English as undisguisedly and vividly as was necessary to give them dimension. Such caution is unsuited to a thinking, however, that corresponded as little to a schema of trial and error as mine. But Simpson not only encouraged me to write as robustly and uncompromisingly as possible, he also did everything he could to make it succeed. Thus between the years 1938 and 1940 in the music study of the Princeton Radio Research Project I completed 4 longer studies with Simpson's collaboration. Without him they would likely not exist. The first was called, A Social Critique of Radio Music. It appeared in the Kenyon Review in spring 1945 and was a lecture I had presented to my colleagues at the Radio Project in 1940 and that developed the fundamental viewpoints of my work, a bit crudely, perhaps, but unequivocally. 3 concrete studies applied these viewpoints to material. 1. On popular music, printed in the communications volume of the Studies in Philosophy and Social Science, was a kind of phenomenology of hit songs and presented the theory of standardization and pseudo-individualization and the resultant succinct distinction between light and serious music. 36 The category of pseudo-individualization was a preliminary form of the concept of personalization that later played a considerable role in the authoritarian personality and indeed gained a certain relevance for political sociology in general. 37 Then there was the study on the NBC Music Appreciation Hour, the more voluminous American text of which unfortunately remained unpublished at the time. 38 What seemed to me essential I later inserted in German, with the kind permission of Lazarsfeld, in the chapter Die Gewordte Musik of der Getro-Korrepetitor. 39 It was concerned with critical content analysis, strictly and simply with a demonstration that the popular and very esteemed, because a non-commercial contribution, Damrosch Hour, which claimed to foster musical education, was propagating false information about music as well as a completely untrue image of it. The social reasons for such untruth were sought in the conformism of the views embraced by those responsible for that appreciation hour. Finally, the text The Radio Symphony was completed and printed in the volume Radio Research 1941. 40 Its thesis was that serious symphonic music, so far as it is broadcast on the radio, is not what it appears to be, and that therefore the claim of the radio industry to be bringing serious music to the people is dubious. This work immediately aroused indignation. Thus the well-known music critic Hagen polemicized against it and termed it the kind of stuff that foundations fell for, a reproach that in my case was not at all accurate. 41 I incorporated the core of this work also in Der Getro-Korrepetitor, in the last chapter, über die musikalische Verwendung des Radios. 42 Indeed one of the central ideas proved to be obsolete, my thesis that the radio symphony was not a symphony anymore, which I derived from the technological transformations of sound quality due to the recording tape still prevalent in radio at the time and which has since largely been overcome by the techniques of high fidelity and stereophonics. Yet I believe that this affects neither the theory of atomistic listening nor that of the particular image character of music on the radio, which should have survived the earlier distortion of sound. Measured against what the music study was intended to accomplish, at least by design, these four studies were fragmentary or, as the Americans say, the result of a salvaging action. I did not succeed in presenting a systematically executed sociology and social psychology of music on the radio. 43 What resulted was more like models rather than a design for the whole I had felt obliged to produce. The reason for this shortcoming may well have been that I did not succeed in making the transition to listener research. That transition would be absolutely necessary, above all else, in order to differentiate and correct the theorems. 44 It is an open question, which in fact can only be answered empirically, whether, to what extent, and in what dimensions the societal implications disclosed in musical content analysis are also understood by the listeners and how they react to them. It would be naive simply to presume an equivalence between the societal implications of the stimuli and the responses, though no less naive to regard the two as independent of each other in the absence of established research on the reactions. If in fact, as was explicated in the study on popular music, the norms and rules of the hit music industry are sedimented results of audience preferences in a society not yet totally standardized and technologically organized, one can still suppose that the implications of the objective material do not completely diverge from the consciousness and unconscious of those to whom such material appeals, otherwise the popular would hardly be popular. There are established limits to manipulation. On the other hand, one must consider that the shallowness and superficiality of material that from the outset is calculated to be perceived in a condition of absent-mindedness and entertainment permits the expectation of relatively shallow and superficial reactions. The ideology projected by the culture industry of music need not necessarily be the same as that of its listeners. To provide an analogy, the popular press in many countries, even in America and England, frequently propagates opinions of the extreme right, without this having any great consequences over the decades for the formation of the public will in those countries. My own position in the controversy between empirical and theoretical sociology, which is often, and especially here in Germany, thoroughly misrepresented, may be summarized roughly by saying that empirical investigations, even in the domain of cultural phenomena, are not only legitimate but essential. But they should not be hypostatized and treated as a universal key. Above all, they themselves must terminate in theoretical knowledge. Theory is not merely a vehicle that becomes superfluous as soon as the data are available. It may be noted that the 4 musical studies from the Princeton Project, together with the study in German on the fetish character of music, contain the core of the philosophy of new music that was completed only in 1948, the viewpoints under which I had treated questions of reproduction and consumption in the American texts on music were to be applied to the sphere of production itself. Philosophy of new music then, completed in America, implicated everything I wrote about music later, including the introduction to the sociology of music. 45 The work of the music study was by no means entirely confined to what appeared under my name. There were 2 other investigations, one strictly empirical, that at least could be considered as stimulated by my work without my having had any authority over either of them. I was not a member of the editorial board of Radio Research 1941. Edward Suckman in Invitation to Music has made most likely the only attempt to date to confirm a thesis of the radio symphony with listener reactions. 46 He investigated the difference in the capacity for musical experience between those familiar with live serious music and those who were first initiated into it through the radio. The characterization of the problem was related to my own approach in that my work also treated the difference between live experience and the reified experience tinged with the mechanical means of reproduction and all that this implied. This thesis seems to have been confirmed by Suckman's investigation. The taste of those people who had listened to live serious music was superior to the taste of those who were familiar with serious music only through the New York radio station WQXR, which specialized in this music. 47 Yet it remains unclear whether the difference could in fact be attributed solely to the diverse modes of apprehending the music as explicated in my thesis and probably also in Suckman's reasoning, or whether, as I am prone to think now, a third factor plays a role, that those who generally go to concerts already belong to a tradition that makes them more familiar with serious music than the radio fans, and that they moreover probably from the outset have a more specific interest in it than those who confine themselves to listening to the radio. Moreover, through this study, whose existence understandably pleased me, my misgivings about treating questions of the reification of consciousness with reified methods became quite concrete. According to the technique of the Thurstone scale, which at that time was much more prevalent, a commission of experts were supposed to decide on the quality of the composers who were to be used for distinguishing between the standards of those people who had become initiated into music through live performance and through radio. 48 These experts were selected largely for their prominence and their authority in the public sphere of music. Here the question arose of whether such experts were not themselves imprinted with the same conventional attitudes attributable to that reified consciousness that actually constituted the object of the investigations. The high ranking accorded to Tchaikovsky in the scale seemed to me to justify such suspicions. The study by Duncan McDougall entitled The Popular Music Industry in Radio Research 1941 served to concretize the thesis that musical taste was manipulated. 49 It was an initial contribution to the insight that what seemed immediate was in fact mediated, in that the study described in detail how hit songs were made at the time. With the methods of high-pressure advertising, plugging, the most important channels for the popularity of hits, the bands, were worked on so that certain songs were played as often as possible, particularly on the radio, until in fact they had a chance of being accepted by the masses through the sheer power of incessant repetition. 50 Yet I felt some misgivings even about McDougall's presentation. The facts he insisted on belong by their very structure to an earlier era than that of the centralized radio technology and the great monopolies in mass media. In his study, the work of preposterously zealous agents, if not individual corruption, was still thought essential, whereas in truth the objective system and to some measure the technological conditions themselves had long since assumed this role. To this extent it would be necessary today to repeat the investigation and explore the objective mechanisms for popularizing the popular rather than the machinations and intrigues of those garrulous types whose sheet MacDougall so richly characterized 51. In the face of the present social reality it easily looks old-fashioned and consequently rather conciliatory. 52. In 1941 my activity at the Princeton Radio Research Project, from which the Bureau of Applied Social Research developed, came to an end, and my wife and I moved to California, where Horkheimer had already settled. He and I spent the next years in Los Angeles almost exclusively working collaboratively on the dialectic of enlightenment. The book was completed in 1944, and the final supplements were written in 1945. Until the autumn of 1944 my contact with American science and research was interrupted and only then re-established. Even during our time in New York, Horkheimer, in the face of the horrors happening in Europe, arranged for investigations into the problem of anti-Semitism. Together with other members of our institute we had developed and published the program for a research project to which we then often referred. It contained among other things a typology of anti-Semites, which then, substantially modified, recurred in later studies. Similar to the way the music study at the Princeton Radio Research Project was determined theoretically by the treatise on the fetish character in music and the regression of listening, written in German, so it went this time. The chapter Elements of Antisemitism in the Dialectic of Enlightenment, which Horkheimer and I composed jointly in the strictest sense, namely by literally dictating it together, was determinative for my participation in the investigations carried out later with the Berkeley Public Opinion Study Group. They found their literary expression in the authoritarian personality. 53. The reference to the dialectic of enlightenment, which has not yet been translated into English, 54 does not seem superfluous to me because the book best obviates a misunderstanding the authoritarian personality was exposed to from the outset and for which it was perhaps not wholly unresponsible. On account of its emphasis, namely the criticism that the authors had attempted to ground anti-Semitism, and beyond that fascism, merely subjectively, subscribing to the error that this political economic phenomenon is primarily psychological. What I suggested about the conception of the music study of the Princeton Project should suffice to show how little that was intended. The elements of anti-Semitism theoretically shifted racial prejudice into the context of an objectively oriented critical theory of society. To be sure, in contrast to a certain economic orthodoxy, we were not dismissive of psychology but acknowledged its proper place in our outline as an explanatory aspect. However, we never entertained doubts about the primacy of objective factors over psychological ones. We followed what I believe to be the plausible idea that in the present society the objective institutions and developmental tendencies have attained such an overwhelming power over individuals that people are becoming, and evidently in increasing measure, functionaries of the predominant tendencies operating over their heads. Less and less depends on their own particular conscious and unconscious being, their inner life. In the meantime the psychological, even the social-psychological explanation of social phenomena has become in many ways an ideological screen image. The more dependent people are upon the total system and the less they can do something about it, the more they are intentionally and unintentionally led to believe that everything depends on them. 55. This does not render irrelevant the social-psychological questions that have been raised in connection with Freudian theory, especially those of depth psychology and characterology. Already in the long introduction to the volume of the Institute for Social Research, Authority and Family of 1935, Horkheimer had spoken of the cement that holds society together and had developed the thesis that, in the face of the divergence between what society promises its members and what it delivers to them, The system could hardly continue to function unless it had molded the people themselves down to their innermost being to conform to itself. 56 If at one time the bourgeois era, with the awakening need for independent wage earners, had produced people who corresponded to the requirements of the new means of production, then these people, generated as it were by the economic societal system, were later the additional factor that contributed to the perpetuation of the conditions in whose image the subjects were created. We viewed social psychology as subjective mediation of the objective societal system, without whose mechanisms it would not have been possible to keep a hold on its subjects. To this extent our views approached subjectively oriented research methods as a corrective to a rigid thinking imposed from above, in which invoking the supremacy of the system becomes a substitute for insight into the concrete connection between the system and those who, after all, compose it. On the other hand, the subjectively oriented analyses have their valid place only within an objective theory. In the authoritarian personality this is emphasized repeatedly. The work's focus on the subjective moments was interpreted, along the lines of the predominant tendency of the times, as though social psychology was used as a philosopher's stone, whereas, in Freud's famous turn of phrase, it was simply trying to add something new to what was already known. Horkheimer made contact with a group of researchers at the University of California at Berkeley composed principally of Nevitt Sanford, who has since passed away, Else Frankel Brunswick, and the then very young Daniel Levinson. I believe that the first point of contact was a study initiated by Sanford on the phenomenon of pessimism, which then recurred in a very modified form in the most important investigations in which the destructive drive was revealed to be one of the decisive dimensions of the authoritarian personality. Though of course no longer in the sense of an overt pessimism but rather often precisely as the reactive suppression of it. In 1945 Horkheimer took over the direction of the research division of the American Jewish Committee in New York and made it possible for the scientific resources of the Berkeley Group and of our institute to be pooled, so that over a period of years we were able to conduct extensive research related to our common theoretical reflections. He was responsible not only for the overall plan of the studies collected in the series Studies in Prejudice published by Harper's, 57 but the authoritarian personality in its specific content is also unthinkable without him, for Horkheimer's and my philosophical and sociological reflections had long since grown so integrated that neither of us could have said what came from one and what from the other. The Berkeley study was organized such that Sanford and I served as directors and Mrs. Brunswick and Daniel Levinson as principal colleagues. From the beginning, however, everything occurred in consummate teamwork without any hierarchical aspects. The title page of the authoritarian personality that gives equal credit to us all in fact completely expresses the actual situation. This kind of cooperation in a democratic spirit that does not get mired in formalities but rather extends into all the details of planning and execution, was for me probably the most fruitful thing I encountered in America, in contrast to the academic tradition in Europe. The present efforts toward an inner democratization of the German university are familiar to me from my American experience. 58 The cooperation in Berkeley knew no friction, no resistance, no scholarly rivalry. Dr. Sanford, for instance, sacrificed a great deal of his time in order to edit stylistically, in the kindest and most meticulous manner, all the chapters written by me. The reason for our teamwork was not only the American atmosphere but also scientific, our common orientation toward Freud. We four were agreed neither to tie ourselves fast to Freud nor, like the psychoanalytical revisionists, to dilute him. There was a certain measure of deviation from him in that we were pursuing a specifically sociological interest. The inclusion of objective elements, here especially of the cultural climate, was incompatible with the Freudian view of sociology as merely applied psychology. Likewise the desiderata of quantification we submitted to differed somewhat from Freud, for whom the substance of research consists in qualitative investigations, case studies, Nevertheless, we took the qualitative factor seriously throughout. The categories that underlay the quantitative investigations were in themselves of a qualitative character and derived from an analytical characterology. Moreover, already in the planning stage we were concerned to compensate for the danger of the mechanistic aspect of quantitative investigations with supplementary qualitative case studies. The aporia, that what was discovered purely by quantitative means seldom reaches the genetic deep mechanisms, while the qualitative discoveries can just as easily lose their generalizability and therefore also their objective sociological validity, we tried to overcome by applying a whole range of various techniques that were coordinated with each other only through the single underlying conception. Mrs. Brunswick undertook the remarkable attempt to quantify in turn the findings of the strictly qualitative, clinical analysis she obtained in her assigned sector, against which however I raised the objection that the complementary advantages of the qualitative analyses were once again lost through such quantification. Due to her early and tragic death we could not carry through this controversy between us. So far as I can tell, the issue still remains open. The investigations on the authoritarian personality were pursued at various levels. While the center was in Berkeley, where I went once every fortnight, my friend Frederick Pollock also organized a study group in Los Angeles, where the social psychologist J.F. Brown, the psychologist Carol Creedon, and several other people actively participated. We came into contact already at that time with the psychoanalyst Dr. Frederick Hacker and his colleagues. Seminar-like discussions in the circle of all those interested often took place in Los Angeles. The idea of a large literary work that would integrate the individual investigations took shape only gradually and somewhat arbitrarily. The actual center of the common achievements was the F-scale that of all the parts of the authoritarian personality exercised the greatest influence. In any case it was applied and modified countless times and then later, after being adapted to the particular local conditions, formed the basis for the scale for measuring the authoritarian potential in Germany, about which the Institute for Social Research, newly founded in 1950 in Frankfurt, will soon release a large report 59 certain tests in American magazines, as well as unsystematic observations of several acquaintances, suggested to us the idea that without asking about anti-Semitic and other fascist opinions explicitly one could determine such tendencies indirectly. By determining the rigid views one can be fairly sure generally accompany those specific opinions and constitute with them a characterological unity. In Berkeley then we developed the F-scale in a free and relaxed environment deviating considerably from the conception of a pedantic science that must account for its every step. Probably the reason for this was what one liked to call the psychoanalytic background of us four directors of the study, particularly our familiarity with the method of free association. I emphasize this because a work like The Authoritarian Personality, which has been much faulted but whose familiarity with American material and American procedures has never been disputed, was produced in a manner that by no means coincides with the usual image of the positivism of the social sciences. In proxy such positivism does not reign as unconditionally as the theoretical methodological literature would have one believe. The conjecture is hardly too far-fetched that whatever the authoritarian personality exhibits in originality, unconventionality, imagination, and interest in important themes is due precisely to that freedom. The element of playfulness that I would like to think is essential to every intellectual productivity was in no way lacking during the development of the F-scale. We spent hours thinking up whole dimensions, variables, and syndromes as well as particular questionnaire items, of which we were all the more proud the less apparent their relation to the main theme was, whereas theoretical reasons led us to expect correlations with ethnocentrism, anti-Semitism, and reactionary political economic views. Then we checked these items in established pretests and thereby achieved as well the technically requisite limitation of the questionnaire to a length that would still be reliable by eliminating those items that proved not to be selective enough. Of course, we had to water our wine somewhat in the process. For a range of reasons, among which what was later called cultural susceptibility played no small role, we often had to give up precisely those items we thought were the most profound and original, and give preference to items that gained their greater selectivity by lying closer to the surface of public opinions than those grounded in depth psychology. Thus, for instance, we could not pursue further the dimension of revulsion felt by authoritarian personalities to avant-garde art because this revulsion presupposed a cultural level, simply familiarity with such art, that had been denied to the overwhelming majority of the people we interviewed. While we believed that with a combination of quantitative and qualitative methods we were able to overcome the antagonism between what can be generalized and what remains specifically relevant, that antagonism overtook us in the midst of our own endeavors. It seems to be the affliction of every empirical sociology that it must choose between the reliability and the profundity of its findings. Nonetheless, at that time we could still work with the Likert form of operationally defined scales in a way that simply allowed us to kill several birds with one stone, that is, with one item to address at once several of the dimensions that according to our theoretical outline were indicative of the authoritarian personality, the highs, and its contrary, the lows according to Gutman's criticism of the hitherto conventional procedure of scaling. The impartiality of our F-scale could hardly still be entertained. It is difficult for me to avoid the suspicion that the increasing exactness of methods in empirical sociology, no matter how irrefutable their arguments may be, often restrains scientific productivity. 60 We had to bring the work to a close for publication relatively quickly. It came out almost at the same time as I returned to Europe at the end of 1949. I did not directly observe its influence in the USA during the following years. The time pressure we experienced had a paradoxical result. There is a well-known British joke about the man who begins his letter by writing that he hasn't time to be brief. It was only because we could not return to the work yet again in order to condense the manuscript that the book became as ponderous and voluminous as it is now. But perhaps this shortcoming, of which we were all aware, is compensated for somewhat by the richness of the more or less independent methods in the materials they produced. What is perhaps lacking in the book by way of disciplined rigor and unity may partially be made good by the fact that so many concrete insights from the most diverse directions flow together and converge in the same main theses, until what remains unproven according to strict criteria nonetheless gains in plausibility. If the authoritarian personality made a contribution, then it is not to be found in the absolute conclusiveness of its positive insights, let alone in its measurements, but above all in the conception of the problem, which is marked by an essential interest in society and is related to a theory that had not previously been translated into quantitative investigations of this kind. In the meantime, surely not without the influence of the authoritarian personality, there have been several attempts to test psychoanalytical theorems with empirical methods. Our intention, similar to that of psychoanalysis, was to determine present opinions and dispositions. We were interested in the fascist potential. In order to be able to work against that potential, we also incorporated into the investigation, as far as was possible, the genetic dimension, that is, the emerging of the authoritarian personality. We all considered the work, despite its great size, a pilot study, more an exploration of possibilities than a collection of irrefutable results. Nevertheless, our results were significant enough to justify our conclusions, as referring to tendencies and not as simple statements of fact. Else Frankel Brunswick paid particular attention to this point in her part of the work. As in many investigations of this kind, there was a certain handicap in the sample, and we didn't gloss over it. Empirical sociological investigations at American universities, and not only there, chronically suffer from the fact that they must make do with students as subjects far more than could be justified by the principles of representative sampling of the entire population. Later in Frankfurt we tried to rectify this deficiency in similar investigations by organizing, through expressly designated contact persons, test groups arranged by quota from various segments of the population. All the same, it should be said that in Berkeley we were not actually striving for a representative sampling. We were far more interested in key groups, admittedly not as much as would perhaps have been good in the now often invoked opinion leaders as in the groups we presumed to be especially susceptible, like prisoners in St. Quentin, who were in fact higher than the average, or inmates of a psychiatric clinic, because we hoped from familiarity with pathological structures to gain information about normal structures. Of greater importance is the objection concerning circularity raised by Jehoda and Christie, that the theory, which is presupposed by the research instruments, is validated by those same instruments. 61. This is not the place to go into this objection. Only this much may be said: we never considered the theory simply as a hypothesis but rather as in a certain sense something independent, and for that reason we also did not wish to prove or refute the theory through our results but to derive from the theory concrete research. Questions that then stand on their own and revealed certain general social psychological structures. Of course, the criticism of the technical idea of the F-scale cannot be disputed, that to ascertain indirectly tendencies that cannot be broached for fear of the censoring mechanisms, which otherwise come into play, presupposes that one has already validated the tendencies via those direct opinions one assumes the test subjects hesitated to make known. To this extent the argument of circularity is justified. But here I would say that these requirements should not be pushed too far. Once a connection has been established between the overt and the latent in a limited number of pre-tests, one may pursue this connection in the main tests with entirely different people who will not be troubled by any overt questions. The only possibility would be that because in America people who were openly anti-Semitic and fascist in 1944 and 1945 hesitated to express their opinion, the original connection of the two types of questions could have led to excessively optimistic results, to an overvaluing of the potential of the lows. The criticism directed at us, however, went rather in the opposite direction. It faulted us for gearing our instruments all too much to the highs. These methodological problems, which are all structured on the model of presupposition, proof, conclusion, later helped occasion my philosophical critique of the conventional scientific concept of the absolutely primary, which I practiced in my books on epistemology. 62. As in the case of the radio project, other investigations crystallized around the authoritarian personality. For example, the child study, which Mrs. Brunswick and I initiated at the Child Welfare Institute at Berkeley and whose execution mainly fell to her. Unfortunately, the study remained incomplete. Only partial results of it have been published. 63. A certain mortality rate of individual studies is apparently unavoidable in large-scale research projects. Nowadays, since social science undergoes so much self-reflection, it would probably be well worthwhile to systematically inquire why so much that is started in it is not finished. The child study used the fundamental categories of the authoritarian personality. It gave rise to completely unexpected results. They refined the notion of the connection between conventionalism and the authoritarian attitude. Precisely the good, that is, conventional children, were more free from aggression, one of the most essential aspects of the authoritarian personality, and vice versa. This can be explained plausibly in retrospect but not a priori. This aspect of the child study made me aware for the first time of something Robert Merton independently discerns as one of the most important justifications for empirical investigations, that more or less all findings, as soon as they are available, can be explained theoretically, but so also can their contrary. 64. Rarely have I so palpably experienced the legitimacy and necessity of empirical research that really answers theoretical questions. Even before the collaboration with Berkeley began, I myself was writing a fairly large monograph on the social psychological technique of Martin Luther Thomas, a fascist agitator who had recently been active on the American West Coast. It was completed in 1943, a content analysis that treated the more or less standardized and by no means numerous stimuli used by fascist agitators. Here once again the conception that lay behind the music study of the Princeton Radio Research Project was of advantage, to treat types of reactions and objective effects in the same way. In connection with the studies in prejudice, the two approaches were not accommodated to each other or integrated. Of course, it remains to say that the articulated effects by agitators from the lunatic fringe 65 are by no means the only, presumably not even the essential objective elements promoting a fascistically inclined mentality in the population. The roots extend deep into the structure of society that generates the fascist mentality before demagogues willingly come to its aid. The views of demagogues are by no means limited to the lunatic fringe, as one might optimistically think. They can be found unmistakably, just not as compactly and aggressively formulated, in innumerable utterances of so-called respectable politicians. The analysis of Thomas suggested a great deal to me for items 66 that were useful in the authoritarian personality. The study must have been one of the first critical, qualitative content analyses to be carried out in the USA. It is still unpublished. 67 In the late autumn of 1949 I returned to Germany and for years was completely taken up with the reconstruction of the Institute for Social Research, to which Horkheimer and I devoted all our time, and with my teaching activities at the University of Frankfurt. It was only in 1952, after a short visit in 1951, that I traveled back to Los Angeles for approximately a year, as the scientific director of the Hacker Foundation in Beverly Hills. 68 It was established that I, although neither a psychiatrist nor a therapist, would concentrate my work upon social psychology. On the other hand, the colleagues at Dr. Hacker's clinic, to which the foundation was attached, were fully occupied with practical duties, whether as psychoanalysts or psychiatric social workers. Whenever the cooperation materialized, things went well. But the colleagues had far too little time for research, and I, for my part, as research director, did not have the authority to tie down the clinicians with research projects. In this way the possibilities of what could be done were necessarily more limited than either Dr. Hacker or I had imagined. I saw myself forced into the situation that in America is called a one-man show. Aside from the organization of lectures, I had to carry out the scientific studies of the foundation virtually alone. Thus I again found myself thrown back upon the analysis of stimuli. I wrapped up two content studies. One was on the astrology column of the Los Angeles Times, and the English version appeared in 1957 under the title The Stars Down to Earth in the Jahrbuch für Amerikastudien in Germany, and later formed the basis for my German treatment Aberglaube aus weiter Handen. Sociologica 2. 69 My interest in this material dates back to the Berkeley study, above all to the social psychological interpretation of the destructive drive Freud had discovered in civilization and its discontents, and which seems to me to be the most dangerous subjective potential within the masses in the present political situation. 70 The method I followed was that of putting myself in the position of the popular astrologer, who by what he writes must immediately furnish his readers with a sort of gratification, and who constantly finds himself confronted with the difficulty of giving people, about whom he knows nothing, seemingly specific advice suited to each individual. The result was the reinforcing of conformist views through the commercial and standardized astrology, as well as the appearance in the technique of the column writer, especially in the Bipasic approach, of certain contradictions in the consciousness of his audience, which in turn hark back to societal contradictions. 71 I proceeded qualitatively, although I did not fail to count, at least in a very crude way, the frequency with which the basic tricks recurred in the material I had selected, stretching over a period of 2 months. One of the justifications of quantitative methods is that the very products of the culture industry are, as it were, planned from a statistical viewpoint. 72 quantitative analysis measures them by their own standard. For instance, differences in the frequency with which particular tricks recur derive in turn from a quasi-scientific calculation of the effect on the part of the astrologer, who in many respects resembles the demagogue and agitator, even though he avoids openly political theses. Incidentally, in the authoritarian personality we had already run into the tendency of the high 73 to readily accept superstitious statements, above all those with a threatening and destructive content. The astrology study in this way is a continuation of the work I had pursued earlier in America. This is also true for the study, How to Look at Television, published in the Hollywood Quarterly of Film, Radio, and Television in spring 1954, and likewise later utilized in the German study Television as Ideology in the volume Interventions. 74. It required all of Dr. Hacker's diplomacy to obtain for me a certain number of television scripts, which I analyzed with a view to their ideological implications, their various intentional levels. The industry does not in the least like to part with its scripts. Both studies belong to the realm of research on ideology. In the fall of 1953 I returned to Europe. Since then I have not been back to America. If I were to summarize what I hope I have learned in America, then I would first say it was something sociological and infinitely important for the sociologist, that over there, indeed beginning with my English stay, I was induced no longer to regard as natural the conditions that had developed historically, like those in Europe, not to take things for granted. My now departed friend Tillich once said that he was first deprovincialized in America. He surely meant something similar. 75. In America I was liberated from a naive belief in culture, acquired the ability to see culture from the outside. To make this clearer, in spite of all critique of society and all consciousness of the supremacy of the economy, the absolute importance of spirit was always natural and obvious to me. I was taught the lesson that this obviousness was not absolutely valid in America, where no reverential silence reigned before everything intellectual as it does in Central and Western Europe, far beyond the so-called cultivated classes. The absence of this respect induces the spirit to critical self-reflection. This particularly affected the European presuppositions of musical culture in which I was immersed. Not that I denied these presuppositions, abandoned my ideas of such a culture, but it is a considerable difference whether one unreflectedly has these or becomes aware of them precisely in their discrepancy from the most technologically and industrially advanced country. 76. In saying this I do not ignore the displacement in the center of gravity of musical life effected in the meantime by the material resources of the USA. When I began to concern myself with the sociology of music in America 30 years ago, that was still unforeseeable. More important and more gratifying was my experience of the substantiality of democratic forms, that in America they have seeped into life itself, whereas at least in Germany they were, and I fear still are, nothing more than formal rules of the game. Over there I became acquainted with the potential for real humanitarianism that is hardly to be found in old Europe. The political form of democracy is infinitely closer to the people. American everyday life, despite the oft-lamented hustle and bustle, has an inherent element of peaceableness, good-naturedness, and generosity, in sharpest contrast to the pent-up malice and envy that exploded in Germany between 1933 and 1945. Surely America is no longer the land of unlimited possibilities. 77. But one still has the feeling that anything could be possible. If one encounters time and again in sociological studies in Germany the statement, "We are not yet mature enough for democracy," then such expressions of both the lust for power together with self-contempt are hardly conceivable in the allegedly much younger New World. I do not want to imply by this that America is somehow immune to the danger of veering toward totalitarian forms of domination. Such a danger lies in the tendency of modern society per se. But probably the power of resistance to fascist currents is stronger in America than in any European country, perhaps with the exception of England, which in more respects than we are accustomed to recognize, and not only through language, links America and continental Europe. European intellectuals such as myself 78 are inclined to view the concept of adjustment, and passung merely negatively, as the extinction of spontaneity and the autonomy of the individual person 79. Yet it is an illusion sharply criticized by Goethe and Hegel that the process of humanization and cultivation necessarily and continually proceeds from the inside outward. It is accomplished also and precisely through externalization, as Hegel called it. We become free human beings not by each of us realizing ourselves as individuals, according to the hideous phrase, but rather in that we go out of ourselves, enter into relation with others, and in a certain sense relinquish ourselves to them. Only through this process do we determine ourselves as individuals, not by watering ourselves like plants in order to become well-rounded cultivated personalities. A person who under extreme coercion or indeed through his egoistic interests is brought to behave in a friendly manner in the end attains a certain humanity in his relation to other people, more so than someone who, merely in order to be identical with himself, as though this identity was always desirable, makes a nasty, sour face and gives one to understand from the outset that one does not exist for him and has nothing to contribute to his inwardness, which often enough does not even exist. We in Germany should endeavor lest, in being indignant at American superficiality, we in turn do not become superficially and undialectically rigid ourselves. To such general observations should be added something that concerns the specific situation of the sociologist or, less technically, of anyone who deems knowledge of society to be central for and inseparable from philosophy. Within the overall development of the bourgeois world, the United States has unquestionably reached an extreme. The country displays capitalism, as it were, in its complete purity, without any pre-capitalist remnants. If one assumes, in contrast to a very widely and tenaciously held opinion, that the other non-communist countries that do not belong to the Third World are also moving toward the same condition, then America offers the most advanced observation post for anyone who views neither America nor Europe with naivete. In fact, someone who returns to Europe can see many things approaching or already confirmed that he first encountered in America. Whatever objections a cultural criticism that takes seriously the concept of culture might have to raise when that concept is confronted with American conditions since Tocqueville and Kernberger, 80 unless one withdraws behind a barricade of elitism, one cannot avoid in America the question of whether the concept of culture in which one has grown up has not itself become obsolete. Whether what today as a global tendency befalls culture is not what its very own failure brought upon it, the guilt it incurred by isolating itself as a special sphere of spirit without realizing itself in the organization of society. Certainly this has not happened even in America, but the horizon of such a realization is not as obstructed there as in Europe. In view of the quantitative thinking in America, with all its dangers of a loss of differentiation and an absolutizing of the average, the European must address the unsettling question to what extent qualitative differences are still significant at all in the contemporary social world. Already the airports everywhere in Europe, America, in the East, as well as in the states of the Third World, look interchangeably alike. Already it is hardly a matter of days but of hours to travel from one country to the most remote parts of the globe. The difference is not only in living standards but also in the specific qualities of peoples, and their forms of existence assume an anachronistic aspect. Admittedly, it is uncertain whether in fact the similarities are decisive and qualitative differences merely antiquated and, above all, whether in a rationally organized world what is qualitatively diverse and today only oppressed by the unity of technological reason would again come into its own. Reflections of this kind, however, would no longer be conceivable at all without the experience of America. It is hardly an exaggeration to claim that every consciousness today that has not appropriated the American experience, even if with resistance, has something reactionary to it. In conclusion, perhaps I should still add a word about the specific significance of the scientific experience in America for me personally and for my thinking. It strongly diverges from common sense. But Hegel, superior in this point to all later irrationalism and intuitionism, laid the greatest emphasis upon the idea that speculative thinking is not distinct from so-called healthy common sense, gesunde but rather essentially consists in its critical self-reflection and self-scrutiny. Even a consciousness that rejects the idealism of the total Hegelian conception should nonetheless not fall back behind this insight. Anybody who goes as far as I do in the critique of common sense must fulfill the simple requirement of having common sense. He should not claim to transcend something whose discipline he himself is unable to satisfy. It was only in America that I truly experienced for the first time the importance of what is called empiria, though from youth onward I was guided by the awareness that fruitful theoretical knowledge is impossible except in the closest contact with its materials. Conversely, I had to recognize in the form empiricism took when translated into scientific praxis that the full unregulated scope of experience is more constricted by the empiricist ground rules than it is in the concept of experience itself. It would not be the most erroneous characterization to say that what I have in mind after all that is a kind of restitution of experience against its empiricist deformation. That was not the least important reason for returning to Germany, along with the possibility of pursuing my own interests in Europe without hindrance for the moment and of contributing something toward political enlightenment. But this did not in the least alter my gratitude, also my intellectual gratitude, nor do I believe that I ever will neglect as a scholar what I learned in and from America. Dialectical Epilegomena. On subject and object, one to lead in with reflections about subject and object raises the difficulty of stating what exactly the topic of discussion should be. The terms are patently equivocal. Thus subject can refer to the particular individual as well as to universal attributes of consciousness in general, in the language of Kant's prolegomena. 1. The equivocation cannot be removed simply through terminological clarification. For both meanings have reciprocal need of each other, one can hardly be comprehended without the other. No concept of the subject can have the element of individual humanity, what Schelling called egoity too, separated from it in thought. Without any reference to it, subject would lose all significance. Conversely, the particular human individual, as soon as one reflects upon it under the guise of the universality of its concept, which does not signify merely some particular being hic et nunc, is already transformed into a universal, similar to what was expressed in the idealist concept of the subject. Even the expression particular person requires the concept of species simply in order to be meaningful. The relation to that universal still inheres implicitly in proper names. They designate someone who has such and such a name and no other. And someone stands elliptically for a person. On the other hand, if one wanted to escape complications of this kind by trying to define the two terms, then one would fall into an aporia that attends the problematic of definition in modern philosophy since Kant. The concepts of subject and object, or rather what they refer to, have in a certain way priority over all definition. Defining means as much as subjectively, by means of a rigidly applied concept, capturing something objective, no matter what it may be in itself. Hence the resistance of subject and object to the act of defining. the determination of their meanings requires reflection on the very thing the act of defining truncates for the sake of conceptual manageability. Therefore it is advisable to start by taking up the words subject and object such as they are handed down by the well-honed philosophical language, as a historical sediment. Not, of course, sticking to such conventionalism but continuing further with a critical analysis. One could begin with the allegedly naive, though already mediated, view that a knowing subject, whatever kind it may be, stands confronting an object of knowledge, whatever kind it may be. The reflection, which in philosophical terminology goes by the name of intentio obliqua, is then a relating from that ambiguous concept of object back to a no less ambiguous concept of subject. A second reflection reflects the first, more closely determining the vagueness for the sake of the contents of the concepts of subject and object. 2. The separation of subject and object is both real and semblance. True, because in the realm of cognition it lends expression to the real separation, the revealness of the human condition, the result of a coercive historical process. Untrue, because the historical separation must not be hypostatized, not magically transformed into an invariant. This contradiction in the separation of subject and object is imparted to epistemology. Although as separated they cannot be thought away, the you-do of the separation is manifested in their being mutually mediated, object by subject, and even more and differently, subject by object. As soon as it is fixed without mediation, the separation becomes ideology, its normal form. Mind then arrogates to itself the status of being absolutely independent, which it is not. Mind's claim to independence announces its claim to domination. Once radically separated from the object, subject reduces the object to itself. Subject swallows object, forgetting how much it is object itself. The image of a temporal or extratemporal original state of blissful identity between subject and object is romantic, however, at times a wishful projection, today just a lie. Before the subject constituted itself, undifferentiatedness was the terror of the blind nexus of nature, was myth. It was in their protest against this myth that the great religions had their truth content. After all, undifferentiatedness is not unity, for the latter requires, even according to Platonic dialectic, diverse entities of which it is the unity. For those who experience it, the new horror of separation transfigures the old horror of chaos, and both are eternal sameness. The fear of gaping meaninglessness made one forget a fear that once was no less compelling, that of the vengeful gods. Epicurean materialism and the Christian fear not wanted to spare mankind. This cannot be accomplished except through the subject. Were it liquidated instead of sublated into a higher form, the result would be not merely a regression of consciousness but a regression to real barbarism. Fate, the complicity of myth with nature, comes from the total political immaturity of society, from an age in which self-reflection had not yet opened its eyes, in which subject did not yet exist. Instead of conjuring the return of this age through collective praxis, the captivating spell of the old undifferentiatedness should be obliterated. Its prolongation is mind's identical consciousness, which repressively makes its other like itself. Were speculation concerning the state of reconciliation allowed, then it would be impossible to conceive that state as either the undifferentiated unity of subject and object or their hostile antithesis, rather it would be the communication of what is differentiated. Only then would the concept of communication, as an objective concept, come into its own. The present concept is so shameful because it betrays what is best, the potential for agreement between human beings and things, to the idea of imparting information between subjects according to the exigencies of subjective reason. In its proper place, even epistemologically, the relationship of subject and object would lie in a peace achieved between human beings as well as between them and their other. Peace is the state of differentiation without domination, with the differentiated participating in each other. 3. In epistemology, subject is usually understood to mean the transcendental subject. According to idealist doctrine, it either constructs the objective world out of an undifferentiated material as in Kant, or, since Fichte, it engenders the world itself. The critique of idealism was not the first to discover that this transcendental subject, which constitutes all content of experience, is in turn abstracted from living individual human beings. It is evident that the abstract concept of the transcendental subject, that is, the forms of thought, their unity, and the originary productivity of consciousness, presupposes precisely what it promises to establish: actual, living individuals. The idealist philosophies were aware of this point. Indeed, Kant tried to develop a fundamental, constitutive, and hierarchic distinction between the transcendental and the empirical subject in his chapter on the psychological paralogisms. His successors, however, particularly Fichte and Hegel, but also Schopenhauer, with subtle lines of argumentation endeavored to deal with the unavoidable problem of circularity. Frequently they return to the Aristotelian motive that what comes first for consciousness, here, the empirical subject, is not the first in itself, and that it postulates the transcendental subject as its condition or origin. Even Husserl's polemic against psychologism, replete with a distinction between genesis and validity, continues this mode of argumentation, for it is apologetic. The conditioned is to be justified as unconditioned, the derivative as primary. Here a topos of the entire Western tradition is repeated, which holds that only the first, or, as Nietzsche critically formulated it, only something that has not evolved, can be true. 5. The ideological function of the thesis cannot be overlooked. The more individuals are in effect degraded into functions within the societal totality as they are connected up to the system, the more the person pure and simple, as a principle, is consoled and exalted with the attributes of creative power, absolute rule, and spirit. Nonetheless, the question of the reality of the transcendental subject weighs heavier than it appears in its sublimation as pure spirit and, above all, in the critical revocation of idealism. In a certain sense, although idealism would be the last to admit it, the transcendental subject is more real, that is, it far more determines the real conduct of people and society than do those psychological individuals from whom the transcendental subject was abstracted and who have little to say in the world. For their part, they have turned into appendages of the social machinery, ultimately into ideology. The living individual person, such as he is constrained to act and for which he was even internally molded, is as homo economicus incarnate closer to the transcendental subject than the living individual he must immediately take himself to be. To this extent idealist theory was realistic and need not feel embarrassed when reproached for idealism by its opponents. The doctrine of the transcendental subject faithfully discloses the precedents of the abstract, rational relations that are abstracted from individuals and their conditions and for which exchange is the model. If the standard structure of society is the exchange form, its rationality constitutes people. What they are for themselves, what they think they are, is secondary. They are deformed at the outset by the mechanism that was then philosophically transfigured into the transcendental. What is supposedly most obvious, the empirical subject, would actually have to be considered as something not yet existing. From this aspect the transcendental subject is constitutive. Allegedly the origin of all concrete objects, in its rigid timelessness it is concretely objectified, fully in keeping with the Kantian doctrine of the stable and immutable forms of transcendental consciousness. Its solidity and invariance, which according to transcendental philosophy engenders objects or at least prescribes their regularity, is the reflective form of the reification of human beings that has objectively occurred in the conditions of society. The fetish character, societally necessary semblance, historically has become the prius of what according to its concept would have to be the posterius. The philosophical problem of constitution has been inverted into its mirror image. yet in its inversion it expresses the truth about the historic stage that has been attained. A truth, to be sure, that a second Copernican turn might theoretically negate. It certainly also has its positive moment, that the antecedent society keeps itself and its members alive. The particular individual owes the possibility of his existence to the universal. Proof of this is thought, which is itself a universal and to that extent a societal relation. Thought is given priority over the individual not only fetishistically, but idealism hypostatizes only one side, which is incomprehensible except in relation to the other. Yet the given, the scandalon of idealism it can, however, not remove, demonstrates again and again the failure of that hypostasis. For the insight into the primacy of the object does not restore the old intentio recta, the slavish confidence in the external world existing precisely as it appears this side of critique, an anthropological state devoid of the self-consciousness that first crystallizes in the context of the relationship leading from knowledge back to the knower. The crude confrontation of subject and object in naive realism is of course historically necessitated and cannot be dismissed by an act of will. But at the same time it is a product of false abstraction, already a piece of reification. Once this is seen through, then a consciousness objectified to itself, and precisely as such directed outward, virtually striking outward, could no longer be dragged along without self-reflection. The turn to the subject, though from the outset intent on its primacy, does not simply disappear with its revision. This revision occurs not least of all in the subjective interest in freedom. The primacy of the object means rather that subject for its part is object in a qualitatively different, more radical sense than object, because object cannot be known except through consciousness, hence is also subject. What is known through consciousness must be a something. Mediation applies to something mediated. But subject, the epitome of mediation, is the how, and never, as contrasted to the object, the what that is postulated by every conceivable idea for a concept of subject. Potentially, though not actually, objectivity can be conceived without a subject, but not likewise object without subjectivity. No matter how subject is defined, the existent being cannot be conjured away from it. If subject is not something, and something designates an irreducibly objective element, then it is nothing at all. Even as actus purus it needs to refer to something that acts, the primacy of the object is the intentio obliqua of the intentio obliqua, not the warmed-over intentio recta. The corrective to the subjective reduction, not the denial of a subjective share. Object is also mediated. But, according to its own concept, it is not so thoroughly dependent upon subject as subject is dependent upon objectivity. Idealism ignored such a difference and thereby coarsened an intellectualization that functions as a disguise for abstraction. But this occasions a revision of the prevailing position toward the subject and traditional theory, which exalts the subject in ideology and defames it in epistemological praxis. If one wants to attain the object, however, then its subjective determinations or qualities are not to be eliminated. Precisely that would be contrary to the primacy of the object. If subject has a core of object, then the subjective qualities in the object are all the more an objective moment. For object becomes something at all only through being determinate. In the determinations that seem merely to be affixed to it by the subject's own objectivity comes to the fore. They are all borrowed from the objectivity of the intentio recta. Even according to idealist doctrine, the subjective determinations are not merely an afterthought. They are also always required by what is to be determined, and in this the primacy of the object asserts itself. Conversely, the supposedly pure object, free of any added thought or intuition, is the very reflection of abstract subjectivity, only it makes the other like itself through abstraction. Unlike the indeterminate substrate of reductionism, the object of undiminished experience is more objective than that substrate. The qualities the traditional critique of epistemology eradicated from the object and credited to the subject are due in subjective experience to the primacy of the object. The reign of intentio obliqua deceived about this. Its legacy devolved upon a critique of experience that attained its own historical, and finally societal, conditionedness. For society is immanent to experience, not in a/logeno. Only the societal self-reflection of knowledge obtains that epistemological objectivity that escapes knowledge so long as it obeys the societal coercions at work in it and does not think through them. Critique of society is critique of knowledge, and vice versa. 5. The primacy of the object can be discussed legitimately only when that primacy, over the subject in the broadest sense of the term, is somehow determinable, that is, more than the Kantian thing in itself as the unknown cause of phenomenal appearance. 6. Despite Kant, to be sure, even the thing in itself bears a minimum of determination simply by being distinguished from what is predicated by the categories. One such determination, of a negative kind, would be that of acausality. It is sufficient to establish an antithesis to the conventional view that agrees with subjectivism. The primacy of the object proves itself in that it qualitatively alters the opinions of reified consciousness that are smoothly consistent with subjectivism. Subjectivism does not affect naive realism at the level of content but rather simply attempts to provide formal criteria for its validity, as confirmed by the Kantian formula of empirical realism. One argument for the primacy of the object is indeed incompatible with Kant's doctrine of constitution, that in the modern natural sciences ratio peers over the wall it itself erects, that it snatches a snippet of what does not agree with its own ingrained categories. Such an expansion of ratio unsettles subjectivism. But what determines the antecedent object, as distinct from its being trussed up by the subject, can be grasped in what for its part determines the categorial apparatus by which the object is determined according to the subjectivist schema, namely in the conditionedness of what conditions the object. The categorial determinations, which according to Kant first bring about objectivity, are themselves something posited and thus, as it were, really are merely subjective. The reductio ad hominem thus becomes the collapse of anthropocentrism. The fact that man is a constituens is in turn man-made dissentience the creationism of mind. But because the primacy of the object requires both reflection upon the subject and subjective reflection, subjectivity, differently than in the primitive materialism that actually does not permit dialectics, becomes a moment that is held fast. 6. Since the Copernican turn what goes by the name of phenomenalism, that nothing is known unless it goes through the knowing subject, has joined with the cult of the mind. Insight into the primacy of the object revolutionizes both of these views. What Hegel intended to maintain within subjective brackets has the critical consequence of shattering them. The general assurance that innervations, insights, cognitions are only subjective no longer helps as soon as subjectivity is seen through as a form of object. Semblance is the magical transformation of the subject into the ground of its own determination, its positing as true being. Subject itself must be brought to its objectivity, its stirrings must not be banished from cognition. But phenomenalism's semblance is a necessary one. It attests to the virtually irresistible nexus of deception that subject as false consciousness produces and likewise belongs to. The ideology of the subject is founded in such irresistibility. The consciousness of a defect, the awareness of the limits of cognition, becomes a merit, so as to make the defect more bearable. Collective narcissism was at work. But it could not have prevailed with such stringency, could not have brought forth the most powerful philosophies, if a truth, though distorted, did not underlie it. What transcendental philosophy praised in creative subjectivity is the subject's own self-concealed imprisonment within itself. The subject remains harnessed within everything objective it thinks, like an armored animal in its layers of carapace it vainly tries to shake loose. Yet it never occurred to those animals to vaunt their captivity as freedom. It would be well to ask why human beings did so. Their mental captivity is exceedingly real. Their dependence as cognitive subjects upon space, time, and forms of thought marks their dependence on the species. The species finds its expression in these constituents, which are no less valid for that reason. The a priori and society interpenetrate. The universality and necessity of those forms, their Kantian fame, is none other than what unites human beings. They needed this unity for survival. Captivity was internalized. The individual is no less imprisoned within himself than he is within the universal, within society. Hence the interest in reinterpreting the captivity as freedom. The categorical captivity of individual consciousness repeats the real captivity of each individual. Even the view of consciousness that allows it to see through that captivity is determined by the forms it has implanted in the individual. Their individual self-captivity might make people cognizant of their societal captivity. The prevention of this was and remains a capital interest for the continuation of the status quo. For the sake of the status quo, philosophy had to overstep its bounds, with hardly less necessity than that of the forms themselves. Idealism was this ideological even before it set about glorifying the world as absolute idea. The original compensation already includes the presumption that reality, exalted into a product of the putatively free subject, in turn vindicates itself as free. 7. Identity thinking, screen image of the dominant dichotomy, in the age of subjective impotence no longer poses as the absolutization of the subject. Instead, what is taking shape is a type of seemingly anti-subjectivist, scientifically objective identity thinking, what is called reductionism. The early Russell was called a neorealist. It is the characteristic form of reified consciousness at present, false because of its latent and therefore all the more fatal subjectivism. The remainder is molded according to the standard of subjective reason's ordering principles and, being abstract itself, agrees with the abstractness of that reason. Reified consciousness, which mistakenly takes itself for nature, is naive, a historical formation and itself mediated through and through. It takes itself, to speak with Husserl, for an ontological sphere of absolute origins, and takes the thing confronting it, which it itself has trussed up, for the coveted matter itself. Point 7. The ideal of depersonalizing knowledge for the sake of objectivity retains nothing but the caput mortuum of objectivity. If the dialectical primacy of the object is acknowledged, then the hypothesis of an unreflected practical science of the object as a residual determination after the subject has been subtracted away collapses. Subject is then no longer a subtractable addendum to objectivity. With the removal of one of its essential moments, objectivity is falsified, not purified. The notion that guides the residual concept of objectivity has, then, its archetype in something posited and man-made, by no means in the idea of the in itself, for which it substitutes the purified object. Rather, it is the model of the profit that remains on the balance sheet after all production costs have been deducted. Profit, however, is subjective interest limited and reduced to the form of calculation. What counts for the sober matter-of-factness of profit thinking is anything but the matter, it disappears into the return it yields. Cognition, however, must be guided by what exchange has not maimed or, since there is nothing left unmaimed anymore, by what is concealed within the exchange processes. Object is no more a subjectless residuum than it is posited by subject. The two conflicting determinations fit together, the residue, which science settles for as its truth, is a product of its manipulative procedures that are subjectively organized. To define what object is would in turn be itself part of that organization. Objectivity can be made out solely by reflecting, at every historical and cognitive stage, both upon what at that time is presented as subject and object as well as upon their mediations. To this extent object is in fact infinitely given as a task, as Neo-Kantianism taught 9 at times subject, as unrestricted experience, will come closer to object than the residuum filtered and curtailed to suit the requirements of subjective reason. According to its present, and polemical, status in the philosophy of history, unreduced subjectivity is capable of functioning more objectively than objectivistic reductions. Not the least way all cognition is bewitched and spellbound is that the traditional epistemological theses have turned their subject matter upside down. Fair is foul, and foul is fair. The objective contents of individual experience are produced not through the method of comparative generalization, but rather through the dissolution of what prevents that experience, as itself biased, from giving itself to the object without reservation, as Hegel said, with a freedom that would relax the cognitive subject until it truly fades into the object with which it is akin by virtue of its own objective being. 10. The key position of the subject in cognition is experience, not form. What for Kant is formation is essentially deformation. The exertion of cognition is predominantly the destruction of its usual exertion, of its using violence against the object. Knowledge of the object is brought closer by the act of the subject rending the veil it weaves about the object. It can do this only when, passive, without anxiety, it entrusts itself to its own experience. In the places where subjective reason senses subjective contingency, the primacy of the object shimmers through, that in the object which is not a subjective addition. Subject is the agent, not the constituent, of object. This has consequences for the relation between theory and practice as well. 8. Even after the second reflection of the Copernican turn, there still remains some truth to Kant's most contestable thesis, the distinction between the transcendental thing in itself and the constituted, concretely objective thing. For then object would finally be the non-identical, liberated from the subjective spell and comprehensible through its own self-critique, if object is there at all and not rather what Kant outlined with the concept of idea 11. Such non-identity would quite closely approach the Kantian thing in itself, although he insisted on the vanishing point of its coincidence with subject. It would be no relic of a disenchanted mundus intelligibilis. Rather it would be more real than the mundus sensibilis to the extent that Kant's Copernican turn abstracts from that non-identity and therein finds its limit. Yet according to Kant, object is something posited by the subject, the weave of forms cast by the subject over the something devoid of qualities. 12. Finally the law that unites the appearances, which are disintegrated by their relation back to subject, into a concrete object. The attributes of necessity and universality Kant attaches to the emphatic concept of law possess thing-like solidity and are impenetrable just like the societal world the living collide with. That law, which according to Kant the subject prescribes to nature, the highest elevation of objectivity in his conception, is the perfect expression of subject as well as of its self-alienation. At the height of its formative pretension, the subject passes itself off as object. But nonetheless this again is paradoxically correct. In fact, subject is also object. It merely forgets, as it becomes autonomous form, how and by what it itself is constituted. Kant's Copernican turn precisely expresses the objectification of the subject, the reality of reification. Its truth content is by no means an ontological one but, on the contrary, the historically amassed block between subject and object. The subject erects that block when it claims supremacy over the object and thereby defrauds itself of it. As in truth non-identical, the object distances itself farther from the subject the more the subject constitutes the object. The block against which the Kantian philosophy pounds its head is at the same time a product of that philosophy. Subject is pure spontaneity, originary apperception. Apparently the absolutely dynamic principle is, however, by virtue of its coruscos from any material no less reified than the world of things constituted by the model of natural science. For through the coruscos the asserted absolute spontaneity is, in itself, though not for Kant, shut down. It is a form that is supposed to be the form of something, whereas by its own constitution it cannot enter into interaction with any something. Its stark separation from the activity of individual subjects, where that activity must be devalued as being contingent and psychological, destroys the originary apperception, Kant's inmost principle. His a priorism deprives pure action of precisely the temporality without which absolutely nothing can be understood as dynamic. Action recoils into a being of the second order. Explicitly, as everyone knows, in the later Fichte's rejection of his own 1794 Wissenschaftslehre. 13 Kant codifies such objective ambiguity in the concept of object, and no theorem about the object should ignore this. Strictly speaking, primacy of the object would mean that there is no object understood as something abstractly opposed to the subject but that it necessarily appears as that. The necessity of this semblance should be removed. 14.9 Just as little, to be sure, is there actually subject. Its hypostasis in idealism leads to absurdities. They may be summarized by saying that the definition of subject involves that against which it is posited. And by no means simply because as a constituens it presupposes the constitutum. Subject is itself object to the extent that the there is, which the idealist doctrine of constitution implies, there has to be subject so that it can constitute something, in its turn was borrowed from the sphere of facticity. The concept of what there is means nothing other than the concept of what exists, and as existent subject falls at once under the heading of object. But as pure apperception subject should be the absolutely other of all existence. Even here some truth appears in its negative guise, that the reification the sovereign subject has inflicted on everything, including itself, is semblance. It transposes into the abyss of itself what would be beyond reach of reification. With the absurd consequence, of course, that it thereby licenses all other reification. Idealism takes the idea of the correct life and wrongly projects it inward. The subject as productive imagination, pure apperception, ultimately as free action. 15 Enciphers that activity in which the life of people actually reproduces itself, and with good reason anticipates in it freedom. That is the reason why subject will hardly simply vanish into object or into anything else allegedly higher, into being however it may be hypostatized. 16 Subject in itself positing is semblance and at the same time something historically exceedingly real. It contains the potential for the sublation of its own domination. 10 The difference between subject and object slices through subject as well as through object. It can no more be absolutized than it can be removed from thought. Actually everything that is in the subject can be attributed to the object. Whatever in it is not object semantically bursts open the is. The pure subjective form of traditional epistemology, according to its own concept, is always only a form of something objective, never without that objectivity, indeed not even thinkable without it. The solidity of the epistemological ego, the identity of self-consciousness, is obviously modeled after the unreflected experience of the enduring, identical object. Even Kant fundamentally relies on this. He could not have claimed that the subjective forms are conditions of objectivity if he had not tacitly granted them an objectivity borrowed from the one to which he contrasts the subject. However, at the extreme where subjectivity contracts, from the single point of its synthetic unity, what is taken together is always only what in itself belongs together anyway. Otherwise synthesis would be mere arbitrary classification. Of course, without the subjective act of synthesis such a belonging together is just as inconceivable. Even the subjective a priori can be claimed to have objective validity only insofar as it has an objective side. Without it the object constituted by the a priori would be a pure tautology for subject. Finally, by virtue of its being indissoluble, given, and extraneous to the subject, its contents, what Kant calls the matter of cognition, is likewise something objective in the subject. 17 Accordingly, it is easy to think of the subject as nothing and of the object as absolute, a tendency not far from Hegel's thoughts. But this is once again transcendental illusion. Subject is reduced to nothing through its hypostasis, making something out of nothing. 18 The hypostasis defaults because it cannot satisfy the innermost, naive realistic criterion of existence. The idealist construction of the subject founders on its falsely taking subject to be objective in the sense of something existing in itself, precisely what it is not. Measured against the standard of entities, the subject is condemned to nothingness. Subject is all the more the less it is, and all the less the more it believes itself to exist, to be for itself something objective. As an essential moment, however, it is ineradicable. Upon the elimination of the subjective moment the object would come apart diffusely like the fleeting stirrings and twinklings of subjective life. 11 Object, though attenuated, also is not without subject. If object itself lacked subject as a moment, then its objectivity would become nonsense. This is flagrantly obvious in the weakness of Hume's epistemology. It was subjectively oriented while still believing it could dispense with the subject. 19 Therefore it is necessary to judge the relationship between individual and transcendental subject. The individual subject, as has been stated since Kant in countless variations, is an integral component of the empirical world. Its function, however, its capacity for experience, which the transcendental subject lacks, for no purely logical entity could have any sort of experience, is in truth much more constitutive than the role idealism ascribed to the transcendental subject, which is itself a profoundly, pre-critically hypostatized abstraction of individual consciousness. Nevertheless the concept of the transcendental is a reminder that thinking, by virtue of its own immanent elements of universality, transcends its own inalienable individuation. The antithesis between universal and particular too is necessary as well as deceptive. Neither one can exist without the other, the particular only as determined and thus universal, the universal only as the determination of a particular and thus itself particular. Both of them are and are not. This is one of the strongest motives of a non-idealist dialectics. 12 The subject's reflection upon its own formalism is reflection upon society, with the paradox that, following the intention of the later Durkheim, on the one hand the formative constituents originate in society, while on the other hand, as current epistemology can boast, they are objectively valid. In Durkheim's arguments they are already presupposed in every proposition that demonstrates their conditionedness. 20 This paradox may well be one with the subject's objective captivity within itself. The cognitive function, without which there would be neither difference nor unity of the subject, for its part has arisen historically. It consists essentially in those formative constituents. To the extent that there is cognition, it must take place in accordance with them, even where it looks beyond them. They define the concept of cognition. Yet those formative constituents are not absolute but rather a historical development like the cognitive function itself. It is not beyond the pale of possibility that they could disappear. To predicate their absoluteness would posit the cognitive function, the subject, as absolute. To relativize them would dogmatically revoke the cognitive function. To counter this it is claimed that the argument involves a silly sociologism, that God created society and society created man and God in man's image. But the anteriority thesis is absurd only so long as the individual or its biological prototype is hypostatized. In view of evolutionary history, it is more likely to assume the temporal prius, or at least the simultaneous copresence of the species. That the human being was there before the species is either a biblical echo or sheer Platonism. Nature at its lower stages is full of non-individuated organisms. If, as more recent biologists maintain, human beings in fact are born so much more ill-equipped than other creatures, then they probably could have survived only in association, through rudimentary social labor. The principium individuationis is secondary to that, hypothetically a kind of biological division of labor. It is improbable that some single human first emerged, archetypically. The belief in such an emergence mythically projects the principium individuationis, now historically fully developed, backward into the past or onto the celestial realm of eternal ideas. The species may have individuated itself through mutation, in order then, through individuation, to reproduce itself in individuals by relying on biological singularity. The human being is a result, not an a/do. The insights of Hegel and Marx penetrate all the way into the inmost aspects of the so-called questions of constitution. The ontology of the human being, the model for the construction of the transcendental subject, is centered on the developed individual, as is indicated linguistically by the ambiguity in the article the, which names the species as well as the individual. 21. To this extent nominalism, much more than its opponent, ontology, includes the primacy of the species, of society. To be sure, ontology makes common cause with nominalism by at once denying the species, perhaps because it suggests animals, ontology, by exalting the individual into the form of unity and into a being in itself as opposed to the many. Nominalism, by unreflectedly proclaiming the individual, on the model of the human individual, to be the true entity. It denies society in its concepts by degrading it into an abbreviation for the individual. Marginalia to theory and praxis for Ulrich Sandmann. 1. A simple consideration of history demonstrates just how much the question of theory and praxis depends upon the question of subject and object. At the same time as the Cartesian doctrine of two substances ratified the dichotomy of subject and object, literature for the first time portrayed praxis as a dubious undertaking on account of its tension with reflection. Despite all its eager realism, pure practical reason is devoid of object to the same degree that the world for manufacturing and industry becomes material devoid of quality and ready for processing, which in turn finds its legitimation nowhere else but in the marketplace. Whereas praxis promises to lead people out of their self-isolation, praxis itself has always been isolated. For this reason practical people are unresponsive and the relation of praxis to its object is a priori undermined. Indeed, one could ask whether in its indifference toward its object all nature dominating praxis up to the present day is not in fact praxis in name only. Its illusory character is inherited by all the actions unreflectedly adopting the old violent gesture of praxis. Since its beginnings American pragmatism has been criticized, with good reason, for consecrating the existing conditions by making the practical applicability of knowledge its criterion for knowledge. Supposedly nowhere else could the practical effectiveness of knowledge be tested. If in the end theory, which bears upon the totality if it does not want to be futile, is tied down to its effectiveness here and now, then the same thing befalls it despite its belief that it escapes the immanence of the system. Theory steals itself back from the system's immanence only where it shirks its pragmatic fetters, no matter how modified they may be. All theory is gray, Goethe has Mephistopheles preached to the student he is leading around by the nose. The sentence was already ideology from the very beginning, a fraud about the fact that the tree of life the practitioners planted and that the devil in the same breath compares to gold is hardly green at all. 1. The grayness of theory is for its part a function of the life that has been dequalified. 2. Nothing should exist that cannot be fastened upon by both hands. Not thought. The subject, thrown back upon itself, divided from its other by an abyss, is supposedly incapable of action. Hamlet is as much the proto-history of the individual in its subjective reflection as it is the drama of the individual paralyzed into inaction by that reflection. In his process of self-externalization toward what differs from him, the individual senses this discrepancy and is inhibited from completing the process. Only a little later the novel describes how the individual reacts to this situation, incorrectly termed alienation, as though the age before individualism enjoyed an intimacy, which nonetheless can hardly be experienced other than by individuated beings. According to Burchard, animals are lonely communities, with pseudo-activity. 3. The follies of Don Quixote are the attempts at compensation for the lost other, in the language of psychiatry, restitution phenomena for what since then has been called the problem of praxis and today culminates in the question of the relation between theory and praxis coincides with the loss of experience caused by the rationality of the eternally same. Where experience is blocked or altogether absent, praxis is damaged and therefore longed for, distorted, and desperately overvalued. Thus what is called the problem of praxis is interwoven with the problem of knowledge. Abstract subjectivity, in which the process of rationalization terminates, strictly speaking can do just as little as the transcendental subject can conceivably have precisely what it is attested to have, spontaneity. 5. Ever since the Cartesian doctrine of the indubitable certainty of the subject, and the philosophy it described codified a historical culmination, a constellation of subject and object in which, following the ancient topos, only unlike can recognize unlike, praxis accrues a somewhat illusory character, as though it could not close the gap. Words like industriousness and busyness express the nuances quite succinctly. 6. The illusory realities of many mass movements of the 20th century, which became the bloodiest reality and yet are overshadowed by something not completely real, delusional, were born in the moment when action was first called for. Whereas thinking restricts itself to subjective, practically applicable reason, the other that escapes it is correlatively ascribed to an increasingly conceptless praxis that acknowledges no measure other than itself. As antinomian as the society undergirding it, the bourgeois spirit unifies autonomy and a pragmatistic hostility toward theory. The world, which subjective reason increasingly tends to reproduce only retrospectively, should continually be changed in keeping with its economically expansive tendencies and nonetheless should still remain what it is. Whatever disturbs this is cropped from thinking, especially theory that intends more than reproduction. A consciousness of theory and praxis must be produced that neither divides the two such that theory becomes powerless and praxis becomes arbitrary, nor refracts theory through the arch-bourgeois primacy of practical reason proclaimed by Kant and Fichte. Thinking is a doing, theory a form of praxis. Already the ideology of the purity of thinking deceives about this. Thinking has a double character. It is eminently determined and rigorous, and yet an inalienably real mode of behavior in the midst of reality. To the extent that subject, the thinking substance of philosophers, is object, to the extent that it falls within object, subject is already also practical. The irrationality of praxis that continually resurfaces, however, its aesthetic archetype are the sudden, random actions by which Hamlet carries out his plan and in carrying it out fails, unceasingly animates the illusion of the absolute division between subject and object. Where subject is inveigled into believing that object is something absolutely incommensurable, the communication between the two becomes the prey of blind fate. 2. It would be too coarse a generalization were one, for the sake of a historico-philosophical construction, to date the divergence between theory and praxis as late as the Renaissance. But the divergence was first reflected upon only after the collapse of that ordo that presumed to allocate the truth as well as good works their place in the hierarchy. The crisis of praxis was experienced as, not knowing what should be done. Together with the medieval hierarchy, which was connected to an elaborate casuistry, the practical guidelines disintegrated, which at that time, despite all their dubiousness, seemed at least to be suitable to the social structure. The much-attacked formalism of Kantian ethical theory was the culmination of a movement that began irresistibly, and through legitimate critique, with the emancipation of autonomous reason. The inability to engage in praxis was first and foremost the consciousness of a lack of regulative principles, a weakness from the very beginning. From this weakness comes the hesitation, akin to reason in the guise of contemplation, and the inhibition of praxis. The formal character of pure practical reason constituted its failure before praxis. To be sure, it also occasioned the self-reflection that leads beyond the culpable concept of praxis. If autarkic praxis has always manifested manic and compulsive traits, then self-reflection on the other hand signifies the interruption of action blindly directed outward. Non-naivete is the transition to the humane. Whoever does not want to romanticize the Middle Ages must trace the divergence between theory and praxis back to the oldest division between physical and intellectual labor, probably as far back as prehistoric obscurity. Praxis arose from labor. It attained its concept when labor no longer wanted to merely reproduce life directly but to produce its conditions, and this clashed with the already existing conditions. Its descent from labor is a heavy burden for all praxis. To this day it carries the baggage of an element of unfreedom, the fact that once it was necessary to struggle against the pleasure principle for the sake of one's own self-preservation, although labor that has been reduced to a minimum no longer needs to be tied to self-denial. Contemporary actionism also represses the fact that the longing for freedom is closely related to the aversion to praxis. Praxis was the reaction to deprivation. This still disfigures praxis even when it wants to do away with deprivation. To this extent art is the critique of praxis as unfreedom. This is where its truth begins. With a shock one can understand the abhorrence at the praxis so popular nowadays when one observes natural historical phenomena such as beaver dams, the industriousness of ants and bees, or the grotesque struggles of the beetle as it carries a blade of grass. Modern and ancient intertwine in praxis. Once again praxis becomes a sacred animal, just as in the time before recorded history it was thought a sacrilege not to devote oneself body and soul to the efforts of preserving the species. The physiognomy of praxis is brute earnestness. This earnestness dissolves where the genius of praxis emancipates itself. This is surely what Schiller meant with his theory of play 7. The majority of actionists are humorless in a way that is no less alarming than are those who laugh along with everyone. The lack of self-reflection derives not only from their psychology. It is the mark of a praxis that, having become its own fetish, becomes a barricade to its own goal. The dialectic is hopeless, that through praxis alone is it possible to escape the captivating spell praxis imposes on people, but that meanwhile as praxis it compulsively contributes to reinforcing the spell, obtuse, narrow-minded, at the farthest remove from spirit. The recent hostility toward theory, which animates this process, makes a program out of it. But the practical goal, which includes the liberation from all narrow-mindedness, is not indifferent to the means intended to achieve it. Otherwise this dialectic would degenerate into vulgar Jesuitism. The idiotic parliamentarian indoors caricature who boasts, "Gentlemen, I am above all practical," reveals himself as a scoundrel who cannot see beyond the immediate tasks and moreover is proud of it. His behavior denounces the very spirit of praxis as a demon. Theory speaks for what is not narrow-minded. Despite all of its unfreedom, theory is the guarantor of freedom in the midst of unfreedom. 3. Today once again the antithesis between theory and praxis is being misused to denounce theory. when a student's room was smashed because he preferred to work rather than join in actions, on the wall was scrawled, "Whoever occupies himself with theory, without acting practically, is a traitor to socialism." It is not only against him that praxis serves as an ideological pretext for exercising moral constraint. The thinking denigrated by actionists apparently demands of them too much undue effort, it requires too much work, is too practical. Whoever thinks, offers resistance. It is more comfortable to swim with the current, even when one declares oneself to be against the current. Moreover, by giving way to a regressive and distorted form of the pleasure principle, making things easier for oneself, letting oneself go, one can hope for a moral premium from those who are like-minded. In a crude reversal, the collective substitute superego demands what the old superego disapproved of. The very cession of oneself qualifies the willing adept as a better person. Even in Kant, emphatic praxis was goodwill. But this signified as much as autonomous reason. A concept of praxis that would not be narrow-minded can be applied only to politics, to the conditions of society that largely condemn the praxis of each individual to irrelevance. This is the locus of the difference between Kantian ethics and the views of Hegel, who, as Kierkegaard also saw, no longer accepts the traditional under the concept of the traitor comes from the eternal reserves of collective repression, whatever its coloration may be. The law of conspiratorial communities is irrevocability. For this reason conspirators enjoy warming up the mythical concept of the oath. Whoever thinks differently is not only excluded but exposed to the most severe moral sanctions. The concept of morality demands autonomy, which is, however, not tolerated by those who always have morality on the tip of their tongue. In truth, it is the one who sins against his own autonomy who deserves to be called a traitor. Standing of ethics. Kant's writings on moral philosophy, in their conformity to the state of enlightenment in the 18th century and despite their anti-psychologism and all their endeavors to attain an absolutely conclusive and comprehensive validity, were individualistic to the extent that they addressed themselves to the individual as the substrate of correct, that is, for Kant, radically reasonable, action. All of Kant's examples come from the private and the business spheres. And this conditions the concept of an ethics based on dispositions, whose subject must be the individuated singular person. What comes to expression for the first time in Hegel is the experience that the behavior of the individual, even if he has a pure will, does not come near to a reality that prescribes and limits the conditions of any individual's action. Hegel in effect dissolves the concept of the moral by extending it into the political. Since then no unpolitical reflection upon praxis can be valid anymore. However, there should be just as little self-deception about the fact that the political extension of the concept of praxis introduces the repression of the particular by the universal. Humanness, which does not exist without individuation, is being virtually recanted by the latter's snotty-nosed, casual dismissal. But once the action of the individual, and therefore of all individuals, is made contemptible, then collective action is likewise paralyzed. Spontaneity appears to be trivial at the outset in the face of the factual supremacy of the objective conditions. Kant's moral philosophy and Hegel's philosophy of right represent two dialectical stages of the bourgeois self-consciousness of praxis. Polarized according to the dichotomy of the particular and the universal that tears apart this consciousness, both philosophies are false. Each justifies itself against the other so long as a possible higher form of praxis does not reveal itself in reality. Its revelation requires theoretical reflection. It is beyond doubt and controversy that a reasoned analysis of the situation is the precondition for political praxis, at least, even in the military sphere, where the crude primacy of action holds sway, the procedure is the same. An analysis of the situation is not tantamount to conformity to that situation. In reflecting upon the situation, analysis emphasizes the aspects that might be able to lead beyond the given constraints of the situation. This is of incalculable relevance for the relationship of theory to praxis. Through its difference from immediate, situation-specific action, that is, through its autonomization, theory becomes a transformative and practical productive force, and if thinking bears on anything of importance, then it initiates a practical impulse, no matter how hidden that impulse may remain to thinking. Those alone think who do not passively accept the already given, from the primitive who contemplates how he can protect his small fire from the rain or where he can find shelter from the storm, to the Enlightenment philosopher who construes how humanity can move beyond itself incurred tutelage by means of its interest in self-preservation. 11 Such motives continue to have an effect, and perhaps all the more so in cases where no practical grounds are immediately articulated. There is no thought, insofar as it is more than the organization of facts and a bit of technique, that does not have its practical telos. Every meditation upon freedom extends into the conception of its possible realization, so long as the meditation is not taken in hand by praxis and tailored to fit the results it enjoins. Just as the division of subject and object cannot be revoked immediately by a decree of thought, so too an immediate unity of theory and praxis is hardly possible. It would imitate the false identity of subject and object and would perpetuate the principle of domination that posits identity and that a true praxis must oppose. The truth content of the discourse about the unity of theory and praxis was bound to historical conditions. On the nodal points and fractures of this historical development, reflection and action may ignite. But even then the two are not one. For the primacy of the object must be respected by praxis. This was first noted by the idealist Hegel's critique of Kant's ethics of conscience. To the extent that subject is for its part something mediated, praxis rightly understood is what the object wants, praxis follows the object's neediness. But not by the subject adapting itself, which would merely reinforce the heteronymous objectivity. The neediness of the object is mediated via the total societal system. For that reason it can be determined critically only by theory. Praxis without theory, lagging behind the most advanced state of cognition, cannot but fail, and praxis, in keeping with its own concept, would like to succeed. False praxis is no praxis. Desperation that, because it finds the exits blocked, blindly leaps into praxis, with the purest of intentions joins forces with catastrophe. The hostility to theory in the spirit of the times, the by no means coincidental withering away of theory, its banishment by an impatience that wants to change the world without having to interpret it, while so far it has been chapter and verse that philosophers have merely interpreted, such hostility becomes praxis's weakness. 12 The requirement that theory should kowtow to praxis dissolves theory's truth content and condemns praxis to delusion. In practical terms, it is high time to voice this. A modicum of madness furnishes collective movements, apparently for the time being regardless of their contents, with their sinister power of attraction. Individuals cope with their own disintegration, with their private paranoia, by integrating themselves into the collective delusion, the collective paranoia, as Ernst Simmel realized 13 at the moment it expresses itself first as the incapacity to accept reflectively within consciousness objective contradictions the subject cannot resolve harmoniously. A unity that is convulsively defended against no aggressor is the screen image of relentless self-diremption. This sanctioned delusion exempts one from reality testing, which necessarily generates unbearable antagonisms within the weakened consciousness like that of subjective need and objective refusal. A fawning and malicious servant of the pleasure principle, the delusional element carries an infectious disease that mortally threatens the ego by giving it the illusion that it is protected. Fear of this disease would be the simplest, and therefore likewise repressed, means of self-preservation, the unflinching refusal to cross the rapidly evaporating Rubicon that separates reason and delusion. The transition to a praxis without theory is motivated by the objective impotence of theory and exponentially increases that impotence through the isolation and fetishization of the subjective element of historical movement, spontaneity. The deformation of spontaneity should be seen as a reaction to the administered world. But by frantically closing its eyes to the totality and by behaving as though it stems immediately from people, spontaneity falls into line with the objective tendency of progressive dehumanization, even in its practices. Spontaneity, which would be animated by the neediness of the object, should attach itself to the vulnerable places of rigidified reality, where the ruptures caused by the pressure of rigidification appear externally. It should not thrash about indiscriminately, abstractly, without any consideration of the contents of what is often attacked merely for the sake of publicity. 5. If, to make an exception for once, one risks what is called a grand perspective, beyond the historical differences in which the concepts of theory and praxis have their life, one discovers the infinitely progressive aspect of the separation of theory and praxis, which was deplored by the Romantics and denounced in their wake by the Socialists, except for the mature Marx. Of course, the dispensation of spirit from material labor is mere semblance, since spirit presupposes material labor for its own existence. But that dispensation is not only semblance and serves not only repression. The separation designates a stage in a process that leads out of the blind predominance of material praxis, potentially onward to freedom. The fact that some live without material labor and, like Nietzsche's Zarathustra, take pleasure in their spirit, that unjust privilege, also indicates that this possibility exists for everyone. 14. All the more so when the technical forces of production are at a stage that makes it possible to foresee the global dispensation from material labor, its reduction to a limiting value. Revoking this separation by fiat is thought to be idealistic and is regressive. Spirit forcibly repatriated with praxis without surplus would be concretism. It would accord with the technocratic positivistic tendency it believes to be opposing and with which it has more affinity, incidentally also in certain factions, than it dares imagine. Humaneness awakes with the separation of theory and praxis. It knows nothing of that indifferentiation that in truth bows before the primacy of praxis. Animals, similar to people with regressive brain injuries, are familiar only with objects directly related to action, perception, cunning, eating, all submit to the same constraint that weighs even heavier on the subject list than on subjects. Cunning must have become autonomous in order for individual creatures to acquire that distance from eating whose telos would be the end of the domination in which natural history perpetuates itself. The palliative, benign, delicate, even the conciliatory element of praxis imitates spirit, a product of the separation whose revocation is pursued by an all too unreflected reflection. Desublimation, which in the present age hardly needs explicit recommendation, perpetuates the dark and backward conditions its advocates would like to clarify. The fact that Aristotle placed the Dionysic virtues highest certainly had its ideological side, the resignation of the Hellenistic private citizen, who out of fear must avoid influencing public issues and looks for ways to justify his withdrawal. 15. But his theory of virtue also opens up the horizon of a blissful contemplation. Blissful because it would have escaped the exercising and suffering of violence. Aristotle's politics is more humane than Plato's Republic, just as a quasi-bourgeois consciousness is more humane than a restorative one that, in order to impose itself upon a world already enlightened, prototypically becomes totalitarian. The goal of real praxis would be its own abolition. 6. In his celebrated letter to Kugelmann, Marx warned of the threat of a relapse into barbarism, which already must have been foreseeable at that time. 16. Nothing could have better expressed the elective affinity between conservatism and revolution. Marx already saw this as the ultima ratio to deflect the collapse he had prognosticated. But the fear, which certainly was not the least thing motivating Marx, has been eclipsed. The relapse has already occurred. To still expect it in the future, even after Auschwitz and Hiroshima, is to take pitiable consolation in the thought that the worst is possibly yet to come. Humanity, which commits and endures wrong, in so doing already ratifies the worst. It is enough merely to listen to the nonsense being peddled about the dangers of détente. The sole adequate praxis would be to put all energies toward working our way out of barbarism. With the supersonic acceleration of history, barbarism has reached the point where it infects everything that conflicts with it. There are many who find the excuse plausible that only barbaric means are still effective against the barbaric totality. Yet in the meantime a threshold value of acceptance has been reached. What 50 years ago for a short period of time in the eyes of those who nourished the all too abstract and illusory hope for a total transformation might have appeared justified, that is, violence, after the experience of the National Socialist and Stalinist atrocities and in the face of the longevity of totalitarian repression, is inextricably imbricated in what needs to be transformed. If society's nexus of complicity and with it the prospect for catastrophe has become truly total, and there is nothing that permits any doubt about this, then there is nothing to oppose it other than what denounces that nexus of blindness, rather than each in his own fashion participating in it. Either humanity renounces the eye for an eye of violence, or the allegedly radical political praxis renews the old terror. The petty bourgeois truism that fascism and communism are the same, or in its most recent version, that the APO helps the NPD, 17 is shamefully confirmed. The bourgeois world has completely become what the bourgeoisie imagines it to be. Whoever does not make the transition to irrational and brutal violence sees himself forced into the vicinity of the reformism that for its part shares the guilt for perpetuating the deplorable totality. But no shortcut helps, and what does help is deeply obscured. Dialectic is perverted into sophistry as soon as it focuses pragmatically on the next step, beyond which the knowledge of the totality has long since moved. 7. The error of the primacy of praxis as it is exercised today appears clearly in the privilege accorded to tactics over everything else. The means have become autonomous to the extreme. Serving the ends without reflection, they have alienated themselves from them. Thus everywhere discussion is called for, certainly initially out of an anti-authoritarian impulse. But discussion, which by the way, like the public sphere, is an entirely bourgeois category, has been completely ruined by tactics. 18. What discussions could possibly produce, namely, decisions reached from a greater objectivity to the extent that intentions and arguments interpenetrate, does not interest those who automatically, and in completely inappropriate situations, call for discussions. Each of the hegemonic cliques has prepared in advance the results it desires. Discussion serves manipulation. Every argument, untroubled by the question of whether it is sound, is geared to a purpose. Whatever the opponent says is hardly perceived, and then only so that formulaic clichés can be served up in retort. No one wants to learn experience, insofar as experience is still possible at all. The opponent in a discussion becomes a functional component of the current plan, reified by the reified consciousness malgré lui-même. Either these cliques want to make him into something usable by means of engineered discussion and coerced solidarity, or to discredit him before their followers, or they simply speakify out the window for the sake of publicity, to which they are captive. Pseudo-activity can stay alive only through incessant self-advertisement. If the opponent does not concede, then he will be disqualified and accused of lacking the qualities presupposed by the discussion. The concept of discussion is cleverly twisted so that the opponent is supposed to let himself be convinced. This degrades the discussion into farce. Behind this ploy lies an authoritarian principle: the dissenter must adopt the group's opinion. The unresponsive ones project their own unresponsiveness upon whomever will not let himself be terrorized. With all this, actionism acquiesces to the trend it intends or pretends to struggle against, the bourgeois instrumentalism that fetishizes means because its form of praxis cannot suffer reflection upon its ends. 8. Pseudo-activity, praxis that takes itself more seriously and insulates itself more diligently from theory and knowledge the more it loses contact with its object and a sense of proportion, is a product of objective societal conditions. It truly is conformist to the situation of Hugh's class. The pseudo-revolutionary posture is complementary to that military-technical impossibility of spontaneous revolution Jurgen von Kempsky identified years ago. 19 barricades are ridiculous against those who administer the bomb. That is why the barricades are a game, and the lords of the manor let the gamesters go on playing for the time being. Things might be different with the guerrilla tactics of the Third World. Nothing in the administered world functions wholly without disruption. This is why actionists in advanced industrial countries choose the underdeveloped ones for their models. But they are as impotent as the personality cult of leaders who are helplessly and shamefully murdered. Models that do not prove themselves even in the Bolivian bush cannot be exported. Pseudo-activity is provoked and at the same time condemned to being illusory by the current state of the technical forces of production. Just as personalization offers false consolation for the fact that within the anonymous apparatus the individual does not count anymore, so pseudo-activity deceives about the debilitation of a praxis presupposing a free and autonomous agent that no longer exists. It is also relevant for political activity to know whether the circumnavigation of the moon had really required the astronauts at all, who not only had to subordinate themselves to their buttons and mechanisms but moreover received detailed orders from the control center on Earth. The physiognomy and social character of a Columbus and a Borman are worlds apart. As a reflex reaction to the administered world, pseudo-activity reproduces that world in itself. The prominent personalities of protest are virtuosos in rules of order and formal procedures. The sworn enemies of the institutions particularly like to demand the institutionalization of one thing or another, which usually are desires voiced by committees thrown together by happenstance. Whatever is being discussed must at all costs be binding. Subjectively, all this is promoted by the anthropological phenomenon of gadgeteering, the effective investment in technology that exceeds every form of reason and inhabits every facet of life. Ironically, civilization in its deepest degradation, McLuhan is right, the medium is the message. The substitution of means for ends replaces the qualities in people themselves. Interiorization would be the wrong word for it, because this mechanism does not even permit the constitution of a stable subjectivity. Instrumentalization usurps its place. From pseudo-activity all the way to pseudo-revolution, the objective tendency of society coincides seamlessly with subjective regression. World history once again produces in parity the kind of people whom it in fact needs. 9. The objective theory of society, inasmuch as society is an autonomous totality confronting living individuals, has priority over psychology, which cannot address the decisive factors. Indeed, from this point of view, ever since Hegel, resentment has often swung against the individual and his freedom, no matter how particularistic the latter may be, and especially against instinctual drives. This resentment accompanied bourgeois subjectivism like its shadow, and in the end was its bad conscience. Ascesis toward psychology, however, cannot be maintained even objectively. Ever since the market economy was ruined and is now patched together from one provisional measure to the next, its laws alone no longer provide a sufficient explanation. Without psychology, in which the objective constraints are continually internalized anew, it would be impossible to understand how people passively accept a state of unchanging destructive irrationality and, moreover, how they integrate themselves into movements that stand in rather obvious contradiction to their own interests. The function of psychological determinants in the students is closely related to this situation. In relation to real power, which hardly feels a tickle, actionism is irrational. The more clever people realize the pointlessness of their activity, while others strenuously conceal it. Since the more important groups have hardly resolved themselves to martyrdom, psychological motivations must be taken into account. By the way, economic motivations are more directly in play than the blather about the affluent society would have us believe. There are still numerous students who eke out an existence on the threshold of starvation. Probably the construction of an illusory reality is ultimately necessitated by objective obstacles. It is mediated psychologically. The adjournment of thought is conditioned by the dynamic of the instinctual drives. In this a contradiction is flagrantly obvious. Whereas the actionists are exceedingly interested in themselves libidinally, in their spiritual needs, in the secondary pleasure gained through the concern with themselves, the subjective element, to the extent that it manifests itself in their opponents, arouses their spiteful fury. At once one recognizes here an extended application of Freud's thesis from group psychology and the analysis of the ego, that the imagines of authority have the subjective character of coldness, a lack of love and human relationships, just as those who are anti-authoritarian continue to embody authority. So they also rig out their negatively cathected imagines with the traditional leader qualities and grow uneasy as soon as authority figures are different, no longer correspond to what the anti-authoritarians nonetheless secretly desire from them. Those who protest most vehemently are similar to authoritarian personalities in their aversion to introspection. When they do consider themselves, it happens without criticism, and unreflectedly, aggressively is directed outward. They overestimate their own relevance narcissistically, without a sufficient sense of proportion. They impose their needs immediately, for instance, with the slogan of learning processes, as the criterion of praxis. So far there has been little room left for the dialectical category of externalization. They reify their own psychology and expect reified consciousness from those who face them. Actually they taboo experience and become allergic as soon as anything refers to it. Experience for them comes down to what they call privilege of information without noticing that the concepts of information and communication they exploit are imported from the monopolistic culture industry and the science calibrated to it. Objectively they contribute to the regressive transformation of what still remains intact of the subject into contact points for conditioned reflexes. 10. The separation of theory and praxis in recent history and especially as it appears in sociology, which should have treated it thematically, finds its unreflected and most extreme scientific expression in Max Weber's theory of value neutrality. Almost 70 years old, this doctrine continues to be influential, even in the latest positivistic sociology. 21. Everything that has been brought forward against the theory has had little effect on established science. The more or less explicit, unmediated contrary position, that of a material ethic of values that would be immediately self-evident and would guide praxis, is discredited by its reactionary, arbitrary nature. 22. Weber's value neutrality was anchored to his notion of rationality. It remains an open question which of the two categories underpins the other in Weber's version. As is well known, rationality, the center of Weber's entire work, for him by and large means as much as instrumental reason. It is defined as a relation between appropriate means and ends. According to him, such ends are in principle external to rationality. They are left to a kind of decision whose dark implications, which Weber did not want, revealed themselves shortly after his death. such an exemption of ends from ratio, which Weber in fact surrounded with qualifications and which yet unmistakably constituted the tenor of his theory of science and completely determined his scholarly strategy, is however no less arbitrary than the decree of values. Rationality cannot, any more than the subjective authority serving it, the ego, be simply split off from self-preservation. Moreover, the anti-psychological but subject-oriented sociologist Weber did not try to do that. Ratio came into being in the first place as an instrument of self-preservation, that of reality testing. Its universality, which suited Weber because it permitted him to delimit it from psychology, extended ratio beyond its immediate representative, the individual person. This emancipated ratio, probably for as long as it has existed, from the contingency of individually opposed ends. In its immanent, intellectual universality, the subject of ratio pursuing its self-preservation is itself an actual universal, society, in its full logic, humanity. The preservation of humanity is inexorably inscribed within the meaning of rationality. It has its end in a reasonable organization of society, otherwise it would bring its own movement to an authoritarian standstill. Humanity is organized rationally solely to the extent that it preserves its societalized subjects according to their unfettered potentialities. On the other hand, it would be delusional and irrational, and the example is more than just an example, that the adequacy of the means of destruction to the goal of destruction should be rational while, however, the ends of peace and the elimination of the antagonisms preventing it ad calendas Graecas should be irrational. Weber, as loyal spokesman of his class, inverted the relationship between rationality and irrationality. Almost in vengeance and against his intentions, the ends means rationality undergoes dialectical reversal in his thought. The development of bureaucracy, the purest form of rational domination, into the society of the iron cage, and which Weber prophesied with obvious horror, is irrational. Words such as casing, solidification, autonomization of the apparatus, and their synonyms indicate that the means so designated become ends in themselves instead of fulfilling their ends means rationality. 23. This is not a symptom of degeneration, however, as the bourgeoisie's self-image happily assumes. Weber recognized, with an intensity of scrutiny matched only by his refusal to let it influence his conception, that the irrationality he both described and passed over in silence follows from the determination of ratio as means, its blindness to ends and to the critical consciousness of them. Weber's resigned rationality becomes irrational precisely in that, as Weber postulated in angry identification with the aggressor, the ends remain irrational to rationality's ascesis. Without a hold on the determinateness of its objects, ratio runs away from itself. Its principle becomes one of bad infinity. Weber's apparent de-ideologization of science was itself devised as an ideology against Marxist analysis. But it unmasks itself, unsound and self-contradictory, in its indifference toward the obvious madness. Ratio should not be anything less than self-preservation, namely that of the species, upon which the survival of each individual literally depends. Through self-preservation the species indeed gains the potential for that self-reflection that could finally transcend the self-preservation to which it was reduced by being restricted simply to a means. 11. Actionism is regressive. Under the spell of the positivity that long ago became part of the armature of ego weakness, it refuses to reflect upon its own impotence. Those who incessantly cry too abstract strenuously cultivate concretism, an immediacy that is inferior to the available theoretical means. The pseudo-praxis profits from this. Those who are especially shrewd say, just as summarily as they judge art, that theory is repressive. And which activity in the midst of the status quo is not so, in its way. But immediate action, which always evokes taking a swing, is incomparably closer to oppression than the thought that catches its breath. The Archimedean point: how might a non-repressive praxis be possible? How might one steer between the alternatives of spontaneity and organization? This point, if it exists at all, cannot be found other than through theory. If the concept is tossed aside, then traits, such as a unilateral solidarity degenerating into terror, will become manifest. What imposes itself straight away is the bourgeois supremacy of means over ends, that spirit actionists are, at least programmatically, opposed to. The university's technocratic reforms they, perhaps even bona fide, want to avert, are not even the retaliation to the protest. The protest promotes the reforms all on its own. Academic freedom is degraded into customer service and must submit to inspections. 12. Among the arguments available to actionism, there is one that indeed is quite removed from the political strategy it boasts of, but that possesses a much greater suggestive power. It argues that one must opt for the protest movement precisely because one recognizes that it is objectively hopeless, following the model of Marx during the Paris Commune, or when the Communist Party stepped into the breach during the collapse of the anarcho-socialist Councillor government in 1919 in Munich. Just as those responses had been triggered by desperation, so too those who despair of any possibility should support pointless action. The ineluctable defeat offers solidarity in the form of moral authority even to those who could have foreseen the catastrophe and would not have bowed before the dictate of a unilateral solidarity. But in truth the appeal to heroism prolongs that dictate. Whoever has retained the sensibility for such types of appeal will not mistake its hollow tone. In the security of America an emigrant could endure the news of Auschwitz. It would be difficult to believe that Vietnam is robbing anyone of sleep, especially since every opponent of colonial wars must know that the Viet Cong for their part use Chinese methods of torture. Whoever imagines that as a product of this society he is free of the bourgeois coldness harbors illusions about himself as much as about the world. Without such coldness one could not live. The ability of anyone, without exception, to identify with another's suffering is slight. The fact that one simply could not look on any longer, and that no one of goodwill should have to look on any longer, rationalizes the pang of conscience. The attitude at the edge of uttermost horror, such as was felt by the conspirators of July 20 who preferred to risk perishing under torture to doing nothing, was possible and admirable. 24. To claim from a distance that one feels the same as they do confuses the power of imagination with the violence of the immediate present. Pure self-protection prevents someone who is not there from imagining the worst, and even more, from taking actions that would expose him to the worst. Whoever is trying to understand the situation must acknowledge the objectively necessary limits to an identification that collides with his demand for self-preservation and happiness, and should not behave as though he were already the type of person who perhaps can develop only in the condition of freedom, that is, without fear. One cannot be too afraid of the world, such as it is. If someone sacrifices not only his intellect but himself as well, then no one should prevent him, although objectively false martyrdom does exist. To make a commandment out of the sacrifice belongs to the fascist repertoire. Solidarity with a cause whose ineluctable failure is discernible may yield up some exquisite narcissistic gain. In itself the solidarity is as delusional as the praxis of which one comfortably awaits approbation, which most likely will be recanted in the next moment because no sacrifice of intellect is ever enough for the insatiable claims of inanity. Brecht, who as the situation at that time warranted was still involved with politics and not with its surrogate, once said, in effect, that when he was honest with himself he was au fond more interested in the theater than in changing the world. Such a consciousness would be the best corrective for a theater that today confuses itself with reality, such as the happenings now and then staged by the actionists that muddle aesthetic semblance and reality. Whoever does not wish to fall short of Brecht's voluntary and audacious avowal will suspect most praxis today of lacking talent. 13. Contemporary practicality is based on an element that was baptized in the abominable language of sociology as the suspicion of ideology, as though the driving force in the critique of ideologies was not the experienced B.C.F. Walter Benjamin, versus Huber Brecht, 118. Translator's note, English understanding Brecht, trans. Anna Bostock. A reference to entry for July 6 in Conversations with Brecht, July 6. Brecht, in the course of yesterday's conversation, I often imagine being interrogated by a tribunal. Now tell us, Mr. Brecht, are you really in earnest? I would have to admit that no, I'm not completely in earnest. I think too much about artistic problems, you know, about what is good for the theater, to be completely in earnest. But having said no to that important question, I would add something still more important, namely, that my attitude is permissible. Hints of their untruth, but rather the petty bourgeois disdain for all spirit because it is allegedly conditioned by interests, a view in fact motivated by an interest in skepticism and projected onto spirit. However, if praxis obscures its own present impossibility with the opiate of collectivity, it becomes in its turn ideology. There is a sure sign of this, the question, what is to be done? As an automatic reflex to every critical thought before it is fully expressed, let alone comprehended. Nowhere is the obscurantism of the latest hostility to theory so flagrant. It recalls the gesture of someone demanding your papers. More implicit and therefore all the more powerful is the commandment, you must sign. The individual must cede himself to the collective. As recompense for his jumping into the melting pot, he is promised the grace of being chosen, of belonging. Weak and fearful people feel strong when they hold hands while running. This is the real turning point of dialectical reversal into irrationalism. Defended with 100 sophisms, inculcated into adepts with 100 techniques for exerting moral pressure, is the idea that by abandoning one's own reason and judgment one is blessed with a higher, that is, collective reason. Whereas in order to know the truth one needs that irreducibly individual reason that, it is nowadays incessantly belabored, is supposedly obsolete and whose message has long since been refuted and laid to rest by the comrade's superior wisdom. One falls back upon that disciplinarian attitude the communists once practiced. What once was deadly serious and bore terrible consequences when the situation still seemed undecided is now repeated as comedy in the pseudo-revolutions. According to a maxim of Marx 25, instead of arguments one meets standardized slogans, which apparently are distributed by leaders and their acolytes. 14. If theory and praxis are neither immediately one nor absolutely different, then their relation is one of discontinuity. No continuous path leads from praxis to theory, what has to be added is what is called the spontaneous moment. But theory is part of the nexus of society and at the same time is autonomous. Nevertheless, praxis does not proceed independently of theory, nor theory independently of praxis. Were praxis the criterion of theory, then for the sake of the thema probandum it would become the swindle denounced by Marx and therefore would not be able to attain what it wants. Were praxis simply to follow the instructions of theory, then it would become rigidly doctrinaire and furthermore would falsify theory. What Robespierre and Saint-Just did with the Rousseauist volonté générale, which certainly did not lack a repressive streak itself, is the most famous but by no means the only example. The dogma of the unity of theory and praxis, contrary to the doctrine on which it is based, is undialectical. It underhandedly appropriates simple identity where contradiction alone has the chance of becoming productive. Whereas theory cannot be extracted from the entire societal process, it also maintains an independence within this process. It is not only a means of the totality but also a moment of it. Otherwise it could not resist to any degree the captivating spell of the totality. The relationship between theory and practice, after both have once distanced themselves from each other, is that of qualitative reversal, not transition, and surely not subordination. They stand in a polar relationship. The theory that is not conceived as an instruction for its realization should have the most hope for realization, analogous to what occurred in the natural sciences between atomic theory and nuclear fission. What they had in common, the backtracking to a possible praxis, lay in the technologically oriented reason in itself, not in any thoughts about application. The Marxist doctrine of the unity of theory and praxis was no doubt credible because of the presentiment that it could be too late, that it was now or never. To that extent it was certainly practical, but the theory as it is actually explicated, the critique of political economy, lacks all concrete transitions to that praxis that, according to the 11th thesis on Feuerbach, should constitute its raison d'etre. 26 Marx's reticence concerning theoretical recipes for praxis was hardly less than that concerning a positive description of a classless society. Capital contains numerous invectives, most often against economists and philosophers, but no program for action. Every speaker of the APO who has learned his vocabulary would have to chide that book for being abstract. The theory of surplus value does not tell how one should start a revolution. In regard to praxis generally, not in specific political questions, the anti-philosophical Marx hardly moves beyond the philosopheme that only the proletariat itself can be the cause of its emancipation. And at that time the proletariat was still visible. In recent decades the studies on authority and family, the authoritarian personality, even the dialectic of enlightenment with its in many respects heterodox theory of domination were written without practical intentions and nonetheless exercised some practical influence. That influence came from the fact that in a world where even thoughts have become commodities and provoke sales resistance, no one could suppose when reading these volumes that he was being sold or talked into something. Wherever I have directly intervened in a narrow sense and with a visible practical influence, it happened only through theory, in the polemic against the musical youth movement and its followers, in the critique of the newfangled German jargon of authenticity, a critique that spoiled the pleasure of a very virulent ideology by charting its derivation and restoring it to its proper concept. If these ideologies are in fact false consciousness, then their dissolution, which diffuses widely in the medium of thought, inaugurates a certain movement toward political maturity, and that, in any case, is practical. The stale Marxist pun about critical critique, the witlessly pleonastic, hackneyed witticism that believes theory is annihilated because it is theory, merely conceals the insecurity involved in the direct translation of theory into praxis. 27 And even later, despite the Internationale, with whom he had a falling out, Marx by no means surrendered himself to praxis. Praxis is a source of power for theory but cannot be prescribed by it. It appears in theory merely, and indeed necessarily, as a blind spot, as an obsession with what is being criticized. No critical theory can be practiced in particular detail without overestimating the particular, but without the particularity it would be nothing. This admixture of delusion, however, warns of the excesses in which it incessantly grows. Critical Models 3. Critique. Something should be said about critique in its connection with politics. Since, however, politics is not a self-enclosed, isolated sphere, as it manifests itself for instance in political institutions, processes, and procedural rules, but rather can be conceived only in its relationship to the societal play of forces making up the substance of everything political and veiled by political surface phenomena, so too the concept of critique cannot be restricted to a narrow political field. Critique is essential to all democracy. not only does democracy require the freedom to criticize and need critical impulses, democracy is nothing less than defined by critique. This can be recalled simply in the historical fact that the conception of the separation of powers, upon which every democracy is based, from Locke and Montesquieu and the American Constitution up to today, has its lifeblood in critique. The system of checks and balances, the reciprocal overview of the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary, means as much as that each of these powers subjects the others to critique and thereby reduces the despotism that each power, without this critical element, gravitates to. Critique and the prerequisite of democracy, political maturity, belong together. Politically mature is the person who speaks for himself, because he has thought for himself and is not merely repeating someone else. He stands free of any guardian one. This is demonstrated in the power to resist established opinions and, one and the same, also to resist existing institutions, to resist everything that is merely posited, that justifies itself with its existence. Such resistance, as the ability to distinguish between what is known and what is accepted merely by convention or under the constraint of authority, is one with critique, whose concept indeed comes from the Greek krino, to decide. He who equates the modern concept of reason with critique is scarcely exaggerating. The Enlightenment thinker Kant, who wanted to see society emancipated from its self-incurred immaturity and who taught autonomy, that is, judgment according to one's own insight in contrast to heteronomy, obedience to what is urged by others, named his three major works critiques. This was true not only for the intellectual capacities, whose limits he intended to measure off and whose procedures to construe. The power of Kant, as for instance Kleist vividly sensed, was that of critique in a very concrete sense. 3. He criticized the dogmatism of the rationalistic systems that were accepted prior to him. The critique of pure reason was more than anything else a blistering critique of Leibniz and Wolff. The influence of Kant's main work was due to its negative results, and one of its most important parts, which dealt with pure thought's transgressions of its own limits, was thoroughly negative. But critique, cornerstone of reason and bourgeois thinking tout court, by no means dominated spirit as much as one would assume from that spirit's self-image. Even the all-destroyer, as Kant was called 200 years ago, often showed the gestures of one who blamed critique for being improper. His vocabulary shows this in malicious expressions like subtle reasoning, Vernunfteln, which not only punish reasons exceeding its bounds but also want to bridle its use that, in Kant's own understanding, irresistibly surges past its own limits. Finally Hegel, in whom the movement commencing with Kant culminates, and who in many passages equates thinking altogether with negativity and hence with critique, likewise has the opposite tendency, to bring critique to a halt. Whoever relies on the limited activity of one's own understanding Hegel calls, using a political epithet, Raisonner, carper, argufier and accuses of vanity because he does not reflect on his own finitude, is incapable of subordinating himself to something higher, the totality. However, for Hegel this higher thing is the present conditions. Hegel's aversion to critique goes together with his thesis that the real is rational. 5. According to Hegel's authoritarian directive, that person is truly in control of his reason who does not insist on reason's antithesis to what presently exists, but rather within given reality recognizes his own reason. The individual citizen is supposed to capitulate before reality. The renunciation of critique is twisted into a higher wisdom. The young Marx's phrase about the ruthless critique of everything existing was the simple reply to this, and even the mature Marx subtitled his main work a critique. 6. The substantive import of those passages in Hegel, especially in the book that concentrates his anti-critical tendency, The Philosophy of Right, is societal. 7. One need not be a sociologist to hear in his ridicule of the Raisonner and the starry-eyed reformer the unctuous sermon admonishing the underling to keep still, who out of stupidity, the modification of which obviously does not concern his guardian, objects to the decrees descending upon him from the authorities on high, because said underling is incapable of recognizing that ultimately everything is and happens for the best, and that those who are above his station in life also should be his intellectual superiors. Something of the contradiction between the modern emancipation of critical spirit and its simultaneous dampening is characteristic of the entire bourgeois period. From an early period onward, the bourgeoisie must have feared that the logic of its own principles could lead beyond its own sphere of interests. Habermas has demonstrated contradictions of this sort in the notion of the public sphere, the most important medium of all politically effective criticism, that on the one hand should concentrate the critical political maturity of society's subjects and, on the other, has become a commodity and works against the critical principle in order to better market itself. It is easily forgotten in Germany that critique, as a central motif of spirit, is not very popular anywhere in the world. But there is reason to reflect on a specifically German phenomenon in the hostility to critique, especially in the political arena. Full-fledged bourgeois emancipation was not successful in Germany, or only in a historical period in which its prerequisite, the liberalism of diffused free enterprise, was already undermined. Likewise, the unification into a nation-state, which in many other countries was attained parallel to the strengthening of the bourgeoisie, limped behind history and became a short intermezzo. This may have caused the German trauma of unity and unanimity, that sense weakness in that multiplicity whose resultant outcome is democratic will formation. Whoever criticizes violates the taboo of unity, which tends toward totalitarian organization. The critic becomes a divisive influence and, with a totalitarian phrase, a subversive. The denunciation of alleged quarrels in the party was an indispensable propaganda tool for the National Socialists. The unity trauma has survived Hitler and has possibly even been intensified by the division of Germany following the war Hitler unleashed. It is a banality that democracy was a belated arrival in Germany. There is probably less general awareness, however, that the consequences of this belatedness extended even into the ramifications of mind. Besides the economic and straightforward societal problems democracy in Germany confronts in order to permeate the sovereign people, not inconsiderable is the additional difficulty that pre-democratic and undemocratic forms of consciousness, in particular those that stem from statism and a thinking that conforms to authority, survive in the midst of a suddenly implanted democracy and prevent people from making it their own. One such vestigial pattern of behavior is the mistrust of critique and the inclination to throttle it under some pretense or other. The fact that Goebbels could degrade the concept of critic into that of criticaster, could maliciously associate it with the concept of the grumbler, and wanted to prohibit the criticism of all art, was not only meant to take independent intellectual impulses in hand. The propagandist was calculating in terms of social psychology. He could tap into the general German prejudice against critique that dates back to absolutism. He was expressing the heartfelt convictions of those already being led by the hand. If one wanted to sketch an anatomy of the German hostility to critique, one would find it unquestionably bound up with a rancor against the intellectual. In public, or, in Franz Baum's expression, non-public opinion, the suspect intellectual is probably equated with a person who criticizes. It seems plausible that anti-intellectualism derives originally from a submissiveness to officialdom. Again and again the injunction is intoned that critique must be responsible. But that always amounts to meaning that only those are actually justified to criticize who happen to be in a responsible position, just as even anti-intellectualism until quite recently didn't extend to state-employed intellectuals like professors. According to the subject matter of their work, professors would have to be counted among the intellectuals. However, in general, because of their prestige as government officials, they were highly respected in established public opinion as long as conflicts with students didn't convince them of their actual powerlessness. Critique is being departmentalized, as it were. It is being transformed from the human right and human duty of every citizen into a privilege of those who are qualified by virtue of the recognized and protected positions they occupy. Whoever practices critique without having the power to carry through his opinion, and without integrating himself into the official hierarchy, should keep silent. That is the form in which the variation of the cliché about servants' limited powers of understanding returns in the Germany that formally has equal rights. Obviously, people who are institutionally intertwined with present conditions will in general hesitate to criticize them. Even more than administrative legal conflicts, they fear conflicts with the opinions of their own group. By means of the division between responsible critique, namely, that practiced by those who bear public responsibility, and irresponsible critique, namely, that practiced by those who cannot be held accountable for the consequences, critique is already neutralized. The unspoken abrogation of the right to critique for those who have no position makes the privilege of education, especially the career insulated by official examinations, into the authority defining who may criticize, whereas the truth content of critique alone should be that authority. All this is unspoken and not institutionally anchored, but so deeply present in the preconscious of innumerable people that it exercises a kind of social control. In recent years there has been no lack of cases where people outside of the hierarchy, which, incidentally, in the age of celebrities is certainly not limited to officials, practiced critique, for instance, criticizing the juridical practices in a certain city. They were immediately rebuffed as grumblers. It is not enough to answer this by indicating the mechanisms that in Germany create the suspicion that the independent individualist or dissenting person is a fool. The state of affairs is much more grave. Through the anti-critical structure of public opinion, the dissenter as a type is really brought into the situation of the grumbler and takes on the characteristics of a malcontent, to the extent that those characteristics have not already driven him to stubborn critique. Unwavering critical freedom easily slides by its own dynamic into the attitude of Michael Kohlhaas, who not coincidentally was a German 11. One of the most important conditions for changing the structure of public opinion in Germany would be if the facts I've indicated here became generally conscious, for instance, were treated in civics education, and thereby would lose some of their disastrously blind power. Occasionally the relationship of German public opinion to critique virtually seems to be stood on its head. The right to free critique is unilaterally invoked for the good of those who oppose the critical spirit of a democratic society. However, the vigilance that rebels against such misuse requires the strength of public opinion that is still lacking in Germany and that can hardly be produced by mere appeal. Indicative of the concealed relationship of public opinion to critique is the attitude of its organs that actually lay claim to a tradition of freedom. Many newspapers that by no means wish to be thought reactionary assiduously cultivate a tone that in America, where analogies are not lacking, one calls pontifical. They speak as though they stood above the controversies, assume a posture of sage experience that would befit the epithet old maidish. Their supercilious remove usually only benefits the defense of the official state of affairs. At most the powers are solemnly encouraged not to let themselves be swayed from their good intentions. The language of such newspapers sounds like that of governmental announcements, even where nothing is being announced about any government. Behind the pontifical posture stands the authoritarian one, both in those who assume it and in the consumers who are being cleverly targeted. Identification with power prevails in Germany now just as it did before. In this lurks the dangerous potential of identifying oneself with power politics inwardly and outwardly. The caution exercised in reforming institutions, where the reform is demanded by critical consciousness and to a considerable degree is acknowledged by the executive powers, is based on the fear of the voting masses. This fear easily renders critique without consequence. It also indicates how widespread the anti-critical spirit is in those whose interest should lie in critique. critique's lack of consequence in Germany has a specific model, presumably of military origin: the tendency to protect at any cost subordinates who are charged with misbehavior or offense. In military hierarchies, the oppressive element of such an esprit de corps may be found everywhere. However, if I am not mistaken, then it is specifically German that this military behavior pattern also thoroughly dominates the civil, especially the specifically political spheres. One cannot shake the feeling that in answer to every public critique, the higher authorities, who stand above the person being criticized and who ultimately bear the responsibility, first and foremost, irrespective of the facts of the case, defend the criticized person and struck outward. This mechanism, which sociology really should study thoroughly, is so ingrained that it automatically threatens political criticism with a fate similar to that granted the soldier who dared to complain about his superior during the Wilhelminian era. The rancor toward the institution of defense commissioner is symbolic for this entire sphere. Perhaps the damaged German relationship to critique is most comprehensible in its lack of consequence. If Germany deserves the title land of unlimited presumabilities that Ulrich Sandmann formulated, then this too is related. 12. It may be simply a phrase that someone has been swept away by the pressure of public opinion. However, worse than the phrase is when no public opinion forms to exert that kind of pressure, or when no consequences are drawn if it does happen. A topic for political science would be research studies comparing the consequences of public opinion, unofficial critique in the old democracies of England, France, America with the consequences in Germany. I do not dare to anticipate the result of such a study, but I can imagine it. If the Spiegel affair is held out as the one exception, then it should be kept in mind that in that case the protesting newspapers, bearers of public opinion, showed their reverve not out of any solidarity with the freedom to criticize and its prerequisite, unimpeded information, but rather because they saw themselves threatened in their own concrete interests, news value, the market value of information. 13. I am not underestimating attempts at effective public critique in Germany. They include the fall of a radical right-wing minister of culture in one federal state. However, since that solidarity between students and professors does not exist anywhere now the way it did then in Göttingen, it is doubtful whether something similar could happen again today. 14. It looks to me as though the spirit of public critique, after it was monopolized by political groups and thereby became publicly compromised, has suffered severe setbacks. I hope I am mistaken. Essentially German, although once again not so completely as one who has not had the opportunity to observe similar phenomena in other countries might easily suppose, is an anti-critical schema from philosophy, precisely the philosophy that besmirched the Raisonner, that has sunk into blather, the appeal to the positive. One continually finds the word critique, if it is tolerated at all, accompanied by the word constructive. The insinuation is that only someone can practice critique who can propose something better than what is being criticized. Lessing derided this 200 years ago in Aesthetics 15 by making the positive a condition for it. Critique is tamed from the very beginning and loses its vehemence. In Gottfried Keller there is a passage where he calls the demand for something edifying a gingerbread word. He roughly argues that much would already be gained if the mustiness were cleared away where something that has gone bad blocks the light and fresh air. 16. In fact, it is by no means always possible to add to critique the immediate practical recommendation of something better, although in many cases critique can proceed by way of confronting realities with the norms to which those realities appeal. Following the norms would already be better. The word positive, which not only Karl Kraus decades ago but also a hardly radical writer like Erich Kästner polemicized against, has in the meantime in Germany been made into a magic charm. 17. It automatically snaps into place. Its dubiousness can be seen in the fact that in the present situation the higher form, toward which society should move according to progressive thought, can no longer be read out of reality as a concrete tendency. If one wanted for that reason to renounce the critique of society, then one would only reinforce society in precisely the dubiousness that obstructs its transition to a higher form. The objective obstruction of what is better does not abstractly affect the larger whole. In every individual phenomenon one criticizes, one swiftly runs up against that limitation. Again and again the demand for positive proposals proves unfulfillable, and for that reason critique is all the more comfortably defamed. Perhaps the observation suffices here that from a social psychological perspective the craving for the positive is a screen image of the destructive instinct working under a thin veil. 18 Those talking most about the positive are in agreement with destructive power. The collective compulsion for a positivity that allows its immediate translation into practice has in the meantime gripped precisely those people who believe they stand in the starkest opposition to society. This is not the least way in which their actionism fits so smoothly into society's prevailing trend. This should be opposed by the idea, in a variation of a famous proposition of Spinoza, that the false, once determinately known and precisely expressed, is already an index of what is right and better. 19 Resignation. We older representatives of what the name Frankfurt School has come to designate have recently and eagerly been accused of resignation. We had indeed developed elements of a critical theory of society, the accusation runs, but we were not ready to draw the practical consequences from it. And so, we neither provided actionist programs nor did we even support actions by those who felt inspired by critical theory. I will not address the question of whether that can be demanded from theoretical thinkers, who are relatively sensitive and by no means shock-proof instruments. The purpose that has fallen to them in a society based on the division of labor may be questionable. They themselves may be deformed by it. But they are also formed by it. Of course, they could not by sheer will abolish what they have become. I do not want to deny the element of subjective weakness that clings to the narrowed focus on theory. I think the objective side is more important. The objection, effortlessly rattled off, runs along these lines: the person who at this hour doubts the possibility of radical change in society and who therefore neither participates in spectacular, violent actions nor recommends them has resigned. What he has in mind he thinks cannot be realized. Actually, he doesn't even want to realize it. By leaving the conditions untouched, he condones them without admitting it. Distance from praxis is disreputable to everyone. Whoever doesn't want to really knuckle down and get his hands dirty, is suspect, as though the aversion were not legitimate and only distorted by privilege. The distrust of whoever distrusts praxis extends from those on the opposite side who repeat the old slogan "enough talking already" all the way to the objective spirit of advertising that propagates the image, they call it a guiding image, of the active, practical person, be he an industrial leader or an athlete. One should join in. Whoever only thinks, removes himself, is considered weak, cowardly, virtually a traitor. The hostile cliché of the intellectual works its way deeply into that oppositional group, without them having noticed it, and who in turn are slandered as intellectuals. Thinking actionists answer, among the things to be changed include precisely the present conditions of the separation of theory and praxis. Praxis is needed, they say, precisely in order to do away with the domination by practical people and the practical ideal. But then this is quickly transformed into a prohibition on thinking. A minimum is sufficient to turn the resistance to repression repressively against those who, as little as they wish to glorify their individual being, nonetheless do not renounce what they have become. The much invoked unity of theory and praxis has the tendency of slipping into the predominance of praxis. Many movements defame theory itself as a form of oppression, as though praxis were not much more directly related to oppression. In Marx, the doctrine of this unity was inspired by the real possibility of action, which even at that time was not actualized. Today what is emerging is more the direct contrary. One clings to action for the sake of the impossibility of action. Admittedly, already in Marx there lies concealed a wound. He may have presented the 11th thesis on Feuerbach so authoritatively because he knew he wasn't entirely sure about it. In his youth he had demanded the ruthless criticism of everything existing. Now he was mocking criticism. But his famous witticism against the young Hegelians, the phrase critical critique, was a dud, went up in smoke as nothing but a tautology. 3. The forced primacy of praxis irrationally stopped the critique that Marx himself practiced. In Russia and in the orthodoxy of other countries the malicious derision of critical critique became an instrument so that the existing conditions could establish themselves so terrifyingly. The only thing praxis still meant was increased production of the means of production. Critique was not tolerated anymore except for the criticism that people were not yet working hard enough. So easily does the subordination of theory to praxis invert into service rendered to renewed oppression. The repressive intolerance to the thought that is not immediately accompanied by instructions for action is founded on anxiety. Untrammeled thought and the posture that will not let it be bargained away must be feared because of what one deeply knows but cannot openly admit, that the thought is right. An age-old bourgeois mechanism with which the 18th century Enlightenment thinkers were quite familiar operates once again, but unchanged. The suffering caused by a negative situation, this time by obstructed reality, becomes rage leveled at the person who expresses it. Thought, Enlightenment conscious of itself, threatens to disenchant the pseudo-reality within which actionism moves. In the words of Habermas, for the actionism is tolerated only because it is considered pseudo-reality. Pseudo-reality is conjoined with, as its subjective attitude, pseudo-activity, action that overdoes and aggravates itself for the sake of its own publicity, without admitting to itself to what extent it serves as a substitute satisfaction, elevating itself into an end in itself. People locked in desperately want to get out. In such situations one doesn't think anymore, or does so only under fictive premises. With an absolutized praxis only reaction is possible and therefore false. Only thinking could find an exit, and moreover a thinking whose results are not stipulated, as is so often the case in discussions in which it is already settled who should be right, discussions that therefore do not advance the cause but rather inevitably degenerate into tactics. If the doors are barricaded, then thought more than ever should not stop short. It should analyze the reasons and subsequently draw the conclusions. It is up to thought not to accept the situation as final. The situation can be changed, if at all, by undiminished insight. The leap into praxis does not cure thought of resignation as long as it is paid for with the secret knowledge that that really isn't the right way to go. Pseudo-activity is generally the attempt to rescue enclaves of immediacy in the midst of a thoroughly mediated and rigidified society. Such attempts are rationalized by saying that the small change is one step in the long path toward the transformation of the whole. The disastrous model of pseudo-activity is the do-it-yourself, Machiavellian activities that do what has long been done better by the means of industrial production only in order to inspire in the unfree individuals, paralyzed in their spontaneity, the assurance that everything depends on them. The nonsense of do-it-yourself in the production of material goods, even in the carrying out of many repairs, is patently obvious. Admittedly, the nonsense is not total. With the reduction of so-called services, Dienstleistungen, sometimes measures carried out by the private person that are superfluous considering the available technology nonetheless fulfill a quasi-rational purpose. The do-it-yourself approach in politics is not completely of the same caliber. The society that impenetrably confronts people is nonetheless these very people, The trust in the limited action of small groups recalls the spontaneity that withers beneath the encrusted totality and without which this totality cannot become something different. The administered world has the tendency to strangle all spontaneity, or at least to channel it into pseudo-activities. At least this does not function as smoothly as the agents of the administered world would hope. However, spontaneity should not be absolutized, just as little as it should be split off from the objective situation or idolized the way the administered world itself is. Otherwise the axe in the house that never saves the carpenter will smash in the nearest door, and the riot squad will be at the ready. 5 Even political undertakings can sink into pseudo-activities, into theater. It is no coincidence that the ideals of immediate action, even the propaganda of the act, have been resurrected after the willing integration of formerly progressive organizations that now in all countries of the earth are developing the characteristic traits of what they once opposed. Yet this does not invalidate the critique of anarchism. Its return is that of a ghost. The impatience with theory that manifests itself in its return does not advance thought beyond itself. By forgetting thought, the impatience falls back below it. This is made easier for the individual by his capitulation to the collective with which he identifies himself. He is spared from recognizing his powerlessness. The few become the many in their own eyes. This act, not unwavering thought, is resignative. No transparent relationship obtains between the interests of the ego and the collective it surrenders itself to. The ego must abolish itself so that it may be blessed with the grace of being chosen by the collective. Tacitly a hardly Kantian categorical imperative has erected itself: you must sign. The sense of a new security is purchased with the sacrifice of autonomous thinking. The consolation that thinking improves in the context of collective action is deceptive. Thinking, as a mere instrument of activist actions, atrophies like all instrumental reason. At this time no higher form of society is concretely visible. For that reason whatever acts as though it were in easy reach has something regressive about it. But according to Freud, whoever regresses has not reached his instinctual aim. Objectively regression is renunciation, even when it thinks itself the opposite and innocently propagates the pleasure principle. 6 By contrast the uncompromisingly critical thinker, who neither signs over his consciousness nor lets himself be terrorized into action, is in truth the one who does not give in. Thinking is not the intellectual reproduction of what already exists anyway. As long as it doesn't break off, thinking has a secure hold on possibility. Its insatiable aspect, its aversion to being quickly and easily satisfied, refuses the foolish wisdom of resignation. The utopian moment in thinking is stronger the less it, this too a form of relapse, objectifies itself into a utopia and hence sabotages its realization. Open thinking points beyond itself. For its part a comportment, a form of praxis, it is more akin to transformative praxis than a comportment that is compliant for the sake of praxis. Prior to all particular content, thinking is actually the force of resistance, from which it has been alienated only with great effort. Such an emphatic concept of thinking admittedly is not secured, not by the existing conditions, nor by ends yet to be achieved, nor by any kind of battalions. Whatever has once been thought can be suppressed, forgotten, can vanish. But it cannot be denied that something of it survives. For thinking has the element of the universal. What once was thought cogently must be thought elsewhere, by others. This confidence accompanies even the most solitary and powerless thought. Whoever thinks is not enraged in all his critique. Thinking has sublimated the rage. Because the thinking person does not need to inflict rage upon himself, he does not wish to inflict it on others. the happiness that dawns in the eye of the thinking person is the happiness of humanity. The universal tendency of oppression is opposed to thought as such. Thought is happiness, even where it defines unhappiness, by enunciating it. By this alone happiness reaches into the universal unhappiness. Whoever does not let it atrophy has not resigned. Appendix 1 Discussion of Professor Adorno's lecture The Meaning of Working Through the Past. Translator's note: the first published version of The Meaning of Working Through the Past includes the following transcription of the discussion that followed the lecture. Professor Adorno's lecture was first discussed in 4 study groups. Each of these groups prepared several questions, which were then presented to the lecturer in the plenary meeting. First question: would the question of coming to terms with the German past arise if there had not been a National Socialist period? Prof. Adorno: I can only respond to that by saying that Hegel handled this problem with a concept of abstract possibility. I simply cannot answer this question. If world history had not been shattered into pieces, then the problem of collective amnesia probably would not have arisen, but in the end it is no coincidence that everything happened the way it did. I would like to propose that we set this question aside, because I think answering it will not help us much. Second question: the focus of our discussion was on the concept you called the self-alienation of society. Could you please explain this in a bit more detail? Prof. Adorno: I spoke of the self-alienation of society here in connection with the problem of democracy, and I meant that because of the preponderance of innumerable societal processes over the particular individuals, people in their societal role are not identical with what they are as immediate, living people. Democracy, according to its very idea, promises people that they themselves would make decisions about their world. But democracy actually prevents them from this deciding for oneself about the world. In other words, with the concept of self-alienation, and perhaps I should not have done so, I was really referring to a very fundamental philosophical state of affairs, in terms of social philosophy, that perhaps we should not go into here, because I don't think that here, where we are of course concerned ultimately with deriving applications, that within such a group we have the possibility of coming to grips with this phenomenon of self-alienation in the real world. However, I don't want to evade your question. I think that this question can be changed into something far more empirical, which to be sure is only indirectly related to this highly theoretical concept of self-alienation I allowed myself to use in a sentence just that once. It is in fact a pedagogical psychological question I have in mind here. You must excuse me, if I churn butter out of the Milky Way and now speak directly terra a terra. It seems to me to be the case that in the development of children, their first experience of alienation generally is when they enter school. For the first time the child is torn away from the protection of the family, from the extended womb, so to say, and comes to feel the coldness of a world with which he or she is not identical. And it seems to me to be the case that genetically the first expressions of anti-Semitism or of racial hatred at all, as for instance the persecution of black children or red-haired children or whatever it may be, takes place precisely at this stage. Now in part this has the quite solid reason that in school, for one reason or another, there is always a child who has already picked that up from home, this prejudice, and who then spreads it further. But I think that generally a factor comes in here, that people have the tendency to pass on to others whatever has happened to them, to do once more to others what was done to them. Thus, the child who in school experiences coldness, anxiety, the pressure of the collective, psychologically saves himself by displacing it onto others, and groups form in order, as it were, to pass this burden of alienation onto others. I would at least construe as a problem, God knows I would not presume to solve it, but I would like to mention it for the educators among you, whether, if possible,